Welcome in to another episode of Preferred Walk On, a college football show. Max Chadwick alongside Dalton Wasserman, breaking down all 18 Big Ten teams in their entirety going into the 2026 season, breaking down what happened last year for every team, the biggest strength for every team, the biggest question mark for every team, breaking down every team's quarterback, their star offensive player, star defensive player, and overall the record that they could hit in 2026 as well. Dalton was a marathon stream last week for SEC stream. Now we got the Big Ten going over 18 teams, the most of any Power Four conference right now. Should be another very, very long stream once again.
Should be fun, and there's so many great storylines in the Big Ten, having won the last 3 national championships. That's certainly been in the spotlight at certain media days this past week, but the Big Ten is a very competitive league, and from top to bottom, it's going to be really fun to go through every team and just talk about all the storylines going into this season.
Yeah, we got a lot to get to, so we're going to get started in just a second. Before we do, though, I want to remind you guys right now, please like this video. That really helps us out, and even more so, subscribe to the channel. We actually looked it up just today. Only 35% of you right now who watch this channel are currently subscribed. It's a free and easy thing to do. Just hit that button. That really supports the show, and we really appreciate it as well. If you could also follow along to our social media accounts, all links in the description below, and check out the podcast version of the show, rate it 5 stars and leave a review. And if you're listening to the show, check out the YouTube and subscribe to the YouTube if you can. Also, we want to remind you guys right now, we are currently sponsored by All 22, which is an incredible fantasy football platform and really different than all other fantasy football platforms, because most fantasy football sites have the same limited player pool, same garbage time stat padding, same lineup decisions. It's not really football or anything really close to football. All 22 is the closest thing you're going to find to actual football, because they have 53-man rosters, including offensive linemen. So if you're somebody who actually understands football beyond just quarterback stats and fantasy points, this is the game for you. You're managing a real depth chart, you're using personnel packages, and you have access to advanced stats to make decisions every single week. And if you're listening to our show, this is definitely your kind of fantasy football right now. If you're going to listen to all 18 of our Big Ten previews, you're clearly a football sicko. This is the fantasy football app for football sickos right now. We're drafting, roster building, and offensive line play actually matters. So if you're tired of the cookie cutter fantasy football apps and want something deeper, smarter, and more competitive, go download All 22 Fantasy Football on the App Store or visit all22.com and join the community now using promo code WALK. Again, promo code WALK, WALK, at all22.com or on the All 22 Fantasy Football app. All 22, less fantasy, more football. All right, Dalton, as a reminder, we're no longer going in alphabetical order for these previews. Dalton and I ranked all 18 Big Ten teams going into next year. We're going in reverse order of that ranking, meaning the worst Big Ten team will be up first. Our best Big Ten team will be at the end of the show. Dalton, our number 18 team in the Big Ten right now, I don't think it's much of a surprise to many people. That is the Purdue Boilermakers, coming off a really, really rough, really last 3 years. Ever since Jeff Brom left the program to go to Louisville, it's been pretty rough, because under Jeff Brom in 2021 and 2022, they had a 63% win rate. He actually led them to the Big Ten title game in one of those years too. 19% win rate for Purdue in the last 3 years. Barry Odom was brought in as the head coach last year, only 2-10 in his first season on the job. His only wins came against Ball State and Southern Illinois. They went 0-9 in Big Ten play for the second straight season. Josh Henson is entering his second year as the offensive coordinator, but they were only 109th last year in EPA per play. Michael Scherer was fired after his first season as defensive coordinator. They had the third worst defense in the Power 4 last year in EPA per play. Kevin Kane actually returns to the program right now as the defensive coordinator. He was the defensive coordinator in 2023 and 2024. He was an assistant at Minnesota last year, now returns to Purdue as the defensive coordinator. Overall, did a pretty good job in the transfer portal, Dalton. They added 13 projected starters in the portal. On 3 right now has it as a top 25 class in the transfer portal, but there's a lot of work to do for Barry Odom right now at this Purdue program.
For sure, you're really starting from scratch with this team having won 2 games last year and really reworking a lot of this roster, right? You get your starting quarterback back in Ryan Brown, but when you look at everything that this team lost, even from last year's team, your best offensive player in the running back, Devin Mockabee, 5 of their top 6 leading receivers. You look at the defensive side of the ball where they really struggled last year. One of the worst teams in the country, 133rd in yards per play allowed. 6 of the 8 snap leaders from that roster are gone. You look at only 2 players with more than 13 pressures last year, and both of those guys played at the FCS level in Trey Moore and Wisdom Sims. So I think there is some hope here. They brought in some decent talent, I think, especially in the secondary, but all the way around, they're just trying to piece this thing together. I think especially in 2 different places. One is in the receiving core where they need guys like Xavier Townsend and Busy Owens to step up. And number 2, on the defensive line, right? You get some transfers in like Elo Mendoza and Rodney Laura. Those are the 2 places that I'm the most concerned about right now. If those transfers, at least most of them, can hit, maybe they can be a little better than they were last year. But there's a lot more questions on this roster than answers right now.
Yeah, I think the one strength, my biggest strength that I found for Purdue going into the year, and I know they lost Devin Mockabee with the 4th most rushing yards in school history. I still think it's a pretty decent running back unit overall. You got Fama J-Boy, who was Minnesota's number 2 running back last year. He actually had more broken tackles last year than Darius Taylor, the star running back from Minnesota, despite having 45 fewer carries than Darius Taylor, who's a very good tackle breaker. Jarrett Gibson also transferred in from Texas. He battled injuries last year, but the year before, he was the number 3 running back at Texas and a pretty talented player, too. Antonio Harris is also back, very solid number 2 back for Purdue last year. So I still like this running back unit overall, even without Devin Mockabee, who's been really the engine of that Purdue offense for the last 3 or so years. Dalton, what's the question mark that you have, though, for Purdue right now?
I mean, it's hard to narrow it down to one, honestly. I mean, when you talk about a team offensively that was 98th in yards per play and now has a new running back room and a new receiving core and 3 new starters on the offensive line. Again, you talk about a defense that was 133rd in yards per play. So I do commend them for bringing in a lot of new pieces. But to me, it's just this team in general. How well put together are they to compete with the better teams in the Big Ten? Like basically all the way around, right? We look at a lot of the question marks, a lot of these other teams. We can pinpoint 1 or 2 units, but I think for Purdue, there's questions all over their roster and what Barry Odom is trying to put together. So again, smart to hit the portal heavy after the season they had last year, but after going 0-10 against Power 4 teams last season, it really is a struggle to see what direction this is going in until we see them on the field.
Definitely. So also, Dalton, they do have a returning quarterback, starter at quarterback in Ryan Brown, who's entering now his 2nd season as Purdue's starter. Overall, I would say an okay year for him, maybe at best last year at Purdue. What do you make of Ryan Brown as a starting quarterback for the Boilermakers right now?
Yeah, I mean, you look at his frame and you watch him make certain throws, 6'4". He likes to really take his chances down the field, and there is some talent in there to work with, and he's got enough mobility to scramble when needed. I mean, the production was just hard to find last year because of the roster around him. Only 9 passing touchdowns was the 3rd fewest among Power 4 quarterbacks with at least 200 pass attempts. But, you know, kind of the style that I think about him in a little bit, 6'4", over the top release. It's a little bit like Sawyer Robertson the last couple of years from Baylor. There's just not nearly as much around him to work with, right? So I think on any given day, we've seen it a couple of times. You remember the high-flying game 2 years ago against Illinois that got into the high 40s. Like, there are moments where Ryan Brown, as a vertical passer and as a scrambler, can get some things done, but got to get more consistent, got to protect the football a little bit better. And in general, the accuracy is pretty inconsistent. So I think there's a lot to work with, and the best thing you can do for him is to get some speed out there at receiver and really start attacking vertically down the field.
Another the great thing you do for him is have a pretty good run game, which you broke down a little bit earlier. I want to talk more about Fama J-Boy, who I'm really eyeing on this Purdue running back room right now to really take over for Devin Mockabee and be the lead guy. Like I mentioned before, transferred in from Minnesota. He's a redshirt sophomore this year, 6 feet tall, 210 pounds. I thought a really impressive year last year as Minnesota's number 2 running back as a redshirt freshman. 438 rushing yards. He averaged 4.5 yards per carry. He averaged almost 3.6 yards after contact per carry. That was 9th in the Big Ten last year. So he's really, really good after contact. He broke a tackle on 27% of his carries at 73rd percentile as well. Really good speed at his size. He hit nearly 22 miles per hour and GPS tracking. Very violent jump cuts on tape, too. No fumbles in his career. Of course, only on 112 touches, but still, he keeps that ball really high and tight, too. So I really love that from Fama J-Boy. Needs to show a little bit more as a receiver and as a pass blocker right now, but now as the lead back at Purdue, which should be more of a committee with Jarrett Gibson still there and Antonio Harris there too. But I think Fama J-Boy will be the number one guy for Purdue this year and really could be, like Devin Mock, could be a really important player for this Purdue offense.
Yeah, I agree. This is a team that's going to want to manufacture offense on the ground. And J-Boy is going to be a big reason for that. And Jarrett Gibson was a former top recruit from Texas. They really need his talent to shine. And I think even Ryan Brown at quarterback can factor into the run game a little bit. So it's going to start there while they're trying to figure out this receiving core early in the season.
Who is the star defensive player you want to shout out here, Dalton?
I'm going to go with a guy who was first team All Conference USA last season, and I think he needs to be on the first team All Name team in college football this season, Mr. Clark. That is his name. That's not a surname. That is just Mr. Clark from FIU. 3 years down there. Last year was his first year as a starter, starting nickel down there, and actually a very underrated, very good secondary. 3 interceptions, 9 pass breakups. He's really physical at the catch point. I don't think he necessarily has elite speed to play man-to-man all the time, but when you talk about that zone nickel in there that can really play down near the line of scrimmage and attack the football, Mr. Clark, look out for him in the nickel for Purdue. And honestly, Max, I just love saying it. I'll do it as many times as possible.
I can't wait for him to have a child or a son of his own, and for someone to call his son Mr. Clark. Goes, please, Mr. Clark's my father. He actually is Mr. Clark. That's his real name.
That's right? Legit. He's not even lying about it. Yeah,
Mr. Clark will be what he's known by in 10 or so years. But yeah, really solid player at FIU. Excited to see what he could do in that Purdue secondary. Which you're right, they did really improve that secondary in the portal, but it's hard to go anywhere but up after what that secondary showed last year at Purdue. All right, Dalton, bottom line time now for Purdue in their second season under Barry Odom. What do you think is the absolute ceiling for Purdue this year, and what's really the floor you think for the Boilermakers as well?
I mean, the reality is if this team found a way to make a bowl game, that would be an unbelievable success for Barry Odom. I think there's just so many questions on this roster. And, there's been a lot of debate about, which conference has tough schedules and this and that. Well, Purdue has got a pretty tough schedule, right? At Penn State, at Illinois, at Indiana, at Iowa. There's so many challenging games on the road. They get Notre Dame at home, right? And then you even have some of the swingier games when you talk about Wake Forest and at UCLA or a Minnesota. I still don't know that I really can't call them favorites in any of those games right now, right? So it's an uphill battle for sure. I think if they make a bowl game, even to get to 5-7, I think would be a very, very successful year and a big time step forward for Barry Odom in this program. But that's a tough schedule, and it's hard to see right now with this roster until we see it on the field.
Yeah, Eli putting in the chat that their over-under is currently 3.5 right now. I know it's very, very low, but I still might take the under on that. We'll get to our record predictions on Friday for the entirety of the Big Ten. But don't I look at their schedule right now? They play Indiana State at home. That's the one game that they absolutely should win. Everything else is either a game that they're going to be significant underdogs in, like Notre Dame, Illinois, Washington, Penn State, Iowa, Indiana. That's 6 games right there. They're going to be significant underdogs in my opinion. And then the other ones, I still think the other teams they're playing, the other 5 teams are better teams right now. Wake Forest is coming off a really good year last year. UCLA, who I think really improved this year too. Minnesota's always solid. Maybe Maryland and Wisconsin. Those might be 2 games right there that you could possibly win. But yeah, I look at this Purdue team right now, Dalton, and I think even like a 4-8 record would be a success for Purdue. And you never want to say that for any program, because 4-8 should never be the goal for any program. But it does appear to be another rough year for Barry Odom at Purdue. They are doing a solid job building through the portal and all that, but it's going to be a very lengthy rebuild, I think, at Purdue right now, which is to be expected for losing a great head coach like Jeff Brom. But man, after losing Jeff Brom, they have truly catered in after that. So yeah, it's going to be another rough year for Purdue, but we'll see what happens. Maybe if they make a bowl game, that'd be an incredible job by Barry Odom. And I think he was a pretty good head coach at UNLV before he got the Purdue job, but it does appear to be an uphill battle for him and the Boilermakers this year.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. It's going to be tough to work their way out of the cellar with this schedule in the Big Ten, and then a couple of tough out-of-conference games against Wake Forest and Notre Dame.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, especially the Notre Dame game, like you said, that's rough, man. It's one of your out-of-conference games. Dalton, let's get to our number 17 team in the Big Ten. That is the Michigan State Spartans, who have a brand new head coach now, Pat Fitzgerald, making his return. 5-7 year last year, and in his first, 5-7 year for Jonathan Smith in 2024. He followed it up with an even worse record in 2025 and a 4-8 record, 1-8 record in Big Ten play. Started off 3-0 on the year for Michigan State, then an 8-game losing streak after that. So Jonathan Smith got fired after only 2 years on the job, and Pat Fitzgerald is brought in as the new head coach. He hasn't coached at all in the college ranks in the last 3 years. He was the head coach at another Big Ten school in Northwestern for 17 seasons, but he was fired after a hazing scandal rocked that program. 109 wins at Northwestern, the most in program history. Crazy stat I found, Dalton. He brought Northwestern to a bowl game 10 times in his 17 years. Northwestern as a program has only been to 8 other bowl games in its other 115 seasons. So, by all accounts, the best years in program history for Northwestern was under Pat Fitzgerald. I'm sure a lot of Michigan State fans who are really rough last few years now are hoping that he could kind of stabilize the program like he did at Northwestern. He brought in Nick Sheridan as offensive coordinator. He was Alabama's co-offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach last year. Joe Rossi is back at defensive coordinator, entering his 3rd year on the job at Michigan State. Very active team, the transfer portal as well, like Purdue. They added 12 projected starters from the transfer portal. But Don, I'm fascinated to see after 3 years off, really, how Pat Fitzgerald looks making his return to the Big Ten.
Yeah, it's just about trying to get more respectable, right? I mean, this is a team, and this used to be such a proud program, but they haven't made a bowl game in any of the last 4 seasons, and he's just really trying to find that respectability like he did at Northwestern, and it's going to be his brand of football, right? They're going to try to play good defense. They're going to run the football. They're going to play fundamentally sound ball and not turn the ball over. So he's just going to try to put in, I think, in year 1, this culture of respectability and playing competent, fundamentally sound football.
Yeah, and really the biggest strength I found for Michigan State when diving into it was it's going to look like a Pat Fitzgerald team. I love the run game potential that they have this year, Dalton. They got a lot of good players from UConn, honestly, transferring into the program. One of them being Cam Edwards, the running back out of UConn. He was top 15 in the country last year in rushing yards and rushing touchdowns. Offensive line has 3 players who were starters last year. One of them, the left tackle, and Ben Morosky, 5th in run blocking grade in the country last year while at UConn. The right tackle, Connor Moore, had a top 20 run blocking grade in America. The right guard, Luka Vincic, had a 91 run blocking grade. Again, only 47 snaps for him, but still very dominant on those 47 snaps. But between the 2 tackles and Ben Morosky and Connor Moore, and then running back coming in and Cam Edwards, this run game could be really, really solid for Michigan State next year.
Yeah, Edwards is a really good football player, and Pat Fitzgerald's going to take a lot of pride in that offensive line and playing physical football. That's really how they generally played at Northwestern under him also now, and they're going to need that run game to be really good because I have major questions about their passing game. Now, they're bringing in the starting quarterback back in Alessio Milivojevic, who made 9 appearances last year, started the last 4 games, threw 4 touchdowns in his last game against Maryland and in the Michigan State's final win last year. But this receiving core is what I'm really worried about. 5 of their top 6 receivers, leading receivers, are gone from last season. Nick Marsh, that includes Nick Marsh going and transferring to Indiana, right? You lose a talent like that, that's tough. And you look at who needs to step up for this team. Krishan McCray had 329 yards for him last year. They get transfers in KK Smith and Frederick Moore from Notre Dame and Michigan, but those 2 guys both have under 200 receiving yards, and there's a lot of young kids behind those guys that they're going to be looking forward to step up, right? They also lost a starting tight end in Michael Masunis. He transferred to Texas. So you have the quarterback, you have the run game. Do you have enough at wide receiver? Who is going to step up on the perimeter for this team so you don't have defenses constantly stacking the box on you?
So tell me more about the returning quarterback who really took that job over from Aiden Childs last year. We'll talk about later on in this preview. Alessio Milivojevic, who's honestly showed some progress, I thought, throughout the season, but overall there's still a lot of work to be done too.
Yeah, I agree. It peaked in the final game of the year where they beat Maryland. He outdueled Malik Washington and threw 4 touchdowns. And what you have is pretty much a competent pocket passer with enough zip on the football who likes to throw it into the intermediate areas of the field. I can see a world where Milivojevic has some success in the play action concepts, right? He can throw on the move a little bit. He's not necessarily a dynamic runner and scrambler, but he can run the bootlegs in this system and get outside the pocket and cut the field in half and make the proper throws to just keep moving the chains, right? And I think think to me, that's the type of quarterback that he is. He's a guy who's going to move the chains. He's not necessarily going to blow you away with tools or with dynamic scrambling ability or 70-yard bombs or anything like that. But if he can just pick up 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4 as this run game gets going and just play a time of possession type game and not make too many mistakes, because he only threw 3 interceptions in 9 appearances last year. If he can just not make too many mistakes, especially over the middle of the field, then I think you talk about having, okay, a competent passing game as long as somebody in the receiving corps steps up.
Yeah, definitely. I mentioned before how the run game should be the strength of Michigan State this year. I'm talking more about the running back they brought in, and Cam Edwards from UConn, redshirt senior now, 5'11", 206 pounds, 8th most touchdowns in the country last year with 15 of them. He had over 1,200 rushing yards, 15th most in the FBS. And out of that 1,200, over 1,000 came on zone runs. So a very good zone runner. He's an elite athlete, can glide away from defenders with his elite speed. He had over 22 miles per hour last year. His acceleration is top notch. He gets to his top speed in a hurry. I think he's an average tackle breaker overall, just an okay receiver too. And now, of course, got to prove it at the Big Ten level, but he does have a really strong run blocking offensive line to run behind. But Cam Edwards is an electric player, really, really great speed, really great acceleration. Not the most physical player overall, but I am really excited to see what he could do in the Big Ten now after really dominating at UConn last year.
Absolutely did such a great job under Jim Mora at UConn last year. I think this was an awesome pickup for Michigan State, and to me, he's immediately their best offensive player. On the defensive side, I'm going to go with a guy who's actually an incumbent, been there for a while, Jordan Hall, their middle linebacker, their second highest graded defender last season, really just stuffs the stat sheet. 93 tackles, 30 stops, 3 forced fumbles. You can really feel the veteran experience that he gives you in the middle of their defense. He's a good tackler who really likes to get downhill. And when you talk about Pat Fitzgerald wanting a downhill physical middle linebacker, he's got that in Jordan Hall, right? He does a nice job, got solid closing speed in the open field, gets downhill into his run lanes, at times even a little too quickly. So I think when you look at him making certain reads now, he's a little over aggressive, but you'd rather him be that and have to reel him back in as opposed to the other way around. When you look at this front seven, everything this year, especially in run defense, is going to be built around Jordan Hall right in the middle.
Yeah, I've really liked his tape a lot last year. I think he's one of the most underrated players that we have in college football. He was a really, really good coverage linebacker last year and a really good tackler for Michigan State too. And, you know, if we extended our top 10 linebackers list to a top 25 or so, I think Jordan Hall would have made it somewhere on that list. He's a very, very underrated player right now. All right, Dalton, bottom line time now for the Michigan State Spartans. What should we expect for them in year one under Pat Fitzgerald? What's the ceiling and what's the floor for Michigan State this year?
I think when you look at Pat Fitzgerald and the way he's going to try to coach this, it's going to be hard-nosed. It's going to try to play fundamentally sound football and just be respectable and competitive out there, right? So I think when you look at the games where they might not be able to do that, they play Notre Dame, they play at Michigan, and they play Oregon. Those are the three that I don't feel great about. But when you look at them playing a lot of the more middling teams in the Big Ten, if they can go and play good defense and get behind Cam Edwards and just play Pat Fitzgerald football, you talk about games like Northwestern and Rutgers and maybe even a Nebraska or a Wisconsin being at least available, right? That's what you're looking for. Stay in these games, controlled time of possession, and be available in the fourth quarter to then close it down with your defense. If they can do that, there's maybe it's not the widest road to a bowl game we've ever seen, but there are some, more attainable games in their schedule aside, I would say, from Michigan and Oregon and Notre Dame.
Yeah, those three they definitely should lose. I mean, there's one game they definitely should win in Eastern Michigan, maybe two with Toledo, who's been a pretty solid program. And of course, Jason Candle leaving the program recently too. So we'll see how Toledo actually is this year. So maybe two games that they definitely should win. But there's a ton of games that are kind of toss-ups, it feels like, for Michigan State right now, too. So this could go a wide range for Michigan State, I think, in 2026. I don't think they're going to hit the 9-3, ceiling if they only lose to the three teams they're supposed to. Like, this is probably still a team that's going to miss a bowl game, I would expect in 2026. But there is a wide range here. Pat Fitzgerald really gets to that program and really stabilizes it. I mean, maybe they can make a bowl game or get to maybe 7 wins, but I'm expecting them to miss a bowl game this year. And it could be a rough year for them again this year, but I do like the hire of Pat Fitzgerald. We'll see what he does after a few years off returning to the Big Ten this year. Let's get to the number 16 team now, Dalton, in our ranking. That is the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. They had back-to-back winning seasons in 2023 and 2024 under Greg Schiano. The first time they did that since 2011 and 2012, but They came crashing back down to earth this past season with a 5-7 record. The offense was not the issue at all. They had a lot of talent, really, on that offense with Ethan Kaliakmanis, Antoine Raymond, KJ Duff, Ian Strong in that receiving core. Top 30 offense in America in EPA per play. The reason they missed the bowl game, Dalton, they had the worst defense in college football last year. The worst defense in America in terms of EPA per play. 7.6 yards per play allowed. The worst of any defense in college football. 32 points per game allowed. 118th in America. So they return Kirk Shiraka as the offensive coordinator for a fourth year because he's done a great job, I think, as the offensive coordinator there. But Rob Smith and Zach Sparber were fired as co-defensive coordinator. South Dakota head coach Travis Johansson was hired as the new defensive coordinator. New quarterback coming in, and Dylan Lonergan with Ethan Kaliakmanis going over to the NFL. They have a couple studs in that offense, and Antoine Raymond at running back and KJ Duff. 5 projected starters on defense from the portal too. But Dallas really was a team that had a really, really good offense last year. But the reason why they missed the bowl game, they had the worst defense in college football.
Yeah, I mean, and to me, that's the biggest question mark going into this season as well. I mean, you just look at it, it literally, as you mentioned, could not be any worse. And then you look at last year's team, their top 4 leaders and pressures are gone. 4 out of the 5 starters in their secondary are gone. Now, whether you want to take that as a good thing or a bad thing, it is what it is. And they're hoping for a ton of production out of Group of 6 and FCS transfers, right? You think about a guy like Malachi Davis from Toledo, Rondo Porter from App State, those guys on the defensive line, a new middle linebacker and Ty Morris from Rice, Mikey Munn, a defensive back from South Dakota, right? I mean, you're talking about just so many players when you look that they're hoping move up to Power 4 competition and can be productive for them. If they can just put it together, even an average defense with a whole new unit with some of the skill that they have on offense, like Antoine Raymond and KJ Duff coming back, then they've got a shot. But last year, they gave up more than 32 points a game. I believe it was 36 points per game in Big Ten play. You just can't have it. If you can't make stops, you're not going to be in very many football games. And they were lucky last year that their offense kept them competitive, but just can't have it when you're giving up that many points. I mean, it's got to be better this year with this group of transfers they've got coming in. They've basically overhauled the entire thing. And, you know, Greg Schiano takes a ton of pride in his defense every year.
I mean, Donnie making a pretty good point. Says, hey, man, when you let my Iowa Hawkeyes drop 38 points on you, that's when you know you have a problem defensively. And yeah, that was kind of a microcosm of Rutgers defense last year. My biggest strength, though, is very simple. They still have 2 superstars on this offense. Yes, they lost Ian Strong, who's a big loss to the portal, going over to California. Now we'll talk about him probably later on in the ACC preview for California, but still have the number 6 running back in America in Antoine Raymond. 5th most broken tackles last year, 6th most explosive runs last year, ran for over 1,200 yards. And then a guy we'll talk about in just a second, too, and KJ Duff, our number 3 receiver in college football, really could be a first-round pick in the NFL draft. I mean, you got a top 3 receiver in the country and the number 6 running back in America, too. I mean, there's still a lot to like on this Rutgers offense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think when you look at what they've got, there's a decent base there, right? Especially in Raymond and Duff. And I think the big thing that you're looking at now is what this quarterback competition is going to look like between the incumbent, who was the backup last year to Ethan Kaliakmanis in AJ Sarace. And then you've got Dylan Lonergan coming in from Boston College, who got off to a hot start last year and then kind of cooled off as the year went on and was dealing with some injuries, really dealt with some injuries throughout his career. So I think that's something we want to spotlight here. You know, this is one of those teams that they've got 2 guys basically in a 50-50 battle right now. We haven't seen Sarace much. He only had 9 pass attempts last year. So talk a little bit more about Dylan Lonergan. And look, he got Boston College off to a hot start last year, 8 touchdowns and no interceptions in his first 2 games, and then 4 touchdowns and 5 interceptions after that, right? He's got some natural arc on his vertical throws. He's going to give KJ Duff a chance on the outside. I think he's going to be able to do that. Really comfortable with play action, really comfortable between 15 and 25 yards down the field. He just got a little bit of a hitch in his delivery that can mess with the accuracy, and he's got to stay healthy, right? I think that's going to be the big thing for Lonergan. If he can stay healthy, then maybe he can compete for this starting job and take it. But it seems like we have a wide open race right now between Dylan Lonergan and AJ Sarace, and we may not know until week 1 who the starting quarterback is.
We will know who the number 1 receiver is for Rutgers. Because, of course, KJ Duff, our number 3 receiver in college football. Massive, massive frame. 6'6", 225 pounds, and he knows how to use that frame too. He led the nation last year with 22 contested catches, 6th in the Power 4 last year with almost 1,100 receiving yards. Some jaw-dropping catches on KJ Duff's tape. The one that really stands out is, of course, against my Penn State Nittany Lions, that one-hander, maybe the best catch I saw all of last year. I think he's actually a better athlete than you would expect for someone who's that big, but just overall okay speed at that size. Doesn't really offer much after the catch either, but it's really not his game either. Only 4 broken tackles last year. But if you're looking for a big-bodied possession wide receiver at X, KJ Duff is your guy, man. And I do think his movement skills are better than you would expect for someone that's 6'6", 225 pounds too.
I know the good people in New Jersey, yourself included, are very familiar with this, but anytime I watch him, I think about Plaxico Burress from back in the day with the Pittsburgh Steelers and the New York Giants. Obviously, you just think about what he can do at 6'6", especially down in the red zone, right? Those contested catches come so in handy, right? It makes a quarterback's life so easy. So Duff certainly is a massive weapon on the outside, and I would expect more great catches this year.
Dalton, of course, the worst defense in America last year. You probably are going to go with a transfer that Rutgers brought in on the defensive player spotlight here.
Yeah, you look at the defensive line, and one guy they had success with last year was Eric O'Neill, moving up from the group of 6 level from James Madison, had a good year, now graduated. I think the most likely guy who's going to have success on that D-line again is going to be Malachi Davis, coming in from Toledo. Spent 4 years there, the last 2 of which really is where he got real playing time, but he was 3rd team All-MAC last year, 36 pressures, 5.5 sacks. He's 6'4", 250 pounds, really likes to dip the inside shoulder and work around the corner. He's got a thick lower body that offers some power to bull rush, and I think can get even stronger. And then you talk about him being a solid run defender too. He's really looking for splash plays in the backfield, sometimes a little bit too much, but this is a guy who likes to be really active to the football and can generate consistent pressure. He did it the last couple of years for Toledo, now looking to move up to Rutgers and do the same for their defensive line.
All right, Dol, let's go to the bottom line now for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. What are you expecting from Rutgers this year? Can they make it back to a bowl game? What's the ceiling? What's the floor for the Scarlet Knights this year?
I mean, I think we've really kind of hit on the theme enough here with the Scarlet Knights, where if their defense isn't any better, they won't make a bowl game because, they've got a quarterback that, they got drafted last year. So they've got an open quarterback competition. They did lose Ian Strong, the number 2 receiver. So now you're really a little thinner in the receiving core, and they're going to need to balance this out, especially if the offense is going to take a little bit of a step back. They need to be better on defense. If they're not making a bowl game. If they can get themselves to be in at least a respectable defense with the weapons they have, especially to me with Antoine Raymond controlling the pace of the game on offense, they could scratch their way to 6-6 or 7-5 and get it done with a little more balanced effort. But it's really the X factor is going to be this defense. If they're giving up 32 points a game again and 36 in Big Ten play, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, it feels like maybe another 5-7 year for Rutgers, if not maybe a little worse than that. I mean, look at 4 games where they definitely should not be winning. It's USC, Indiana, Michigan, at Penn State. I'll even say, too, they shouldn't win that game. Definitely should win at least 2 games, right? UMass and Howard, those are 2 very winnable games. I think around 5-7 is my expectation for them. You got a lot of toss-up games, right? At Boston College, at Maryland, at Northwestern, Nebraska, at Wisconsin, Michigan State. So the good news is you're playing a lot of back half teams in the Big Ten this upcoming year, but also you're a back half team in the Big Ten. So a lot of those toss-up games. So I would expect not 2-10. I would expect somewhere around a 4-8, 5-7 year. I would probably expect for Rutgers.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Again, if they can play respectable defense, like you mentioned, there's a good amount of swing games in there. But, it's not impossible, but they just can't give up as many points and yards as they did last year.
Yeah, Donnie even saying in the chat, if Rutgers had Iowa's defense or vice versa, that might be a national title contender right there, honestly. If they had Iowa's defense and Rutgers offense.
I mean, you might be a little out ahead of yourself.
No, they'd be a playoff contender, though, for sure.
I could be in on that. I could vibe with
that. Yeah. All right, let's get to number 15 now in our Big Ten rankings. That is the Wisconsin Badgers, and a proud program, Dalton, that has really been on the downswing over the last couple years under Luke Fickell. 5-7 in 2024, 4-8 this past season. Before the last 2 years, Dalton, Wisconsin's last losing season was 2001. And the last time they had back-to-back losing seasons was 1991 and 1992. So it's been a very long time since Wisconsin's been this down in the dumps. Only a 17-21 record now for Luke Fickell through 3 years as Wisconsin's head coach. The team last year lost 6 straight games. fourth worst offense in the nation in terms of EPA per play, second worst in the Power Four. The athletic director, Chris McIntosh, decided to keep Fickell around for another year, even though a lot of Wisconsin fans wanted to move on from Luke Fickell. He also promised to invest more dollars into the program, too, NIL wise. It still feels like this year is a make or break season for Luke Fickell. He brought back Jeff Grimes as the offensive coordinator for his second season. Mike Tressel entering his fourth season as defensive coordinator. 33 transfers entering Wisconsin, including 12 projected starters. But really, Dalton, it feels like Luke Fickell right now is on one of the hottest seats in college football and maybe the hottest seat in the Big Ten.
Yeah, even in your down years, I mean, you talk about a couple years ago when they went 5-7. I mean, it's so hard to consistently still be getting worse, right? And then you go 4-8 last year, and the offense is a disaster. And I know the quarterback injuries really didn't help them at all, but it's just a lot of the usual mainstays, a lot of the constants we see on this team seem to be dwindling, right? We're used to them being an elite defensive team. They just had an okay defense last year. The run game can't get jump started because of the quarterback situation. There's been debate over the last few years about what type of offense this team should be running after so many years of getting in the eye and just mauling people, right? You can't really do that consistently anymore in college football. So a lot of questions about this Wisconsin team, especially offensively going into this year.
I want to talk about the rushing attack as the biggest strength of the team right now. Really dynamic rushing attack. It should get back to being a ground and pound Wisconsin offense this year. Is Colton Joseph coming in at quarterback, fifth most rushing yards in the nation last year at quarterback with nearly 1,100 at Old Dominion. Abu Sama has over 1,900 yards over his last 3 years at Iowa State. He averaged 5.6 yards per carry in his career, too. Darian Dupree is back on this program, too. He's the leading rusher for Wisconsin last year. So between Colton Joseph, Abu Sama, even Darian Dupree coming back, Dalton, this should be a ground and pound offense like Wisconsin loves to run once again.
Agree, but they're going to get in the gun and they're going to let Joseph run a lot of the option work and concepts, right? So when you talk about him and Sama coming into this program, what they're trying to do with their run game is get more explosive. I'll talk about Joseph a little more in a minute, but Sama really in that backfield with Iowa State with Carson Hansen, he was kind of the lightning part of that duo, right? Hansen, the more powerful between the tackles back, and when Sama turns the corner, he can get you from any distance, right? And then I think that goes the same for Joseph. So I think when you talk about Wisconsin getting back to the run game, I think that was the goal in the portal, and at least on paper, they've gotten that done.
What is the biggest question mark that you have for Wisconsin, though?
In the simplest terms I can put, the forward pass. I think there's just obviously there's certain programs in the country that struggle with this. Let's put it like this: Wisconsin last year had 1,637 passing yards as a team. Okay, wow. That's more than 200 yards less than the next closest Power 4 team, and of course that's Iowa. That's Iowa, the Iowa Hawkeyes, Donnie Clemens Hawkeyes. So it's like you look at, they already couldn't throw the football. Now it can't get much worse, but you've got your top 4 leading receivers. Take that for what it's worth. They're all gone. They didn't really bring much in at receiver as far as proven starters goes, right? So you've got some guys returning in Chris Brooks and Eugene Hilton, some transfers like Jalen Domingo from Southeast Louisiana, Shamar Rigby from Oklahoma State. There's not a lot of proven dominant players out there at wide receiver, if any. And then Colton Joseph, while he is one of the best runners in the country, 21 touchdowns, 10 interceptions at Old Dominion last season. And that was in an offense that he had the highest average depth of target, 13.3 yards in the country among passers with 150 attempts. So you look at Joseph really liking to sling it downfield and getting used to running these wide open offenses, but it can be inconsistent, right? He got off to a hot start as a passer last year and it kind of faded and he leaned into his legs more. So I think when you look at this passing game, I don't really know what to make of it right now. I think, again, it's probably going to lean into Joseph trying to be more explosive, but that has very rarely worked, especially the vertical passing when you talk about the history of Wisconsin and playing in that weather and running the football and how it goes. So I don't know if they're going to pick up the tempo, if they're going to run more of the Old Dominion style, but right now between the quarterback and the inaccuracy and then the just complete question mark I have in the receiving core, the forward pass could be an issue again this season.
Yeah, Donnie in the chat, Iowa fan saying, what is a forward pass? That's kind of been the issue with Wisconsin as well as Iowa over the last, I don't even know how long, man. It feels like forever, honestly, too.
Since they had Russell Wilson. I
Seriously,
mean,
yeah,
basically.
seriously. That's basically it. Dalton, tell me more about Colton Joseph, though, because he is an electric player as a runner, especially from Old Dominion, and electric player overall. He's a gunslinger, like you said, too, as a passer. What should we know, though, about the new quarterback for Wisconsin?
He's certainly a gunslinger. I mean, he ran a wide open offense last year, 37 explosive runs and over 1,000 yards rushing last year. When you look at what he can do, I mean, you could see it the first game of the year against Indiana. He had 2 long touchdowns on read options against Indiana. This kid can absolutely fly. Would not shock me if he was 4.4 or even 4.3 in the 40-yard dash. He can absolutely fly in the open field. The option game is wide open at all times. If it's me, and look, Abu Sama and Darian Dupree, they're good backs, but I am not crashing down and letting Colton Joseph get outside the hash marks and really take it upfield, because he can rip off a long touchdown run on you on any given point. Now, he is a gunslinger. I think when you look at the blueprint of what you would want Colton Joseph to be, it's kind of the same thing we talk about with John Mateer, right? Where it's like the legs are a factor. He's a gunslinger. He's going to have to play a little more under control. But if he can do that and he can get the accuracy right, this can be a pretty darn good football player, right? So part of the problems with the accuracy last year is that he was throwing the ball downfield so much and they were such low percentage throws. We'll see if it's going to be the same. You know, I don't think he's got the same velocity as a guy like Mateer. I think the deep ball does kind of die in the air at times. But if they can diversify the passing portfolio just a little bit, and they can get the accuracy going, and then you can really build this offense mostly around his legs, you've got a dynamic athlete here. It's just a matter of what he can do in the passing game, because right now, especially the way they ran their offense at ODU last year, I have no proof of any concept that he can throw it over the middle of the field, right?
Yeah,
So is it still going to be just running the ball and go balls, or are we going to have more than that in this passing game?
yeah, I like Colton Joseph, but you're right. The passing part of it is still a question mark right now, considering how much he threw the ball downfield. And maybe in this offense at Wisconsin to be a little more conservative than he was at Old Dominion last year. We'll see what Jeff Grimes will do with him as the offensive coordinator. But as a runner, man, if you're not utilizing this guy's legs, like you said, Dalton, he had 2 long touchdown runs against the defending national champs in Indiana last year. So I would definitely utilize his legs a lot because he's an electric runner. And also, speaking of an electric runner, he's got Abu Sama the third next to him at running back, transferring in from Iowa State. He's a senior, 5'11", 211 pounds. Like Colton Joseph, an elite athlete, man, hit nearly 22 miles per hour in GPS tracking, over 1,900 career rushing yards for Abu Sama in the last 3 years at Iowa State, kind of being used in kind of a committee with Carson Hansen there with the Cyclones. Averaged 5.6 yards per carry for his career, which is really good considering, especially Iowa State's offensive line wasn't necessarily the best either over the last few years. A phenomenal, and I mean phenomenal, tackle breaker. Broke a tackle on 34% of his runs last year, which was 91st percentile for running backs. He's outstanding in a gap scheme, too. He averaged 5.7 yards per carry on gap runs last year. Now, the one question mark with Abu Sama is, one, he has never really been the true lead number one guy for an offense. And also, not much of a receiving back either, even though he has the physical tools to be really good there. Only 128 receiving yards in his career so far. So there is some untapped potential, I think, with Abu Sama as a receiver. But, man, he is an electric player, Dalton. Like you said, that read option game with Colton Joseph and Abu Sama is going to terrorize a lot of defenses in the Big Ten.
Yeah, I mean, and you talk about a kid who's explosive. Do you remember when we first saw him back in 2023, that game in the snow against Kansas State, yep. 273 rushing yards, and it just felt like, there's certain times where it feels like, man, you just can't tackle this guy, right? And obviously never got the full lead role at Iowa State with another good back in Carson Hansen next to him, but this kid's explosive. I think the idea behind this backfield is we want to add more dynamic athletic ability, more speed to it. With Joseph and Sama, you definitely have that.
Dawn, one guy that I loved watching his tape last year, and I've said it before how Jordan Hall would have made our top 25 linebackers list. If we extended this to top 15 linebackers, Mason Posa might have been on it, man, because what he did as a true freshman last year at Wisconsin was pretty exciting.
You want to get ahead on your 2028 studying for linebackers? Watch Mason Posa. And look, this team lost Christian Alliegro, a veteran in the portal, to Ohio State, but they're going to be okay at linebacker with Posa. Think about it. Look at the numbers he put up. Just 363 snaps last year, 61 tackles, 14 pressures, 5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, one of the best run defense grades per PFF in the Big Ten, a freshman All-American, and he can just do everything in the box that you need him to. This kid's a really good athlete. He's an excellent tackler with good length when he needs to shed blockers as well. He can use that length and that power off of the edge in run defense too. There's really good recognition and patience, looking out, seeking out concepts, the run concepts in the box up front for such a young kid. Definitely needs a little bit of change of direction, keep working on the footwork, especially in coverage. But when you talk about a thumper who can do everything that you want off the ball in the run game, and a guy who can support whether it's blitzing or just set the edge in run defense, this guy is awesome. I mean, you're talking about it now getting 6, 7, 800 snaps in this season as the leader of this defense. Mason Posa is going to be really good based on what he showed us last year.
Yeah, I loved what he showed as a true freshman, man. He is, I would almost guarantee, if he has a similar season to this upcoming year, he could be a top 5 linebacker in the country for us on our list next year, if not higher, maybe even number 1 on that list, man. What he showed as a true freshman last year was unbelievable. So I loved watching his tape. Dalton, a few questions here. What's the floor for Wisconsin? What's the ceiling for Wisconsin? And also, what's the minimum for Luke Fickell to keep his job after the 2026 season?
I think the ceiling is a bit capped because there's some tough games. You've got an opener against Notre Dame, right? You've got an at Penn State. You're hosting USC. There's a lot of other swing games in here. You talk about Michigan State and Maryland and Rutgers, some of these other teams on their level. But the ceiling really is just going to come down to what this backfield and what the quarterback situation looks like, right? Obviously, it's going to be Colton Joseph. They went and got him in the portal as their kind of prized guy in the portal. But they need to be able to throw the football. If they're last in the Power 4 and passing again, it's not really going to feel like there's a much better outcome for this team, right? So it is kind of narrow when it comes to their offensive success. I'm worried about their receiving core. I think their defense is going to be solid again. It's going to keep them in ball games, and if they can control it with the run game with Joseph and Sama, you feel a lot better. But the games I worry about are the ones where maybe they get punched in the mouth early and they're down 7-0, after the first drive and things like that, where they really need to be a two-dimensional offense. That's really going to decide it all. So I think the ceiling is probably somewhere like 7 or 8 wins if they win all the swing games and Joseph plays really, really well. The floor, if the passing game just completely craters again, you're looking at a season similar to what they had last year.
So what do you think the minimum is for Fickell, though?
For Fickell, it feels like he's safer than we think he is. Probably just winning more games than last year, right? 5-7 would be borderline. If they make a bowl game, he's obviously staying. I don't think there's any question about that. I think you'd be really fencing it at 5. If they go 6-6, if they make a bowl game, I think he would be safe.
See, I almost think they need a winning season. I've seen some Wisconsin analysts who cover the team say he needs minimum 8-4, which that seems high.
Oh boy,
that seems high. I mean, if you look at it right now, Dalton, that's Notre Dame, Penn State, USC, at Iowa. Those are 4 games right there that should not be favored in or even close to it.
Can you get there if your quarterback plays well? Yes. It's just they should be better. They should not be last in the Power 4 in passing again, but also right the way they've been the last couple of years. I can't guarantee that either, right? Like it should be better. And how dynamic can the run game be for this team to just go, okay, kind of like Iowa somewhere, like even last year with Iowa, where it was like, man, this run game is mauling people. They're actually scoring more points than usual because they're just so good up front. They're so good in the run game. But boy, if they're expecting at least 8 wins, that's a tough ask.
Yeah.
You can get there, but I don't think it's the most likely scenario.
So I'm going to slightly disagree with you. I think I'm kind of with you with the floor. I mean, the floor and ceiling, the ceiling's like 8-4. Floor is probably around, again, missing a bowl game, whether it be 4-8, 5-7. Where I'll slightly disagree with you, I don't think 5-7 gets it done. I think if he goes 5-7 this year, he's out. I think he's going to be gone. I think 6-6 is really pushing it. I think 7-5, he's safe. I think having a winning season, moving in the right direction, that would be safe. But 6-6 might not even do it either. He might. I don't want to say like win the bowl game, but like having a winning year might be like the minimum for Fickell. I really think 5-7 would not get it done if he goes 5-7.
There are a lot of games here that are playing against teams that are, at least for now, right in their range. A lot of these Michigan State, Purdue, they should still beat Purdue, Rutgers, Maryland, UCLA. A lot of the teams we're talking about in the front half of this show that would make this a real debate when you talk about this team and how many they're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins half of those games, that means he'll miss a bowl game, probably. So I think you need to win at least 4 of those 6 games you just mentioned right there. Michigan State, UCLA, Purdue, Rutgers, Maryland, Minnesota. For Wisconsin fans to say, hey, we're better than these programs, show that we're better than these programs. You win 4 out of those 6 games, make a bowl game. That might be enough. And maybe like really close to the teams at the top, like Notre Dame, Penn State, USC, Iowa, have a couple close games in there too. Yeah, the optics will be important too here. But I really think it's bowl game or bust minimum. Maybe even 7 wins, honestly. So it'll be fascinating. 'Cause I really do think that Luke Fickell right now probably is on the hottest seat in the Big Ten right now, one of the hottest seats in college football. Speaking of hot seat, Dalton, let's get to number 14 here. Another coach potentially on the hot seat. That is the Maryland Terrapins, coached by Mike Locksley, heading into his 9th year on the job. And honestly, Dalton, his first 2 years at Maryland were not very good in 2019 and 2020. He really turned it around, though, from 2021 to 2023. Taulia Tagovailoa was great at quarterback for them there. 3 straight winning years during that stretch, 23-16 record overall, but really came crashing back down, losing Taulia Tagovailoa after that. Back-to-back 4-8 seasons for Maryland. Only a 2-16 record in Big Ten play over the last 2 years. The offense was 107th in the nation in EPA per run. They could not find a ground game. Defense was 75th in EPA per play. New offensive coordinator and Clint Trickett coming in from Jacksonville State because Pep Hamilton was reassigned from offensive coordinator. Ted Monachino enters his 2nd season as defensive coordinator. Mike Locksley probably needs to make a bowl game like Luke Fickell in order to keep his job right now. He has done a solid job recruiting, Dalton, with back-to-back top 40 classes, but that's got to translate to wins right now. So you got an exciting quarterback in Malik Washington. We'll talk about later on, but there's another coach in the Big Ten right now, Dalton, and Mike Locksley, like Luke Fickell, that seems like you got to make a bowl game this year.
Yeah, and it's part of it is winning in big situations. Part of it is balancing this football team out. I mean, they started 4-0. We were really excited about them early in the year last year, right? And then they lost a few close games: Washington, Nebraska, UCLA, and then it just felt like the morale kind of got away from this team, and the flaws really started creeping in, right? So I think when you look at them just trying to sustain some early season success, they can do that with this quarterback. I think there's some other strengths on their team, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But I think when you look at this team, Locksley's really going to have to coach them through the hard times because, you start hot, you get cold, you lose a few close ones, but at the end of the day, losing close is still losing, right? And the only win they had in Big Ten play was against Wisconsin in their first Big Ten game. So they're going to have to figure it out, build around this quarterback, and find some more consistent success.
Absolutely. Speaking of that quarterback, that's their biggest strength is their quarterback. Their exciting sophomore quarterback in Malik Washington really showed some serious flashes last year as a true freshman. Started all 12 games for the Terrapins, entered the year as a top 15 quarterback recruit in the country, and showed why in his true freshman year. Over 2,900 passing yards, 3rd among all true freshmen in America. Ideal build for a quarterback too at 6'5" and 231 pounds. The arm is absolutely live too. The makings of a potential NFL quarterback are all in there for Malik Washington. Just got to be fully unlocked right now. And Dalton, I know you're going to break him down later on, but your question mark is kind of around the offense too, and where this run game is going to come from.
Yeah, this is the real problem. Is for as much as we love Malik Washington, and we love him, we'll get more into that. This team has got to find a way to run the football. They had the lowest run rate in the Power Four. They only ran the ball 33% of the time. All right. I mean, that's just, you've got to be able to take the pressure off. And I know there's games where they were behind, but even in tighter games, they need to find a way to run the football. 2nd fewest rushing yards in the Power Four, only ahead of Cal, who also had a great true freshman quarterback. So a little bit of irony there. The same goal for both teams: 4.1 yards per design carry, one of the 15 worst in the country. 33 explosive runs by their team the entire year. Bottom 10 in the country per PFF. They were the single worst run blocking team in the entire nation. So they've got to find a way between the offensive line, not a whole lot of transfers coming in. They get Telek Lockett coming in there from Texas State to play one guard spot, but it's going to be a lot of returners on the offensive line. You've got DeJuan Williams in the backfield, Harry Dalton transferring in the backfield. But they've got to find a way to take some of this pressure off of Malik Washington to have to carry them. If they can't run the football this year and he's just trying to carry them through every hard moment, they're really going to hinder his development. I believe that. Look, it's great to see him make some of the throws, but they've got to find a way to run the football in this conference.
Yeah, shout out Telek Lockett. I actually talked to him a few times on social media. He's a really good dude, too. Dalton, what's really fascinating, I think, is that you mentioned before the lowest run rate in the Power Four You just hired Clint Trickett as the new OC. At Jacksonville State, they ran the ball at a top 10 rate in college football, right? So they had the nation's leading rusher last year, too, in Cam Cook at Jacksonville State. So it could be a drastically different offense than the one that we saw under Pep Hamilton last year.
And it used to be the same way with Clint Trickett at Florida State as well. You remember when he was down there. So when you talk about that history and then coaching under Rich Rodriguez actually not Rodriguez last year, but at Jacksonville State, really carrying that tradition of running the football a lot down there, they've got to bring it. They've got to get more creative in this run game. They've got to get tougher on the offensive line. And again, the goal here is to take the pressure off of Washington so he can be more efficient. You can get a real play action game going and create explosive plays because he can really create that with his arm and his legs.
So break down the star player overall for Maryland overall and Malik Washington, who again has NFL starter upside if he really hits that ceiling.
He's got upside for days, Max. 6'5", 230 pounds, and until I watched him again within the last few weeks, I forgot this kid has got the rifle of rifles. I would actually venture to say just pure arm strength, maybe top 5 in the country. I mean, there's some elite arms out there. We've got obviously guys like Sellers and Levitt and Lagway, some guys with some absolute rockets. This kid's got ridiculous velocity. The ball shoots out of his hand. Talk about vertical throws. You talk about opposite hash throws. He makes them look so easy. He got to even some work under center last year, I think is going to be valuable later down the road. But there's like a lot, it might not be the most impressive numbers ever, right? 57% completion, 17 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, but there is so much, I hate to put it like this, but there's so much like almost in his tape, right? Like if the ball placement and the mechanics just get a little more consistent. And again, he's dropping back every play. They have no run game. He's trying to bring this team back. So defensive lines are pinning their ears back and he's throwing off his back foot at times last year. But boy, when he steps into it and he's got a clean pocket and he can especially ripping the ball vertically and down the seams, well, there's not many guys with more arm talent than Malik Washington. They just need to be able to balance this offense out more and really lean into his talents even more. But this kid's got all the potential in the world. We're going to be talking about him in that 2028 draft class because he is ideally built. He's got an absolute rifle. And I'll tell you what, going through a season like he did, getting through the whole thing and still firing the whole way, this kid's got some toughness about him too.
I mean, that 2028 quarterback class, just looking ahead to it right now with him, Bryce Underwood, and Jaron Keave, Sunga Pelotelli, we got some 3 guys with rocket arms that could be, potential first-round picks in that 2028 draft class. I mentioned before, Dalton, how you need to balance this offense out. Well, the guy they're going to rely on to balance it out probably is going to be DeJuan Williams at running back. Redshirt sophomore now, 5'11", 215 pounds. Mentioned before how Maryland ran the ball at the lowest rate in the Power 4. They gave the ball to him a lot as a receiver though last year. 426 receiving yards for DeJuan Williams last year as a redshirt freshman, most of any running back in the Power 4 last year. Also led Maryland with over 500 rushing yards last year. 430 yards after the catch, third most of any running back in America. Decisive, one-cut runner. Really solid top speed for a 215-pound back, hit nearly 20 miles per hour in GPS tracking. Does have some issues with drops, a 10% drop rate last year. His vision could be a little bit better, too. Doesn't really find the secondary lanes too often. Doesn't really break that many tackles, generate that many yards after contact either. But DeJuan Williams was one of the best receiving backs that we had in college football last year and should be relied on a lot more in Clint Trickett's offense as a runner this year, too.
Totally agree. If they get a big year out of DeJuan Williams and balance this offense out, they can be really good. On the defensive side, I'm going to look at a guy who transferred in from Arkansas State last year, Dante Joyner out there at cornerback. 2 interceptions last year, led the team with 5 pass breakups, got some inside-outside versatility, which I really like, but they moved him mainly into the slot in the second half of last season. I think he had a lot more comfortability there, especially with the way that he likes to get downhill. This Maryland team, they really pressured teams on the back end from the secondary, forced a lot of turnovers last year. There's a big reason for the success early in the year. Joyner is going to be a big reason for that once again. And I actually think this pass defense, I know we've talked so much about their quarterback, and that's really the ray of hope here, but their pass defense in general with Joyner in this secondary, and then you look at guys like Sidney Stewart and Zahir Mathis on the defensive line with the pass rush, this could actually be a very underrated unit in the Big Ten. When you talk about the Terps being able, obviously, to throw the ball on offense, but their pass defense, I think at both levels could be really good this season.
Yeah, and Zion Ely coming as a true freshman, top 10 overall recruit in the country. I believe the number 2 edge rusher coming out of high school too. So a 5-star edge rusher coming in as a true freshman too. Really excited to see what he can do immediately for Maryland. Dalton, again, very similar question to the one we just had with Wisconsin. What's the ceiling? What's the floor? And also, what is the minimum for Mike Locksley to keep his job as Maryland's head coach?
The ceiling, obviously, being one of the, kind of the other teams in the Big Ten here is a little bit capped. You got tough games against Ohio State, at USC, Penn State at home. At Nebraska is tough too, but they played them tight last year, so I think they'd have a shot. I think it's really just going to come down to two things. How is Malik Washington developed going into year two? Because that year 1 to year 2 jump is always big. And then to me, it's just a balance on this football team. What does the supporting cast look like after losing their top 3 wide receivers last year, right? What do they look like in the run game after being so poor in the run game last year, right? And then their defense keeping up the momentum that at times they had last year. It faltered a little bit down the stretch, but can they keep that momentum going, right? So I think it's really, the ceiling's going to depend on Washington. It's probably still only about 7 or 8 wins. I think for Locksley to be safe, I don't know if there's maybe higher expectations, like you mentioned, for Fickle and Wisconsin, but I would think a bowl game could get it done. And then you go into year 3 of Malik Washington and you start building from there.
Yeah, I think bowl game is the minimum for Mike Locksley. I think if he goes 6-6, that probably would be enough in order to make another year for, I think, his 10th season as head coach there. I think 5-7 or less, he's not keeping his job, I think, at Maryland. We'll see for him. But yeah, you're right. I think ceiling, I mean, I struggle to see this team winning more than 6 games, like maybe 7 games, maybe. They have a couple games against Hampton and UConn. They definitely should win those two. But I mean, you got a tough out-of-conference game against Virginia Tech too. That's going to be a really interesting game with James Franklin. And then, like you said, UCLA, Illinois, Rutgers, Purdue, Wisconsin, even Nebraska. Like, those are some toss-up games too. So yeah, I don't really see this team winning more than 6 or 7 games at Maryland this year.
Yeah, and the other problem is if they are bad enough that they feel like they need to get rid of Locksley, does that also mean Malik is out the door? Not to put kind of the doomsday fork in the road part of this, but all of a sudden we question where Malik is playing next year, which could be a massive storyline going into the 2027 season.
I mean, Miami. I'm trying to think of something. It's Indiana was thrown around in the chat earlier too.
And I mean, LSU.
Eli saying he's a ball.
Eli wants him at Tennessee.
Got phase on Brandon. Eli, come on now.
But literally, anywhere as talented as this kid is, right? And the money's going to get thrown at him, especially if they can't if Locksley can't put together a good enough team to surround him this year and at least make a bowl game, that could be a huge story next offseason.
Definitely. All right, Dalton, let's move on from Maryland to another school in UCLA here at number 13. Brand new head coach, actually, in Bob Chesney. Because last year, Deshaun Foster, actually 2024, I should say, Deshaun Foster went 5-7 in his first year as head coach after 3 straight winning years under Chip Kelly. And then last year, 0-3 record, and they fired Deshaun Foster after that 0-3 record. They lost to UNLV and New Mexico in 2 of those first 3 games. They got blown out by Utah as well in the other game. Tim Skipper took over, had a 3-6 record with the Bruins, 3-9 record overall for UCLA. It does have some highs last year. Unfortunately, the biggest high came against my Penn State Nittany Lions when they beat Penn State too. But Dalton, I'm excited about this program right now. You hired a great head coach in Bob Chesney away from James Madison, who took over the James Madison job when Kursignetti left for Indiana. 21-6 record for Bob Chesney as JMU's head coach. A 12-2 record last year, which included its first Sun Belt title in program history and first playoff appearance in program history before losing to Oregon in the first round. They finished the year number 19 in the country. Its first time ever finishing the season ranked as an FBS school. He brought over Dean Kennedy as his offensive coordinator, who's been Chesney's offensive coordinator for the last 3 years. Colin Hitchler followed him as well as defensive coordinator, who was JMU's defensive coordinator last year. Number 11 transfer portal class coming in per on 3. 42 players transferring in, including 15 projected starters. And Dalton, you and I have texted about it. Me and Donnie have texted about it too. It feels like UCLA 3-9 record last year was rough, obviously, but they are moving in the right direction, I feel like, right now with Bob Chesney.
Of all, and look, we do so much prep on all 68 of these teams, and sometimes it can feel like a grind, and you're just kind of repeatedly doing the same thing. But I don't think out of the 68 that there are any more that I had more fun kind of digging in on than this UCLA team, right? And what all the guys that Bob Chesney's brought in, right? A good chunk of the core of that James Madison team that, don't forget, made the playoff last year, right? I mean, we shouldn't forget that. Dominated in the Sun Belt, almost beat Louisville early in the season, obviously lost to Oregon, which is what it is. But Chesney's a really darn good coach who's had success at multiple levels. You look at the players, the transfer portal class that they brought in general. I mean, you talk about the James Madison guys like Wayne Knight at running back and DJ Barksdale at corner, Sahir West at defensive end, right? And then some other guys that, you talk about really surprising that a team like UCLA got. You think about the linebackers, Sammy Omasigo from Oklahoma. You think about Teo Johnson, the free safety from Utah, one of the best free safeties in the country. This team has way more talent than they did last year. Like last year, you could tell, especially on the defensive side, they just didn't have the horses. They did not have enough. They had the little 3-game stretch where they played better offense, but this team did not have the horses last year. They've got some legitimate horses at a lot of different spots, especially at the skill positions this year.
And I'll just say it right now, the last struggling Big Ten team to hire a James Madison head coach, it worked out pretty damn well for them.
I don't know about, going to get there eventually. You were going to bring it up at least once.
I don't know about national title in year 2 or playoff appearance in year 1, but I do love the hire, Bob Chesney. I think he will be a really great head coach for UCLA too. Dalton, my biggest strength for the team outside of hiring Bob Chesney, the backfields on both sides of the ball, whether it be on offense with Nico Iamaleava coming back, a top 25 quarterback in the nation for us, Wayne Knight coming in at running back, 8th most rushing yards in the country last year at James Madison, and then the defensive backfield too, and that's secondary. Really nice pieces coming in, like Teo Johnson from Utah, like you mentioned before, slot corner DJ Barksdale from James Madison. Roderick Pleasant is back at corner too. It's a really solid year there. So the offensive backfield at quarterback and running back and the defensive backfield in the secondary, I really like a lot on both sides of the ball.
Agreed. They've got some real athletes. They do. I mean, I think that's really what you should like about it. We saw what even Nico Iamaleava can do in the run game last year. That's kind of when they got it going, is when he just got unleashed as a runner, and he's a dynamic athlete. Wayne Knight can take off on you on any given play. And then secondary, I'm with you, man. You talk about Teo Johnson as the backbone and guys like Barksdale back there. They're going to be they're going to be a much better defensive team. And Colin Hitchler's a really good defensive play caller too. That's going to be a much better unit than they had last year.
What's the biggest question mark you have for UCLA right now?
So it's going to be, as it so often is in the Big Ten, about how good you are in the trenches. Now, they've made a lot of different additions on both sides of the ball, but I do think there are some legitimate things to question, right? How much are they going to improve? They're going to have 3 starters on the offensive line. Now, he did bring in Carter Sweezy and Riley Robel, his starting guards from James Madison, in with him. You've got some other guys like Jordan Davis from South Alabama, Hall Schmidt from Boise State. He really is trying to build the trenches through the portal, right? Then you look at the one bit of hope that I would have here. Obviously, you've got guys like West and Aiden Gobera off the edge, and they're good players. They were good players for James Madison. This was legitimately the single worst pass rush team in the entire country last year. Dead last in the whole country in pressure rate and pass rush win rate. They only had 10 sacks last year's UCLA team did all season. So the defensive line part of it, I kind of go, well, they can't be any worse, right? So I still think there's a lot of questions at defensive tackle, and then you're asking group of 6 guys to move up, although very good ones, to move up and play at a Big Ten level every single week. That's going to be the question. This team, if they do make significant improvements, if they're significantly better in the trenches than they were last year, I think you're talking about a darn good football team, because you just mentioned all the athletes they have, and they've got a quarterback we believe in. He just had no help last year at all. If they're just solid, even average in the trenches on the offensive and especially the defensive line, where they had one of the worst D lines in the country last year, you're talking about kind of a resurrection of this program that can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we're not going to break him down in our defensive player spotlight, but man, I love the addition of Sahir West coming in from James Madison at edge rusher. He had 9 sacks, 34 pressures last year. Really solid run defender too. I think he's going to be a really good defensive lineman for them too. But you're right, the trenches are still kind of a question mark considering how bad they were last year at UCLA. And to also talk more about the quarterback right now, Nico Iamaleava, who we loved coming out of Tennessee, transferring into UCLA. Wasn't as good as he was in his 1 year with the Volunteers when he led them to the college football playoff, but you can kind of blame the supporting cast for why he came up a little bit short last year too.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the thing is for Nico, he's got as much talent as any quarterback in the country, right? He's 6'6", and he's got a just rocket of an arm that can get it to 70, 75 yards, and he can run like the wind. We learned that last year when he finally got unleashed. 7.9 yards per carry was second among qualified FBS quarterbacks, right? And you talk about his ability as a scrambler, what he could add to the option game. And when you think about how James Madison, let's just take that for an example, how they ran their offense last year with Alonze Barnett, right? It was a lot of quarterback run, a lot of option game, up tempo, and slinging the ball down the field, right? That's when Barnett was at his best, is when he was slinging the deep ball. Nico's a juiced up version of that. They didn't need to bring the quarterback with them because they already had one here at UCLA. And it's a huge win that Bob Chesney was able to hang on to Nico and have that skill set running this offense. Now you take the core of this James Madison team and you put a potential top, 15 to 20 quarterback in there when he's on. Nico's got all the tools in the world. We've seen it before. We've seen him lead a team to the playoff. I think this offense is a great fit for his skill set. And I think the dual threat ability of his legs and then the deep ball, just the unlimited ceiling that you have of just taking the top off of defenses if they have enough at wide receiver. He can lead a really good offense here. I think the run game, first and foremost, the option game of him and Wayne Knight, that's going to be really, really dangerous.
Yeah, and listen, we had him as a top 10 quarterback in America going into the year. Now he falls down into being a top 25 one, but I do think the reason why he fell down is really due to that supporting cast where it was really good at Tennessee, not so good at UCLA last year. I think it's a lot better this year at UCLA, though. So I'm really excited to see what he could do in his second year now at UCLA. Speaking of supporting cast, talk about Wade Knight a little bit more, too. He was really good last year at James Madison. He's a redshirt senior, 5'7", 193 pounds. So he was kind of an undersized running back, but he had over 1,300 rushing yards, eighth most in the country, 391 receiving yards as well, fifth most in the country, sixth most runs of 15 plus yards. This guy is an absolute elite athlete, man. He hit nearly 22 miles per hour in his top speed. He can run away from defenders when he has a crease. He runs hard through contact too. 3.8 yards after contact per attempt. He has an explosive lower half, low center of gravity too, plays bigger than his size would suggest. He's a weapon as a return specialist too. He returned kicks and punts at James Madison last year and was really great at both of them too. Relatively average at breaking tackles, which is to be expected for a guy who's sub 200 pounds and 5'7". But I really like this guy a lot, Dalton. Now there is a question of how will he do against the bigger and better defenders in the Big Ten compared to what he was playing against last year in the Sun Belt Conference. But Wayne Knight, man, is a really exciting running back as a runner, as a receiver, and as a return specialist too.
Similar dynamic that we talked about with Wisconsin. When you've got Wayne Knight and Nico Iamaleava in your backfield, you got two guys that can absolutely fly. It's going to be a funny dynamic with Nico at 6'6" and Knight at 5'7". He's going to have to squat down a little bit to get the handoffs going in the shotgun. But otherwise, man, when you talk about two big playmakers on the ground like that, it really stresses out, especially East and West defensive front sevens, right? Because you're talking about the option threat, and either one of them can take off for 20, 30, 50 yards at any given time. So I think those lanes, look, the offensive line is going to be a question, the toughness of this team maybe, but when you talk about the lanes being open and there being space to work with the combination of this running back and this quarterback, this run game could be a lot of fun to watch this year.
Tell me more about Teo Johnson, Dalton, the star safety transferring into UCLA as well from Utah.
So if Colin Hitchler is going to run this defense like he did at James Madison, Teo Johnson's the perfect free safety to have, right? He can absolutely fly. He's a former wide receiver. He's got 3 years of starting experience as Utah's free safety. And first and foremost, I want to know how in the world, I know there's a lot going on at Utah this offseason, but how in the world did Bob Chesney pull this off and get this guy, one of the best free safeties in the country, when, look, Utah lost Kyle Whittingham. They didn't lose Morgan Scalley. They didn't lose Teo Johnson's coach.
He could have gone to Michigan too.
He could have gone to Michigan. He could have gone, honestly, a kid with this type of talent could have gone darn near anywhere. He probably could have gone to Ohio State if he wanted to, considering the openings at safety there. But to get this guy, 2 interceptions last year, 13 stops, 52 tackles. And I mean, you talk about a guy with you talk about blazing speed on your offensive side of the ball. Talk about legitimate blazing speed and a guy looking to force turnovers at all times. And the amount that Hitchler ran man coverage, man free, cover one last year, and to have Johnson in that perfect role as the center fielder, there is a world where he leads the Big Ten in interceptions. I really think, though, it's a perfect scheme fit. It's a super talented player who can be the backbone of this secondary. And the fact that he won't have to come up and run support quite as well, because you really think about his role at Utah, it was a lot of the same things we've talked about for 2 or 3 years, right? With Johnson, where it's like, hey, everybody's on the outside, and man, you just sit back there and pick the ball off, right? You just get to the football and fly wherever you need to. I think it's a perfect fit. He's a little bit reckless as a tackler. There's times where he's going to kind of grab on if he's in trouble, but I think it's a great fit. I think Teo Johnson could be the backbone of this entire defense.
Dalton, let's get to the bottom line now for the UCLA Bruins. What should we expect in year one under Bob Chesney? What should be the ceiling? What's the floor? What's the expectation for Bob Chesney? Will he have a immediate turnaround playoff type season like his predecessor, Curt Cignetti, did at Indiana? What should we expect for Bob Chesney at UCLA?
I don't think an Indiana Cignetti type year. I mean, you still got some rough games at Oregon, at Michigan, like USC, right across town. They're still obviously going to be very good, but I have a hard time keeping the floor too low on this team. There's a lot of talent, and if it's a lot better coach team than we saw the last couple of years, I mean, I know I even see some of the swing games that you have here, right? You talk about Maryland and Wisconsin and Michigan State. I think overall this team has more talent than some of those teams, right? Even a game like Cal, week one against at Cal, that's going to be one of the best games in the country, in the entire country in week one, because you look at Cal and everything, new coach and what we expect out of them, and you look at UCLA and just the more that I dig into the talent of this team, right now they're 13th for us. Would it really shock me? I know this isn't like some huge playoff type jump like Cignetti got, but would it shock me if they ended up the season top 7 or 8 in the Big Ten? Not really. It's a talented football team. So I think the best way I can put it is they're going to be better than last year, because there's certain parts of the team that couldn't get any worse. They're going to be better. I think if you take this team lightly, even if you're one of the usual, maybe not heavyweights, but the light heavyweights in the Big Ten, like a USC or an Illinois, you better not mess around with this team, because I think there's plenty enough talent to win a lot of football games, maybe even up to 7, 8, or maybe even 9 football games with this talent.
Yeah, and I remember Dalton, I don't want to keep making the Curt Cignetti comparison, but I remember when Curt Cignetti got hired at Indiana, you and I, not to like toot our horn or anything, but you and I were even saying like, hey, this Indiana team's getting undervalued like preseason for that before his first year. But we also said like 7 or 8 wins, and of course he went way beyond that and made the college football playoff in his first year. I kind of feel like 7 or 8 wins is possible again at UCLA, even after going 3-9. Really, the comparisons to Indiana are really striking, because you got a 3-9 Indiana coming off his last year before Cignetti, 3-9 UCLA coming off his last year before Chesney, and both James Madison coaches both brought in a bunch of transfers too. I think 7 or 8 wins is possible. Now maybe Chesney, blows our expectation out of the water too, but I do think UCLA, like Indiana, was getting undervalued in year one under Bob Chesney. I definitely think a bowl game, 7, 8 wins is possible, which coming off a 3-9 year last year and a 4-8 year, I believe, the year before that, or 5-7 year before that. That's a big success for Bob Chesney in year one. So I definitely think a bowl game is possible, and maybe even more than that. Maybe even 7 or 8 wins is possible for UCLA as well. All right, Dalton, let's get to another school at number 12 here in Northwestern, with David Braun at head coach, who has done really an absolutely terrific job as head coach, taking over for Pat Fitzgerald. He has had winning seasons in 2 of his 3 years at Northwestern. Both of them culminated in bowl game victories. Last year, they won the Game Above Sports Bowl. 4-20 record in the 2 years before he got promoted to head coach. And remember, he got promoted to head coach, I believe, in June before his first season, because Pat Fitzgerald got fired that summer for the hazing scandal. So David Braun, who was the defensive coordinator at Northwestern, he found out he was the head coach of that program like a month or 2 before the season even got started at Northwestern, and they still had a great year that year too. So David Braun, man, has done an unbelievable job. I think it gets really underrated when talking about the best coaches in college football. What he's done at that program has been really, really impressive. Offensive line was outstanding last year. Top 20 in pass blocking and run blocking, grade from PFF. Preston Stone, who we liked a lot going into the year, really struggled though at quarterback, but a new quarterback coming in Aiden Childs from Michigan State. You have a stud center in Azomo Rodokai, but questions elsewhere. You have a new and exciting offensive coordinator, Dalton, and Chip Kelly coming in, who was the Raiders offensive coordinator last year and won a national title with Ohio State as their OC in 2024. Tim McGarrigle is back at defensive coordinator for his third season as well, too. So it's an exciting coaching staff that Northwestern is building right now, too, with Chip Kelly coming in. Of course, Dalton, I should mention this too. Jerry Neuheisel, who was the interim OC at UCLA, who had that really people thought he could be a head coach after he beat Penn State too. So I think it's a really fun coaching staff that David Braun's putting together at Northwestern right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Chip Kelly is the new offensive coordinator coming in with Neuheisel on the staff. That's really going to be the X factor for this team. Obviously, we watched Chip Kelly win a national title with Ohio State just 2 years ago. Things last year in Vegas didn't really go so well for him. But, I think when you look at the amount of talent that they do have, and under David Braun, they've been playing good defense every single year, even in years when we don't think, okay, is this going to be the year where they drop off on defense? No, they put a good competitive unit out there. And I think Kelly, as the OC, really is the X factor of this whole team, you could argue.
Definitely. I want to shout out a lot of skill position players that Chip Kelly has to work with right now. You brought back your leading rusher from last year in Caleb Komolafe, who had over 900 yards. Number 2 running back coming back too, and Joseph Hyman, who had nearly 500 yards last year. Brought back the top 2 receivers in Griffin Wild and Hayden Elegon, who both combined for over 1,400 yards. Gavin Sawchuk transferring in from Florida State. He was FSU's number 1 running back last year. Now, Aiden Childs, we'll talk about more in just a second. He does have his question marks, but there is a lot of talent around him right now. I know Chip Kelly is very excited about a lot of the skill position players he's got to work with at Northwestern this year.
No, he should be, and that's what he's going to build it around. Obviously, he's going to get up tempo. You've got Komolafe in the backfield. You've got Wilde and Elegon at wide receiver. That Childs really is going to have more weapons to work with. I think, although he had Nick Marsh at Michigan State last year and couldn't make it work, but there's definitely a more balanced set of weapons to work with here at Northwestern. And Chip Kelly's just going to have to figure it out. To me, in the trenches, that's the biggest question on both sides of the ball: is how good this team can be in the trenches. Other than Azoma Radakai at center, you're going to have 4 new starting offensive linemen. Internally, they've got, guys like Dennis Rahuski and Anthony Bursa who have a little bit of experience. Grant Segrin brought in from Oklahoma State as well, but that's really going to be a guy that's going to be in the spotlight, because Caleb Tiernan, gone to the NFL, he played 97% of this team's snaps at left tackle over the last 3 years. So you lose a stud like that, along with several other starters on your offensive line, got some things to figure out. And then the defensive line, 4 of their 5 best defensive linemen from last year are gone. Michael Kilbane, to me, is their star defensive player. He's the only guy who had at least 15 pressures last year. They're going to be looking for him, and maybe Jamal Johnson on the defensive line coming in from UCF to really fill that unit out. So, you've got one stud, I would say, on each side of the O-line and D-line, but they're really filling in a lot of the other starters in depth here with those 2 units.
Yeah, we'll talk more about those studs in just a second. But Dalton, first talk about Aiden Childs, the transfer quarterback coming in from Michigan State. He's been Michigan State's starting quarterback in each of the last 2 years, but has left a lot to be desired, really, as a passer.
I think that's really the best way to put it. Now, what you want in this offense is he's a really good athlete. He can shake tacklers. Over the last 2 years, 53 missed tackles forced as a runner. That's 14th most among all quarterbacks, right? Talking about a kid who grew up in high school playing basketball. Jonathan Smith really liked his athleticism at Oregon State, and then brings it over with him to Michigan State. And the consistency and the mechanics and the accuracy never really came together. He's a legitimately dangerous runner, really good scrambler who can shake tackles at all times, and he's got the arm strength. Let's not get this mixed up. It's not like he doesn't have the arm. It's just not consistent enough. He needs to set his feet. There can't be as many easy misses. He's a really good athlete. I'm sure Chip Kelly is going to get him out on the move, and he's going to use him a ton in the option game, as he's done with so many quarterbacks over the years. But the question is going to be, when this team is in tight games, or if they're behind, they're in 1-score games, when they need 3rd and 7 and they need him to take 3 steps and a hitch or 2 and get the football where it needs to be. Can he do that? Because right now, the biggest problem with him is his footwork and his mechanics affecting his accuracies all over the place when it comes to throwing within the pocket. If he gets any better there, and Chip can kind of hide some of those deficiencies in neutral situations, he can run this offense. But he's really the biggest question mark to me on the entire offense, maybe even more so than the offensive line.
Yeah, especially when the offensive line has a superstar in the middle of it, like Azoma or Rodokai right now, our number 6 interior offensive lineman in college football, redshirt sophomore, 6'4", 310 pounds. Started at left guard last year for Northwestern as a redshirt freshman, but should move inside as center this year. 81 career pass blocking grade from PFF, only 1 sack or hit allowed, only 13 pressures allowed, and almost 500 snaps. 72 PFF grade overall, top 20 in the Power 4 very strong grip that latches onto defenders. It's a really sturdy anchor that really stops bull rushes in their tracks, too. Sometimes plays an inconsistent base. Sometimes you notice it's too wide or too narrow at times. His lateral agility, I think, is a little bit lacking as well. His run blocking tape is just okay. He doesn't really move defenders that much in the run game, but really excellent pass blocker as a redshirt freshman last year at left guard. We'll see what he could do at center now, but really that move to center, Dalton, couldn't mitigate some of the issues, quickness issues that we saw on tape from him at guard. I'm excited to see what he could do now playing center for Northwestern this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's really got to be the leader, the anchor of this offensive line after losing so many veterans and really good players. I mean, especially when you talk about Caleb Tiernan out there at left tackle, these are not easy guys to replace, and Hawkeye is going to have to be the leader of that unit.
So tell me more about the star defensive player in Michael Kilbane, the star edge rusher.
Yeah, I think when you look at Michael Kilbane on the defensive line, kind of like Hawkeye on the offensive side, he's the one guy who is the stud on that unit while we fill everything else out, right? He's the highest graded returning defensive player on this unit. Big, heavy power rusher at 275 pounds, 42 pressures, 5 sacks last season. And what he brings with the power off the edge, he's going to win mostly with the bull rush as a pass rusher. And he is a terrific, stout run defender. You talk about setting an edge. Michael Kilbane really sets an edge. If I'm playing Northwestern, I'm trying to run the opposite direction. But there's even times when he can get down inside, especially in pass rush situations. He can get down inside with his strength and his power, and he can fit right in going against these interior offensive lines in the Big Ten. He's going to be really isolated this time as really Northwestern's only proven great defensive lineman, but he's really, really good. A solid, reliable two-way player you have in Kilbane here.
Dalton, I actually want to go to the chat for a second because I saw you responded to Love and Life in Alaska, who said, really, is Chip Kelly a flash in the pan right now? Because, of course, it doesn't really give him that much credit, he says, for the OSU national title, because when he's had, less powerful teams like the Eagles or Niners or Raiders, he hasn't looked as good. What would your response be to that? How good do you think of an offensive mind Chip Kelly is right now?
No, Chip Kelly, especially at the college level, is one of the best offensive minds of the last 25 years. I think when you look at so many offenses being influenced by what Kelly, especially what he used to do at Oregon, I mean, they just never won a national title at Oregon, but they got there and he was really good. I mean, you remember the year that Nick Foles in Philly had 27 touchdowns and 2 picks. That was Chip Kelly calling the plays, right? So maybe his style of up-tempo and spread out like that wasn't sustainable in the NFL. If you look at the Niners and the Raiders situations that he was in, those were just disasters. I could take those off the board. And then I think he needs to get more credit for, that run that Ohio State made 2 years ago, because they, we talked about it on this show. They adjusted the run game. The offensive line was in shambles with injuries. They really had to figure out, and keep in mind the one thing with the quarterback too, and this is where you might have some hope for Aiden Childs here. Will Howard was not a good drop back passer at Kansas State. He gets with Chip Kelly, and all of a sudden and I know he's got the weapons, and it's Ohio State's a way different outside than Kansas State is. But Will Howard had a lot of work to do to get to that point that he could win that team a national championship. And I think that's such a huge credit to Chip Kelly. So look, Chip Kelly's one of the elite coaches of the last 25, 30 years. And to get him in a place like Northwestern with some solid skill talent, I think it's a huge win for them. I really do.
Yeah, definitely. Also, you mentioned before too, Dalton, that national title run, like you said, the change in the run game, like they played a lot more, I believe, gap runs in that playoff run, made it a lot simpler for the offensive line. And putting together a patchwork offensive line that got bullied by Michigan in the season finale, and then they rattled off, all the wins to get to a national title that year. I think he does deserve a lot of credit for that run.
And those 4 games, look at the 4 defenses that, 3 of them they absolutely shredded, and the 4th one they found a way. When you look at that Tennessee defense with James Pierce, and then you had that Oregon defense, and then you had Texas, who they found a way to scratch it out, and then they shredded Notre Dame's defense. I mean, Chip Kelly's one of the best in the business. I think, when we saw that he got hired by Northwestern, we were like, man, there's probably even bigger programs than that could have gone and got him.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Dalton, let's get to the bottom line now for Northwestern. Coming off another great season, really, under David Braun. What is the expectation that you have for Northwestern this year? What's the ceiling? What's the floor for them?
Yeah, it's a tough schedule. When you talk about having to play the big three in the Big Ten, Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State, I mean, I'm not sitting here, picking this team to be a dark horse to make the playoff or anything like that. There's some tough games there. Then you get Penn State and Iowa also, at Minnesota, Illinois. Like, there's a lot of tough games on this schedule. I think they can make a bowl game again. They absolutely have the talent to do that. And if the offense is coached even better, and if Aiden Childs can play up, I think there is a road where you can get to 7, 8, maybe even pipe dream 9 wins somewhere in there. I think it's kind of more of the same that we saw 7-6 last year. Could be floating around there, maybe even an 8-4, 8-5 type of season. I think is possible, but really going to depend a lot on your quarterback playing behind a mostly brand new offensive line.
Yeah, I think making a bowl game should be the goal. I think anything less than that you should be looking at as a minor disappointment. It's just hard at Northwestern, like a program like that. It's just, behind a lot of other schools and resources. It's kind of is a ceiling on that program, but definitely making it 6 or 7 wins, maybe even 8 wins. That'd be a really successful year for Northwestern. I think that's should be a goal for them, right? I think making a bowl game and as they've done in recent years under David Braun, that should be the goal for this program right now. But yeah, I think that's around the range I would say for Northwestern. Probably 5-7 or worse is probably a failure every year. I would consider for Northwestern, considering how good of a coach David Braun is right now. All right, Dalton, let's get to the next team. By the way, we have like about 50 viewers right now. Really appreciate you guys watching. Want to remind you, only 35% of you watching right now are subscribed. If you do subscribe, you can get active in the chat, and we will read out a lot of your messages in the chat too. So please, it's very simple. Just hit that subscribe button. That really helps the show out, and leave a like too. That really helps us out too. So at number 11 is the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Back-to-back 8-5 years for PJ Fleck at Minnesota. They have won their bowl game in 5 straight seasons, most recently beating New Mexico in the Rate Bowl. They did beat up on lesser competition, though, last year and struggled against good teams. Only 95th in offensive EPA per play last year, 65th on defense, too. Brought back Greg Harbaugh Jr. at offensive coordinator. Danny Collins is back at defensive coordinator for a second season as well. Darius Taylor is back at running back. You brought back Drake Lindsey at quarterback too. You're kind of looking to take that next step though as a program under PJ Fleck now that Greg Harbaugh Jr. and Danny Collins got their feet wet last year as first time coordinators for Minnesota. Now they're entering their second season. Now you're hoping for a little bit of a jump from Minnesota this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you talk about a really solid, consistent, and talented program that PJ Fleck has built here. They play good football, right? They're balanced. They play rugged offense with a really good run game in Darius Taylor. You've got a young quarterback in Drake Lindsey who gives you a lot of hope. And then you look at this defense. Minnesota's always one of the more sound teams in the country defensively, especially to me on the back end in the secondary. So there's a lot that is very reliable about this Minnesota team. And I think that's what you like about them, at least in the middle of the pack here of the Big Ten going into the season again.
Yeah, I love the backfield that Minnesota's got right now because Drake Lindsey, I mean, we're not as high on Drake Lindsey, Dalton, as a lot of draft analysts seem to be, but he has gone, I've seen top 5 overall hype in the NFL draft hype. We'll talk about him later on just a second too, but he's a big, strong-armed pocket passer, really impressed last year as a redshirt freshman. Darius Taylor back at running back too. He has led Minnesota in rushing in each of the last 3 seasons. He's currently 10th all-time in rushing yards in school history. Probably going to move up that list after this year too. He was a top 10 running back for us in the country last year before missing 3 games due to injury. So a lot of potential in that backfield right now. What's the biggest question you have, Dalton, from Minnesota right now?
This is fun. This was a fun one because so often it's like a certain unit or they lost all of this or that or whatever. And this team, they're bringing back so much of the core of it. Lindsey and Taylor, like you just mentioned, their top 2 receivers are back. Good offensive line, pretty good defense. Anthony Smith's one of the best pass rushers in the country. John Nestor out at corner, right? And I look at them and I go, okay, this is a good football team. Is there more? Is there more to the Minnesota Golden Gophers than just, hey, we're going to go 8-5 every year and be content with that, right? You go look at last year. 6 of their 8 wins came against teams below 500, right? The two wins against winning teams, Nebraska and then New Mexico, they squeaked out in their bowl game, right? They barely beat Rutgers. They barely beat New Mexico. New Mexico's a good team. They struggled for 3 quarters with Buffalo. But then you look at their 5 losses, right? Northwestern, Ohio State, Oregon, Iowa, Cal, right? And especially you'll talk about, Ohio State and Oregon and Iowa as like, prime Big Ten contenders, right? Outscored 190 to 68 And in those games, Drake Lindsey didn't play well, and their defense just couldn't hold. They didn't play up in those games once they couldn't find the momentum. I just, in general, just have a challenge for this team just going, hey, is there another level or not? Right? Like, I think that's what it comes down to. Like, I know they can beat Purdue and they can beat Rutgers and they can beat the teams they're supposed to beat. They're going to do that. Can they beat anybody they're not supposed to? Because to me, that's been the history the last couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years going back, is it's just like, when do you assert yourself, if ever, into another tier up? Even the tier with, say Michigan and USC and Iowa, right? Because Minnesota, if we were making tiers in the Big Ten, I might put them at the very top of like the third tier, maybe. Yeah. Right. And we have them a little even lower here because there's some darn good teams in the Big Ten. But at any given year, like, that's the best that they need to be able to play up against the better teams on their schedule. Right. Like, this year, I know they're going to win some out of conference games. They're going to beat Purdue. But I go, when you're playing at Washington and Michigan and Iowa and Indiana and at Penn State, let's call those the 5 big games. How many do you have in you? Because if you go 0-5, you really don't do anything for me. Yeah. So I just think this team, with as much experience as they have and a second-year quarterback, show me. It's not really, I don't have one area of this team. You look at every area of this football team, you go, that's solid. That's pretty solid. Well, they're pretty good there too. Like, but where are they great?
Yeah.
And when are they going to be great when it matters?
Definitely. And Dalton, speaking of, like, a quarterback that's kind of the same inkling too, and Drake Lindsey, who, someone in the chat even saying, are any plans to do a collab with the NFL Stock Exchange boys? Connor and Trevor do a great job, by the way. Go check them out, covering the NFL draft. Speaking of the NFL draft, Dalton, Drake Lindsey is getting a lot of hype right now for the NFL draft right now. How real is that hype? Do you really think this guy could be a first-round pick in the NFL draft at the end of the season? How real is Drake Lindsey as an NFL prospect, and what do you make of his redshirt freshman year last year?
If you're a tools guy that likes big framed, old school 6'4" pocket passers, yeah, you're going to like him. I think there's even some, do I want to say it's the same style as kind of Drew Aller-ish? Yeah, kind of. Like, you can tell he's got a rifle. He likes throwing it down the middle of the field. I thought that was clear when we were watching his high school tape. I was like, this kid loves to throw the deep posts and throw the ball down the seams, right? And there's certain balls between the hashes where you're like, yeah, that's it. Like, he has a plus arm, no question about it. It comes off easy, but it's live, right? So I think when you talk about him attacking the middle of the field, he can be really good. He can be that old school, like Aller was at Penn State, or like, you think about the old school big Ben Roethlisberger type of pocket passers. He can do that, but it really fell off in the second half last year, especially the accuracy when some of the pressure of the better defenses he was playing got to him, throwing off his back foot, leaning back in his delivery. I need more accuracy, because at the end of the day, the two things that make quarterbacks great are decision-making and accuracy. I thought that really wavered down the last, 7, 8, even 9 games of last season after such a hot start, right? And he's not very mobile. I think there's a lot of Drake Lindsey that I look at and I go, is it in there? Are the tools there? Absolutely. Do I watch some of his tape and also see Drew Aller and see some of the flaws we saw in Drew Aller at Penn State? Yes. So, take what you want from that. Drew Aller was a 3rd-round pick, and maybe he's a future quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But right now, Drake Lindsey feels like a very early, young version of Drew Aller to me, what we used to see in his first year and a half starting.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? I think Drake Lindsey's a big, strong arm pocket passer. I liked what I saw on tape for him last year. I understand some draft scouts who think he could emerge and become one of the top quarterbacks in next year's class. I would pump the brakes on it a little bit, just let him show more as a redshirt sophomore. But I see the vision with Drake Lindsey, absolutely. And another guy, Dalton, Greg Johnson on the offensive line at offensive guard, he has gotten some first-round hype too. Our good friend Mike Renner at CBS has put him in some of his first-round mock drafts too. He's a senior, 6'6", 325 pounds, our number 5 guard in America, number 8 interior offensive lineman in America, currently a projected day 2 pick in the NFL draft. He played left guard in 2023, started at center for Minnesota in 2024, moved back to left guard this past season. Only 10 pressures allowed on over 400 pass blocking snaps this past year. He looks like a tackle, right? He's 6'6", 325 pounds with outstanding length for the position. Really good athlete at that size too. He can get to the second level with ease. His pad level can be an issue at that size at offensive guard. His awareness on stunts and blitzes has to be better too, but massive build for a guard. He moves really well at that size too. got to improve his pad level and his awareness, but the NFL should be really intrigued by his tools. And I get why some draft analysts that I really respect, like Mike Renner, have him as a potential first-round guard right now.
Yeah, no, I was talking to somebody else about this yesterday. I think it was our good friend Josh Quepo, who covers the Tampa Bay Bucks. He was watching him yesterday or day before, and he was like, "What do you think?" And I was like, "That's probably at least a solid day two guy." I mean, you talk about that height and weight and that athleticism. I think got to get a little bit stronger, got to get the pad level down. But Greg Johnson's a really good player on a really good offensive line.
Dalton, I know some people might expect to see Anthony Smith here on the defensive player spotlight, a great pass rusher for Minnesota, but you wanted to shout out one of their star secondary players as well.
I mean, this was such a tough call because Smith is a good pass rusher, and I believe he was it second in the country in sacks last year? I think he was. But I also wanted to point out their star cornerback, John Nestor, who led all cornerbacks with 6 interceptions last year, also had 5 pass breakups. He's actually the highest graded returning Minnesota defender, according to PFF. Fights like hell at the catch point. He's got good size, really reacts and explodes downhill when he's in off coverage. A lot of zone coverage in this defense, and he explodes down towards the line of scrimmage really, really well. You know, he can turn and run on vertical routes. One of the better run defenders at corner that I watch. I think this is just an overall solid football player. I don't know necessarily down the line that he's an elite NFL athlete, but this is a guy I think who's just really heady and really attacks the football at all times. So Minnesota, look, they've got a good defense at all levels, right? Anthony Smith is a great shout as a pass rusher, one of the best in the country, but John Nestor on the back end is also a big reason for this team's success. I expect another big year for him.
Yeah, speaking of Anthony Smith, by the way, 14 sacks last year, second in America, only behind David Bailey, of course, who went number 2 overall in the draft. So, yeah, Anthony Smith is a really fun player to watch on tape, too. Excited to see him back at Minnesota for another year. But John Nestor is a really good call, too. I think it's kind of a guy that not a lot of people expected to see here, Dalton, but it's a good guy to shout out here because he is a really, really good player. 6 picks last year, like you said, is outrageous for a corner. So excited to see what he could do once again as a ball hawk for Minnesota's defense. And now without Coy Parrish there anymore, too, got to step up a little bit more in that secondary as well. Dalton, what's the bottom line for Minnesota? What's the expectation for the Golden Gophers? What's the ceiling? What's the floor for Minnesota this year?
I think they're actually one of the easiest teams in the country to predict. I know, when you look at games, well, they're absolutely going to win. I'd put, you got Eastern Illinois, you got Akron. I'd put Purdue in that mix. I don't think they're losing to Purdue, right? Even, when I look at a game like a Mississippi State, I kind of like Minnesota in that game, especially at home. I just think there's a low variance to this team. They're going to win somewhere between 6 and 8 games until they prove to me further that they can play with, and not even just, I'm not even talking about winning, that they can play with, the Indianas and the Michigans and the at Penn States and things like that. There's been too many non-competitive games against the best teams in this conference. And until they show me that, there's going to be a high floor and a hard cap is the best way I would put it. Somewhere between 6 and 8 games is what they're going to win.
Yeah, I would expect that too. I mean, it is a pretty difficult schedule too. I know some people might say like maybe miss a bowl game. I think they'll probably make a bowl game this upcoming season, but yeah, there's like 5 games on the schedule. I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be tough. Iowa, maybe they could win that Iowa game. It is at home at Minnesota, so maybe they could win that game. But at Washington, you got Michigan, at Indiana, at Penn State. That's gonna be tough, right? You got UCLA too. So yeah, I think somewhere around 7, 8 wins, 6 or 7, 8 wins. That's probably expectation for Minnesota. Missing a bowl game obviously should be seen as a failure for the Golden Gophers.
I mean, they've made a bowl game in 7 of the last 8 years, and the one year they didn't was actually 2020. They only played 7 games. So I mean, essentially, they've made a bowl game 7 years in a row. You could basically chalk that up. It's just a matter of is there anything left in the tank beyond that?
All right, Dalton. Let's move on to the next team in our power ranking. You should answer that Jets question in the chat real quick while I go over the next team. At number 10 for us is the Nebraska Cornhuskers right now under Matt Rule for a 4th straight year. 7 straight seasons for Nebraska with a losing record and no bowl appearances. And then they brought in Matt Rule to turn the program around, and he really did, right? Back-to-back 7-6 records at Nebraska with 2 bowl game appearances. They started 7-3 last year before losing the last 3 games of the season. Offense was pretty good, right? Top 50 in the country in EPA per play. Defense, though, not so much. They were 95th in the country in EPA per play and really struggled to stop the run last year. Lost a star running back in Emmett Johnson. Quarterback Dylan Raiola transferred over to Oregon to back up Dante Moore, too. Dana Holgerson entering his third season as offensive coordinator at Nebraska. Defensive coordinator John Butler was let go after the defense struggled so much last year. John Orich is coming in from San Diego State, and a great hire, I thought, by Matt Rule, too, because last year, Dalton, San Diego State was sixth in America in EPA per play. That was his first year as defensive coordinator last year, too. Brought in Anthony Calandria at quarterback from UNLV. Got a pretty good receiving core as well. But Matt Rule's done a really good job, Dalton, for a program that had 7 straight losing seasons, now back-to-back winning ones for Nebraska.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, there's some flaws to fill in on this team, and they're kind of in the same spot as Minnesota, where it's like, okay, when are you going to win the big games, right? And Matt Rule's been criticized a bit for that, but he's built a pretty stable program that seems to be getting just a little bit better at a time each year, right? So they're trying to figure out when they're going to break through and really into the contention in the Big Ten, but he's done a nice job really stabilizing things the last couple of years.
Certainly. Listen, I really like the back seven of this defense, right? Whether it be at linebacker or in the secondary. You got Vincent Shavers Jr. back at linebacker, really solid linebacker, I thought, last year for Nebraska. A star linebacker transferring in following his defensive coordinator, John Ulrich, and Owen Chambliss coming in from San Diego State. He was the 6th most valuable linebacker in America last year, according to PFF's wins above average metric. Another San Diego State transfer coming in, too, and Dwayne McDougal at safety. Great player for the Aztecs last year with 4 interceptions last year, and brought back 2 solid starters at corner as well, and Andrew Marshall and Donovan Jones. So back 7 of the defense, I think, is really, really strong for Nebraska, whether it be at linebacker or in the secondary. You have some question marks, Dalton, with their ability to run the ball and also stop the run on defense, though, too.
Yeah, coaches often talk about, and I think it was Kirby Smart at SEC Media Days just recently, yesterday or today, that was talking about, hey, you got to run and stop the run, right? Nebraska last year, they could run the ball last year with Emmett Johnson, but Emmett Johnson's a Kansas City Chief now, and they basically did nothing externally to replace him. So they're just going to rely on guys like Isaiah Mosey and Makai Nelson and whoever else at running back. And, you know, Mosey's got 115 rushing yards last season. Nelson has 153 yards in 2 years. So kind of question this running back position. I like their offensive line, especially with your guy Justin Evans leading the way at center, but no clue what they're looking like at running back right now. And then last year, the biggest flaw on this team was their run defense. Their back seven was really good last year. Their back seven is going to be good against this year. Those linebackers are going to play a big part. But last year, 5.5 yards per carry allowed, 118th in the country. 30 rushing touchdowns allowed, bottom 15 in the country. The defensive line was really the biggest problem last year, right? And if you don't have at least a respectable defensive line that doesn't just get run over every play like it did last year, your linebackers, it's really not going to matter because they're not going to be freed up to make tackles, right? So they're hoping they can get help from some transfers. Owen Stoudemire coming in from Boston College, Jasir Whittington coming in from Pitt, Anthony Jones from UCLA. They need this defensive line especially to be functional, just functional, stopping the run with a really good group of linebackers behind them, because there was way too many games. You think about the Michigan game, you look at their bowl game against Utah, they just got run over constantly in their front seven last year. That part has to get way better this season.
Yeah, they're probably hoping that Ndamukong Suh had one more year of eligibility the way their defensive line looked last year, because it was rough.
They might be able to get it, to be honest. Just any, the Google word of the year is injunction, so they might be able to get it anyway.
Exactly, they might be able to. Just to see if any eligibility left, honestly. Dalton, let's talk about a really exciting transfer they have coming in, though, in Anthony Calandria at quarterback, who was freaking awesome. There's no way around it, man. He was awesome last year at UNLV.
Hey, boy, you talk about a kid from St. Pete that can really play, man, at quarterback, and he's not the most imposing guy, 6'1", he's a good athlete. He kind of really creative as a runner, one of those really good improvisers. 2 years at Virginia where it was kind of up and down in a period of Virginia football that wasn't as good as it was last year. He goes to UNLV. He wins Mountain West Offensive Player of the Year, right? He's outstanding. He's throwing the ball out to the perimeter, down the field. He's scrambling all over the place. He's making every play he can for a high-flying UNLV offense under Dan Mullen. Led all Mountain West players, running backs included, with 35 explosive runs. This kid is a legitimate dual threat. And I always go back to, I asked one of our, because he played, so when I coaches St. Pete High down there, and he played at one of the rival schools. And I asked one of our coaches down there who was still coaching, I said, what do you make of this kid from Lakewood, this Calandria? And he goes, one word, swagger. I was like,
Yep.
oh, okay, that's what you. That's it in a quarterback right there. But you look at on top of that, clean mechanics, really compact, whether it's in the pocket or on the move. One of the best perimeter passers in the country last year. When you talk about a guy who can throw out towards the numbers in a spread offense, Calandria is really, really good. I question a little bit whether there's more over the middle of the field, especially if teams are going to lock up on the outside, some of the better secondaries in the Big Ten. But this kid can play, man. Anthony Calandria can really play, and it feels like Dan Mullen just unlocked all of his talents in that offense at UNLV last year.
Yeah, speaking of swagger, this actually ended up losing a game for him at Virginia. But remember his I think it was true freshman year at Virginia when they lost to NC State, and he threw a crazy touchdown, got hit. His helmet was kind of half off, and he stood up, took the helmet completely off, and just stood there basically mocking NC State. Got a 15-yard penalty for it, which I actually think might have helped NC State win that game. But yeah, swagger is the word, Dalton. And former St. Pete quarterback, is he any better than you were playing quarterback back there at St. Pete?
Oh, absolutely. There's a reason. There's a reason I'm doing this right now. What are you kidding? Yes, I'm sitting here with you. Yes, Anthony Calandria is better than me. Of course he is. There's a reason I went into coaching. This kid's still going.
I wanted to see how the confidence from you, but okay, that's good to know that you have at least a good understanding of how good you are as a player.
Come on, there's nobody on the planet who one word would describe me with swagger. Absolutely not. No,
I would not. I would not say that either.
Nobody. Our chat is doing I'm getting asked about the next Jets draft already.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about swagger in our chat.
You can't have swagger as a Jets fan. No, that's and a Mets fan too.
It would be undeserved. It would be undeserved.
What do you have swagger about, man?
What are you so arrogant about? Exactly.
Let's talk more about the star offensive player for Nebraska, which honestly is their center, Justin Evans, man. He's a freaking stud. Number 3 interior offensive lineman for us in the country. Our number 2 center in the country as well. Would have been number 1 if Cade Pieper, who we'll talk about later for Iowa, wasn't moving inside to center. Redshirt senior, 6'2", 315 pounds. Started at left guard the previous year, moved to center last year. Most valuable center in the Power 4 last year, according to PFF's wins above average metric. Best PFF grade of any returning Power 4 center as well. 0 sacks and only 1 hit allowed last year. Really good run blocker too. Really strong, dense build with good grip strength. Plays a lot of power. Can drive defenders at will. Great athlete. And we talk about miles per hour for a lot of running backs and receivers. He hit 16 miles per hour at 315 pounds last year. So that's really, really impressive. Rarely misses stunts too. Now, he does play out on his toes a little bit too much. He kind of leads to him missing defenders when he lunges, but his tape overall, Dalton, is as clean as it gets right now at center. And in terms of guys who played center last year and will play center again this year, he is the best returning one in the country.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, just a solid, you talk about clean. I think that's the word that you want from your center. You want clean, you want smart. Justin Evans is both of those things. He might not blow you away with athleticism like a Jason Kelsey. He might not blow you away with power like some of the old centers used to, but just a good, solid, sound football player, especially with a new quarterback coming in. When you have a veteran center like this coming back who's so fundamentally sound, such a great asset to have for Dana Holgorsen and Anthony Calandria in this offense.
Definitely. Tell me more about the star linebacker transferring in, though, and Owen Chambliss from San Diego State.
Boy, you talk about a guy who racks up the stats. 110 tackles last year, 57 stops, was 9th most in the FBS, 16 pressures, 3 sacks, an interception. Honestly, I was surprised watching him play in coverage that he only had 1 interception, because it wouldn't shock me at all if he racked up several more than that. This kid is a legitimate athlete who can play in open space. He's got a really quick trigger, first team All Mountain West, lateral agility, mostly sound tackler, can lean in on the slot responsibilities when the formations call for it. This is a really darn good all-around football player. And look, there was a lot of talent on that San Diego State team last year. You think about Chris Johnson getting drafted. You think about also Dexter McDougal playing safety for this team. But Owen Chambliss was really the leader of an elite defense last year in the Mountain West, the best defense in the Mountain West last year. This year, he's looking to be the leader of this Nebraska defense, and he can do that. The only question I have is just please, this defensive line this year, free this guy up to make plays, and he's going to make an absolute shit ton of them.
Yep. Dalton, what is the bottom line for Nebraska? Minimum, floor, ceiling, expectation for Nebraska? What do you expect for the Cornhuskers this year?
I think the floor and the ceiling is kind of fun for this team, because I think it's pretty easy to define, right? They're, unfortunately for them, playing the big 3 in the Big Ten, right? Indiana, Ohio State, Oregon. That's tough. That's obviously tough to favor either of the, Nebraska against any of them, even with 2 at home. You got 3 out of conference games that they're going to win. And then you look at them kind of being just in the mosh of the middle of the Big Ten. Iowa, Rutgers, Illinois, Washington. Like there's a lot of tweener games in here where you go, hey, there's a road to 9 wins. There's maybe a road to missing a bowl game and anything in between. And it's going to just kind of depend on Calandria getting the chemistry with guys like Neziah Hunter and Ja'Cory Barney, the Dana Holgerson, as well as the play calling. And then again, they got to run. They got to stop the run. Because if you're relying too much on Calandria to carry your team, might not work at this level. So pretty wide range of outcomes, but this is a pretty good football team with a lot of good things on it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on Anthony Calandria. There's a lot of pressure on John Ulrich, too. Right, a guy who's unbelievable as a defensive coordinator in his 1 year as defensive coordinator at San Diego State. He comes over and performs maybe not as a top 10 defense in the country like San Diego State had last year, but somewhere close to that. I mean, yeah, this could be a really, really dangerous team that maybe could give an Indiana, or Oregon, Ohio State a run for their money, because Indiana and Ohio State are both at Nebraska, right? So it could be interesting games, but I think they are going to be significant underdogs in those games. But you're right, Dalton, somewhere around 6-6, maybe a little bit better than that, maybe going 7-5. That's probably the expectation for Nebraska. I know some Nebraska fans want to take that next step, but it's a tough schedule, right? Facing those three of the top 5 teams in the country, I would argue, right now in Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. So it's going to be tough, but I think 7-5 is certainly doable for Nebraska next year. That's around the expectation I would have for Nebraska as well. Want to remind you guys right now, we're about halfway done with the Big Ten. Obviously, a lot of heavy hitters coming up as we have our second half of the Big Ten preview as well. If you are watching right now and you're not subscribed, please do so. I know only 35% of you watching right now are subscribed. If you do subscribe, first of all, you won't miss any of our videos coming out very soon. And second of all, get active in the chat, dude. You will be able to get active in the chat. It is freaking sick, right? If you want a fantasy football app that is more than just quarterbacks and running backs and receivers and tight ends. If you want one where it's like, okay, I want to build a whole roster. I want to build like a Madden franchise mode where offensive linemen and all of defense are in there too. And it's not just based off base stats. All 22 is a place to go, man, right now. So check out All 22, all22.com, or the All 22 app, and use promo code WALK. That's WALK to get some money off of it too. It is so freaking awesome. I highly recommend checking out All 22. It's a really, really cool, innovative fantasy football app. So if you're looking for a deeper version of fantasy football, look no further, because All 22 has you covered. It's an awesome app right now. Again, all22.com or the All 22 app. Use promo code WALK, WALK, and check it out, because that would not only support us on the show, but you would get a really, really cool fantasy football experience by checking them out as well. All right, Dalton, let's get into the second half of the Big Ten. Our top 9 teams now in the Big Ten going into next year. At number 9 is the Washington Huskies. Head coach is Jedd Fisch. Disappointing year in 2024 in his first year at Washington. Of course, 6-7 year that year. Of course, the year before, they made the national title game with Kalen DeBoer at head coach. Big bounce back last year, though. 9-4 record. Won the LA Bowl over Boise State. 3 of their 4 losses were to Oregon, Ohio State, and Michigan. So understandable losses right there. Top 30 offense and defense in terms of EPA per play. Now, they did part ways, though, with offensive coordinator Jimmy Dougherty after the season. Don't really have a traditional offensive coordinator now, because Jedd Fisch will be calling the plays on offense. Ryan Walters entering his second season as defensive coordinator. They lost their star running back, Jonah Coleman, and a star receiver in Denzel Boston. And Damon Williams is going to have to carry this team right now, Dalton. A little bit of a weird offseason for Damon Williams. Of course, he entered the portal despite a couple days earlier signing a $4 million deal to return to Washington. He decided to stay at Washington only when the school threatened legal action too. But he's Washington's quarterback now. He's a really good quarterback, but still is a hairy situation for Damon Williams this offseason too.
Yeah, a little bit. They had some things they had to work through, and apparently he was getting offered some money in the portal. And I guess that's just kind of the way that college football works now. But Washington is certainly glad to have him back as the centerpiece of their football team, right? And they're going to need him to be the centerpiece of an offense that lost several really good pieces. We'll go over that in a minute. But I think when you look at this Washington team, again, when you're in this somewhere between the second and third tier of the Big Ten, can you play with the heavy hitters? Didn't quite happen last year. Some really good wins and a really nice season at 9-4. And now this is another team in this part of the conference trying to get over the hump here.
Yeah, I really like the back seven of the defense. That's really the one thing I want to shout out here. I think Ryan Walters is a really good back seven on this defense right now. Returned 4 of the 7 DBs who played at least 300 snaps last year, and all but one of them had 70 or higher PFF grades. They were 40th in PFF team coverage grade last year, too. Emmanuel Carnley transferring in at corner from Virginia. Really solid starting corner last year at Virginia. Ziri Alexander, returning starter at linebacker, was very good as a linebacker last year. Brought back 4 of their 5 linebackers who played 150 snaps last year, too. So I think the back 7 of the defense is a strength for Washington. What's the question mark you have right now, Dalton, for the Huskies?
I think to me, and I mentioned, some of the pieces that they lost, okay, and the big position that I look at for this team is at running back, okay. Jonah Coleman is now a Denver Bronco. Adam Muhammad, who we've talked about a lot, is now a California Golden Bear. And you look at the running back depth chart that you have here, you have some real issues. Jaden Lamar transfers in from Oregon. He was like, the 4th or 5th running back at Oregon last year. He missed spring ball due to ankle surgery. Trey Cooley comes in from Troy, 994 yards across 4 years at Louisville and Georgia Tech. Didn't play in 2025 due to a knee injury. Concussion issues led him to take just 6 carries at Georgia Tech in 2024. So he really hasn't played very much football in the last 2 years. And then the incumbent redshirt sophomore Jordan Washington, who can absolutely fly. We saw him a little bit last year. He suffered a scary neck injury in the spring as well. Not really sure right now what his availability for the beginning of the season is going to be. So when you look at replacing Coleman and Muhammad in this backfield, they were hoping to have some depth. They're dealing with some injuries right now. I think Jordan Washington is the most concerning because to me, he's the most explosive player of the 3 of them. You're going to have a dynamic run game with Damon Williams as your quarterback, but you need somebody healthy here at running back to get the job done. There's a wide open competition for touches as it is, but these guys have got to get healthy and they got to figure out a way to run the football, especially now without Coleman, without Muhammad, and then without their number 1 receiver from last year in Denzel Boston. They're trying to figure out the rest of this backfield right now.
And honestly, Dalton, a guy who could potentially even lead the team in rushing or be very close to it is their quarterback, right? Damon Williams Jr. is a really electric player, kind of is like the Kyler Murray of college football. It looks like when you watch the tape of him, he's an awesome player to watch, and he's going to be relied on a lot, not only as a passer for Washington, but also as a runner for Washington this year too.
Playmaker. I mean, that's the first word you got to use for him. And I think the Kyler Murray kind of mold is that's about right when you talk about a guy with a big time arm. I mean, especially for an undersized guy, he's got one of the best arms in the country. He can rip the deep ball with the best of them. You talk about making guys miss. 43 missed tackles forced last year, most among any Power 4 quarterback in the country last season. Dangerous dual threat guy, big time speed that can rip off big runs. Now with all of that playmaking ability, like a Kyler Murray or Justin Fields or some of these other guys that we've seen, he holds the ball too long. He was responsible. So, when you talk about being held responsible for pressures and sacks, he was held responsible for the most pressures and the second most sacks of any quarterback in the country last year, being deemed at least partially his fault. 3.21 average time to throw, 6th highest in the country. And what it feels like with Damon, for as many great things as he can do, the games where where he's not able to take games over with his legs, those games are the problems. In all 4 losses for Washington last year, he had 1 or fewer explosive runs. I think the Ohio State game was really a great blueprint for how you deal with him, right? Just sit back. If he's going to hand the ball off, if they're going read option, hold the edge. Let him run between the tackles, right? When you're going to rush the passer, if you're going to try to blitz him, you better do it outside in. If you do that, he's either going to A, take a sack, or B, try to do way too much back there in the backfield. So the high-level playmaking is what makes this offense really good. The moments where he needs to just eat it or just get rid of the football and operate in the quick game more often, those are the moments where the Huskies can be a lot better as a team because of him. So he's just got to work on the fundamentals a little bit more, but he is a big-time dual threat playmaker.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun to watch on tape. And like you said, there will be more pressure on him with Jonah Coleman gone, Adam Muhammad gone, Denzel Boston gone too. One guy who should step up in that receiving core, though, is Desmond Roebuck, who should be the star receiver now for Washington now that Denzel Boston is gone. He's only a true sophomore, 5'11, 184 pounds, only a three-star recruit out of high school, the number 923 player coming out of high school, but he impressed last year as a true freshman as the number 2 receiver behind Denzel Boston. He had 560 yards and 7 touchdowns as a true freshman. Very dangerous player with the ball in his hands. He broke 8 tackles last year, averaged almost 6 yards after the catch per catch, made defenders look stupid with his jukes and a nasty spin move that he has too. Only dropped 1 pass last year to very reliable hands. He caught 4 of his 8 contested targets as well. Got to take a step forward now as the number 1 guy, a true sophomore with Denzel Boston gone. But I was very, very impressed by Desmond Roebuck and what he did as a true freshman last year.
Absolutely. They don't have a ton of depth at this position. Roebuck has to be the guy. They only went and got one guy in the portal, Christian Moss. Other than that, it's a lot of young kids in that receiver room. Got Decker DeGraff, a really good tight end too, but Roebuck needs to be the guy to fill in this great lineage of wide receivers we've seen from Washington lately. He's got to be the guy to fill Denzel Boston's shoes.
Who is the star defensive player you want to shout out here?
I'll tell you what, you mentioned the back seven being a really good part of this team in the secondary, especially. A guy that I really like is Alex McLaughlin back there at safety. His second year in Washington after transferring in last year from Northern Arizona. He was one of the best safeties, I should say, in the FCS in 2024. He was Washington's leading tackler last season, 97 total tackles, 38 stops, 2 interceptions, 6 pass breakups. All of those numbers led the Washington Huskies defense last year. Both of those interceptions, by the way, in the Apple Cup, so I'm sure the fans love them right off rip. But this is one of those players, you know, how we've talked about, say, in our safety rankings, like a Bray Hubbard, who's that guy that plays on that kind of level 2.5 there between linebacker, strong safety, little bit of man-to-man assignment in the slot as well. He just does everything for this defense. There's a lot of talent, but Alex McLaughlin really quickly became the glue that holds this secondary together. I would expect another big year from him. Excellent tackler, really good run defender, sound in coverage. I think this is just a good all-around football player who's a really worthy captain of this secondary. That's the best way I would put that.
Absolutely. All right, Dalton, let's get to the bottom line for the Huskies. What's the floor for Jedd Fisch in year 3 now at Washington? What's the ceiling for the Huskies this year?
I mean, the floor, if everything went absolutely wrong and their lack of depth on offense really hurt them, especially at the skill positions, the floor, I guess, is 5-7 because there are some tough games here. Obviously, Indiana and Oregon, at USC, Iowa, at Nebraska. Like, there's a good number of tough games for this team to, you know, really test themselves with. Now, if Damon Williams can get a little bit better within structure, and he, let's say, had a Heisman caliber season, because the dual threat guys can do that sometimes, you could see a road where it's like 9-3, 10-2 is on the table, right? They won 9 games last year. They lost some key pieces, but when you have a quarterback like this and you've got certain parts of your defense the way that they have it, especially in the back seven, you've got a shot to win a lot of these football games. There's a lot of very winnable games on their schedule. You know what we say about those. But other than Indiana and Oregon, I wouldn't take them out of any other ones, right? I don't think they're going to beat either of those two, especially the Oregon game's a rivalry, but it's at Oregon. That'll be tough, but they got a really good home field advantage. They've got a talented quarterback. I would expect another very good season from them.
By the way, anyone who doesn't know, the saying is winnable games are only winnable if you win them. That's what Dalton says. So that's the saying that we're talking about right there for anyone who doesn't know.
It makes plenty of sense if you don't think about it too much.
I'm with you, though. I think the Indiana game, the Oregon game are going to be tough. Right, those are 2 top 5 teams in the country, if not top 3. So that's gonna be tough to win. 10-2, I can't see them going 11-1. So, but 10-2 with those 2 losses, with wins over Penn State, USC, Iowa, Nebraska, that might be good enough to make the playoffs. So I think playoff is ceiling for Washington. Floor, like you said, if they lose to Indiana and Oregon, and also lose to Penn State, Nebraska, Iowa, and USC, which I don't think they will do. Floor is you miss a bowl game. I think it'll be somewhere in the middle, probably around 7-5 is the expectation I would put for Washington right now, because they have a really good roster, probably a top 30 team in the country. That schedule, man, is brutal. It's a really, really hard schedule. So that's why it's a little harder for me to say, they're going to be really, really good. So I think somewhere between 5-7 and 10-2, 7-5 is like the expectation, I would say, for Washington that I would set for that program right now. All right, Dalton, let's get to the next team. At number 8 for us in the Big Ten is the Iowa. What happened?
Oh, nothing. We're to Donnie's Hawkeyes now. Here we go.
Oh, is he gone? Donnie might be gone. Donnie said he had practice earlier too. He might be gone. He might have to watch us later on.
He missed it. He just missed it.
Brutal.
Oh, wow. All right, skip it. Forget it.
Yeah, all right. We're going to number 7 now. We'll go to number 8. Number 8 is the Iowa Hawkeyes. Kirk Ferentz entering his 28th season as Iowa's head coach, by far the longest tenured coach in college football right now. In fact, Dalton, no other coach in America has more than 20 years at their current school. Kirk Ferentz is almost at 30 years now. He's been a head coach at Iowa since the 1990s, which is insane, honestly. And really, they've been very consistent that they've had the same head coach for almost 30 years. Very consistent that they've won about 8 to 10 games every year for the last decade, excluding, of course, the COVID-shortened year where they went 6-2. They have finished in the top 25 in 6 of the last 8 seasons, but never higher than number 15. So it's always a really good program, never an elite program right now. Phil Parker, another guy who's been there forever. He's been the defensive coordinator since 1999. Has a top 20 defense in each of the last 9 years in EPA per play. The offense has severely lagged behind, though, outside of the top 100 in EPA per play from 2021 to 2024, but it was a lot better this past year with a new offensive coordinator in Tim Lester. 62nd, which is basically average. An average offense at Iowa last year, which is really all you can ask for. Still have some question marks in the passing game. The run game should be strong, though, as well, and the defense should always be really strong. But Dalton is just one of the most consistent programs that you'll find in college football right now.
They are consistent in their strengths and their flaws. We know exactly where Iowa's good, and that's usually on defense and the O-line and the tight ends, and we know where they're usually not so good when it comes to, well, the forward pass I'll get into in a little bit. But, I mean, you got to credit Kirk Ferentz and Phil Parker and Tim Lester, the consistency that they've built through this with this program. And look, for the most part, they've done it in an old school way, right? There's no other offense in college football that really looks like this anymore when you talk about getting in the eye and 2 tight ends and just trying to maul you from under center, right? So, I think Lester's done a good job of, it looks more like a modern pro style offense, more like a Shanahan type of offense. But Iowa's one of those teams where you can kind of just shrug your shoulders and you go, yeah, I pretty much know what we're getting every single year. And, some years the score will be 20-17. Some other years it'll be 10-7. We'll see which way that goes this year. But they're so stable, right? And they're so consistent that you have to at least respect the way that they go about their operations.
And a very consistent part about this program, they're always going to have a great offensive line, right? Kirk Ferentz is obviously an offensive line coach before becoming Iowa's head coach as well. The best offensive line in the country last year. They won the Joe Moore Award, the number 5 offensive line in the country heading into this year, in our opinion. Returned 2 starters on that offensive line from last year. Both of them are in the top 5 in the country for us at their position. Trevor Lauk, our number 4 tackle in the country at left tackle, projected top 50 pick right now. Cade Pieper, our number 1 interior offensive lineman in the country, moving from guard to center, potential first-round pick as well. So very consistent that they've always had a really good offensive line, and also, Dalton, very consistent in that the passing game has been a real struggle for Iowa for a very, very long time, and it should be again this year.
Yeah, I want to call the forward pass a question mark for this team, but it's kind of not, because we're still not expecting much of it, right? So they've got a quarterback battle going between Jeremy Heklinski, who's got 2 career pass attempts, and Hank Brown, who's got right around 100, only made 1 real appearance last year, and a tough one at that in the second half of a close game against Indiana. I mean, it's a wide open battle at quarterback. Sorry, Hank Brown with only 75 career attempts, 7 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. And then you look at him at wide receiver, you've got Reese Vanderzee coming back, but 3 of their top 4 wide receivers from last year are gone. You got transfers like Evan James coming in from Furman and Tony Diaz from Texas Rio Grande Valley. The best way that I can sum this up, so Mark Gronowski last year had 1,744 passing yards and threw 10 touchdowns. Both of those were the most by an Iowa quarterback since 2021. The most. And now we're expecting a downgrade with a new quarterback here in either Heklinski or Brown. Brown, the more traditional pocket passer. Heklinski, a little undersized, but a little bit better of an athlete. Maybe he can contribute to the run game. But I think, we've done this before with Iowa. We do it with almost every game, every preview, every season, whatever. The forward pass, is it going to look like, maybe 2007, or is it going to look like 1937 with this offense?
Yeah, Dalton, someone in the chat asking, did Weechin go pro, Caden Weechin? And someone,
Yes.
Marty, saying in the chat saying, ironically, on the Steelers, right? Just trading in basically the same exact uniform from Iowa to the Pittsburgh Steelers as well. So he got drafted in the 4th round by the Steelers, a really great return specialist. We'll see what he could do as a receiver for Pittsburgh as well. But yeah, that's kind of the question mark. It's been kind of the same strength, Dalton, that the offensive line is going to kick ass and the defense is going to kick ass too. And the question mark is, okay, can we get anything out of the passing game to be better than 8-4 to 9-3 to 10-2 football team? Can we be more than that? Because the offensive line, the run game, and the defense, I mean, that screams like playoff contender year in and year out. Problem is, though, when you have just nothing in the passing game, it's going to be a little more of a struggle. And Dalton, again, this year, I mean, we ranked all 68 starting quarterbacks in the Power 4. I believe we had Jeremy Heklinski at number 68 out of 68 because we don't really know what we got in him right now. Former 3-star recruit, like I said, 3 career pass attempts. We just don't really know what we have in Jeremy Heklinski right now as the projected starter.
Yeah, I mean, Heklinski, still battling Hank Brown for the starting job. Neither of them with a ton of experience, and the experience that Brown has is shaky. Heklinski, decent athlete, but 5'11", 188 pounds. I mean, in general, it's something we're going to be watching throughout the season. Is there a decent chance we see both of these guys? Yeah, probably. I mean, it's going to be hard to tell until opening day what this offense is going to look like. I mean, it's going to come down to whichever one can execute Tim Lester's core concepts, right? But, for everything else that they have, O-line's great, tight end, the running back room is stacked. We didn't even mention that with Kamari Moulton, with Lennon Phillips, Xavier Williams. They're stacked at running back. I mean, if they could run the ball every play, I'm sure they would. But eventually, in the modern game of football, you have to have something at quarterback and something at wide receiver. We don't really know what they have at either of those 2 spots right now.
Yeah, but we do know those. They have an excellent offensive line headlined by Cade Pieper right now, our number 1 interior offensive lineman in America, number 1 center in the country too. Redshirt junior, 6'4", 290 pounds, started at right guard last year, moving into center this year. First team All-American right guard for us last year. 5th best run blocking grade in the nation, 5th best PFF grade in the nation too. Only 1 sack and 10 pressures allowed on over 350 pass blocking snaps in his career. Explodes out of his stance. Plays with really good pad level, strong lower body, strong upper body as well. His can be off balance sometimes out there. He's pound for pound pretty strong, but still undersized a little bit at 290 pounds. But he's around like an average size for a center at 290, but should still add around 10 pounds, I think, too. Best right guard in college football last year, Dalton. Could be even better at center this year. And you can make an argument he's the best offensive lineman at Iowa since Tyler Linderbaum. It could be the best center since Tyler Linderbaum, which I know wasn't that long ago, but keep in mind, Logan Jones was just there at center, and he won the Remington Award, too, as the best center in college football. I think Cade Pieper could be even better than Logan Jones was, honestly. So it's a really, really good player they have in the middle of their offensive line in Cade Pieper.
Yeah, not only is he a great football player and a dynamic athlete, but he and Logan Jones was the same way. Tim Lester is so good at, these outside zone schemes and really having athletic offensive linemen like this. You couldn't ask for any better. And then if you're Cade Pieper, you couldn't ask for any better a transition to the NFL at some point too, because one of those teams that runs Kyle Shanahan's offense, they're going to draft him, whether it's to play center or guard. They're going to draft him just in the same way that Logan Jones is a 2nd-round pick for the Bears now and might be their starting center right away. I mean, that's exactly what Tim Lester is looking for in a lineman. It's exactly what Pieper needs in a scheme. It's the perfect marriage. And honestly, it would not shock me in his first year playing the position if Pieper won the Remington.
No, not at all. Right now on the consensus NFL draft big board, he's a 1st-round prospect on that big board too. So it could be a 1st-round pick in the NFL draft next year. Dalton, another great white corner at Iowa too, and Zach Lutmer.
Just the long line of that was so blunt the way you put that. Anyway, you're not wrong. It was just incredibly blunt. But yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of like Zach Lutmer the way that Cooper DeJean plays now for the Eagles in the slot and doing so many things in the run game, pass game, zone coverage, all of that stuff, Zach Lutmer does that now, right? I would argue he's the best pure nickel corner in the country. 3 interceptions, 6 pass breakups last year, third most stops among all corners because he does get so involved in the run game. And he's got this play style. Like Cooper DeJean is like, no pulse, cool, like, hey, I just know I'm really good. Zach Lutmer has this play style with just this hair on fire urgency, almost to the point where sometimes it makes me kind of anxious. I'm like, dude, you can slow down a little and it'll be okay. But you talk about a guy who he was brought up to just attack the football at all times. He's got the flexibility to play in the slot. He can play outside if you really need him to. I think he could be even a safety down the line and he would work just fine back there. But he more than understands his role and run defense as the nickel in this defense, in Phil Parker's defense, where it's such a big thing because that's essentially your third linebacker. And then the coverage, especially in zone, it's such an attacking downhill style of coverage that he plays that it just fits this defense perfectly. Zach Lutmer is really good. I don't know that he'll be a first round pick eventually, but I would guarantee that this is a day 2 guy. He's going to be starting at either nickel or safety for somebody in the league in the same way that Cooper DeJean is for Philadelphia.
Dalton, I feel like this bottom line for Iowa is going to be pretty simple, right? Because this is a program that, like I said, has consistently just won 8 to 10 games, it feels like, every single year. So what are you expecting that again for Iowa this year? What's the ceiling and what's the absolute floor for the Hawkeyes this year?
The floor is the usual, like, okay, this is Iowa and they're pretty good and they play good defense and they run the ball and they go 70, probably 6-6 or 7-5, right? Just looking at this now, they got some real roadies on this schedule, man. They're at Michigan, they are at Washington, which is not easy, at Minnesota, at Illinois. Like their record's basically just going to be defined by how many road games they win. Because I mean, the two tougher home games are Ohio State and Nebraska, but they've got 5 others that they're going to feel pretty good about. But there's a hard cap on this team when you look at, unless they get a miracle out of their passing game, even if it was something close to what it was last year, which isn't saying much. My best guess for this team would be 7 or 8 wins. I worry too much about the quarterback situation.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I would say, 10-2 ceiling, right? And maybe a playoff berth if your only losses are to Ohio State or Michigan. Although I don't know if they would have the signature win to get into the playoff, especially if they're playing ugly football. I think some committee members might look at that and be like, oh, do we really put in Iowa? Maybe if they play close to Ohio State or Michigan, they might put them in at 10-2. But other than that, I think 6-6, 7-5 is like the floor. 7-5 might be the expectation as well for this program. But like, I can see them going 8-4, 9-3 as well. It's just such a consistent program. It's hard to have a wide range of outcomes here for Iowa. It just, you kind of know what you're getting with Iowa, and it feels like it's a very similar team to the ones in the past where they're going to run the ball really well. They're going to have a great offensive line. They're going to have a great defense, but just don't know if they have the passing game to really be more than just a really good team, a top 25 team in the country, but not quite a top 10 or a playoff caliber team either. It feels like the similar type of Iowa team this year. I don't think it's going to be any different than what we've seen in the last few years for Iowa. That was number 8. At number 7 for us is the Illinois Fighting Illini. And really, Dalton, it's been a fantastic last 2 years for Illinois under Brett Bielema at head coach. Both of them ended in bowl victories. 19-7 record over the last 2 years. Best 2-year stretch since 1989 and 1990. They reached as high as number 9 in the AP poll last year. First time they made the top 10 since 2001. 33rd in EPA per play on offense. That really carried the team. Defense was 91st in the country. And they actually, defensive coordinator Aaron Henry left the team to become the co-defensive coordinator and defensive backs coach at Notre Dame. So they got a new defensive coordinator in Bobby Hauck, who was Montana's head coach for the last 8 years. Barry Lunney Jr. enters his 5th year as offensive coordinator. A lot of new faces on offense, especially at quarterback and Caton Hauser, and 4 new starters on the offensive line. Defense lost some key pieces too, Dalton. But honestly, a great last 2 years for Brett Bielema at Illinois.
Yeah, he's just a hell of a coach, man. I mean, you talk about a team that plays hard-nosed football. They play good defense. They're getting better on offense each year, and they just play solid football. This is one of those teams where you're just like, man, it's starting to feel like every year now they're going to be in the top 6 or so of this Big Ten, right? You know, or 7 maybe, right where we have them. They can play with some of the better teams here. There was a couple of close losses. Actually, all 4 of their losses last year, Max, were by 5 points or less. I don't think we realize how dangerously close this team was to being in the college football playoff, maybe as a 4th Big Ten team. So they're right there. I think Bielema obviously believes that they're right there. They got a good football team once again. You mentioned it, got to replace some guys in the trenches, but Bielema's really building a nice program here in Illinois.
And honestly, my biggest strength is I know they lost Luke Altmaier, but I really like this offense a lot, man. It's an offense that still has a lot of potential, Dalton, honestly, because they got a great replacement for Luke Altmaier in East Carolina quarterback. Peyton Hauser, we'll talk about just a second, but he had a top 20 passing grade from PFF in America last year. Brought back your leading rusher in Khalil Valentine, and we'll talk about later too, as well. You lost a great receiver in Hank Beatty, but your number 2 receivers back, and your number 3 receiver is back in Colin Dixon and Hudson Clement. Jay Platt transferred in from your FAU Owls, Dalton. He was second on the team last year with over 700 yards. FIU's Alex Perry was 4th in Conference USA last year with 840 yards, too. So, some really good transfers coming in from the group of 5 level. Some really good players coming back, too. I know they lost Hank Beatty and Luke Altmaier, but I still think this offense has a lot of potential if the offensive line can hold up.
Pardon me too on that one score game stat. I was still looking at Iowa's schedule. Iowa lost all 4 of their games by
Gotcha.
5 or less. Illinois had some. They had a couple of blowouts mixed in there, but no, I mean this is still obviously a team. You mentioned a lot of good skill talent. I think the biggest question mark for me is their offensive and defensive lines. Right, at 4 of last year's 5 starting offensive linemen are gone. 6 of the 7 defensive tackles that played 100 plus snaps are gone. Gabe Akis is gone. He was a second round pick of the New England Patriots. So I think when you look at what they're replacing in the trenches, there's a lot because, remember 2 years ago, the biggest problem was the offensive line. Then they kind of fixed it. You got J.C. Davis. You had Melvin Priestley. They became at least a competent unit. They need to be competent. They don't need to be the best O-line in the country or anything like that. They're probably not going to get there, but they're relying on really, some transfer guys. Jake Renfro coming in at center from Wisconsin. Christian Martin from Colorado State looking to play left tackle right now. And then on the defensive side, there's really just not a ton of proven production there on the D-line. So they're really going to be, I think the story is going to be early in the season, how much this team can click in the trenches and against some of the better trench teams on their schedule. Obviously, it's a tough task playing teams like Ohio State and Oregon in the trenches, but even when you look at playing some other teams like a Nebraska, like a UCLA, like an Iowa, what they've brought in, can you compete in the trenches and give your skill players a chance to win on the outside on both sides of the ball?
Definitely. Tell me more about Peyton Hauser, Dalton, who, like I said before, coming off a great year at East Carolina last year. Now the new quarterback taking over for Luke Altmaier. What should the Fighting Illini faithful know about Peyton Hauser going into this year?
Caden Hauser is super interesting, right? 2 years at Michigan State, couldn't really win the starting job. So he goes to East Carolina for 2 years, and he's kind of this, just tall, lanky pocket passer who I don't want to, I guess the style's kind of Carson Beck-ish, because the number that sticks out to me last year, 2.23 seconds on the average time to throw, which is there's fast, and then there's just like catch and release, getting rid of it. Obviously, the fastest in the country, minimum of 200 dropbacks there. But he just that's the phrase I have for it. It's like catch and release, get rid of the football, classically built pocket passer, natural arc on vertical throws, tight drops, tight footwork, quick release, like a lot of things that like coaches in the 90s and early 2000s would look for in quarterbacks is kind of what Caden Hauser has. He doesn't really run much. He anticipates the middle of the field from the pocket pretty well. So if you're going to have a struggling, maybe offensive line, you like a quarterback in Caden Hauser who gets rid of the football very quickly because he's very just like in rhythm, last step of the drop, one hitch, ball's gone. Like that's the type of, it's Carson Beck is kind of the way that I would go with this in describing Caden Hauser. Now there's times where, yeah, he's just not necessarily dynamic enough. He's not really going to add to your run game. Luke Altmaier was a better athlete, but I think Hauser has a better arm and he more consistently gets rid of the football at the top of his drop. So it's an interesting dynamic. I do think he's a pretty natural replacement for him. You get a little bit different style and a little bit less mobility, but his ability to get rid of the football quickly where it needs to go is going to be an asset in this offense that has a pretty decent receiving core.
And like you said too, Dalton, like if your biggest question mark is an offensive line, having a guy that gets rid of the ball that quickly is only going to help out that offensive line too, right? So I think that's a great fit for Katon Houser on this offense. And just someone in the chat actually made a great point in Marty saying that I never really understood why the NFL is so low on JC Davis. I'm completely with him, right? JC Davis, who was a tackle at Illinois for the last couple of years, first team All Big Ten last year, third team All Big Ten the year before that, only a sixth round pick in the NFL draft this past year to the Giants. I think the Giants got a steal there in JC Davis. I think I probably would take him a little bit higher than that too, but they're missing a great tackle now in JC Davis alongside some other really good players from an offensive line last year too that still struggled at times last year. That yeah, the offensive line is a big question mark, but if Katon Houser is getting rid of the ball that quickly, it's going to help him out a lot. It also helps out, Dalton, that you've got a pretty good running back too in Khalil Valentine coming back for his junior year. 5'11", 200 pounds, led Illinois last year with 609 rushing yards as a true sophomore, 11th in the Big Ten with 19 explosive runs, also had 55 yards as a receiver, decisive one-cut runner, trusts his blockers and his vision. Much better in a zone scheme than a gap scheme. Right now, you average 5.3 yards per carry on zone blocking runs, 3.4 yards per carry on gap runs. Also, won't really break that many tackles either. Only a 14% broken tackle rate last year. So not as physical as you would want for your running back, but he was really productive last year for Illinois and should be their number one running back once again this year.
For sure. Actually, the combination of him and Aiden Lawfrey in the backfield, Lawfrey offering some explosiveness, that's a really good 1-2 if they can block people, right? That's going to be the big question for them, for me, but in the run game. But they got two really good experienced running backs there who can create a lot of big plays for them.
All right, Don, tell me more about Xavier Scott, who, again, good friend of the show, Connor Rogers from NFL Stock Exchange, had actually as a first-round prospect at one point in summer scouting last year, but obviously Xavier Scott battled a lot of injuries. That lower leg injury only held him out to 3 games last year, so really couldn't make good on that billing, but he could remind a lot of people why he was so hyped up coming into the year last year.
Totally agree. I mentioned in the Iowa preview where Zach Lutmer is arguably the best nickel in the country. When Xavier Scott is healthy, he's right there in that conversation as well. He's actually the highest graded run defending corner over the last 4 years in the entire country, right? He's at starting nickel, run support, super aggressive, played only 3 games last year due to a lower leg injury. But when this guy is on, man, oh man, is he on. The 2 previous years, over 1,500 snaps, 6 interceptions, 12 pass breakups, elite run defense, terrific tackler, really clean downhill footwork. I don't think he's necessarily an elite athlete that you're going to want in man-to-man coverage all of the time, but you talk about just, again, the modern zone defense, nickel corner who can run support and really attack the football downhill in the flat area. Xavier Scott is all of that. They just need him healthy. You get 12 games out of him, your defense gets a whole lot better on the back end than it was last year.
Absolutely. All right, Dalton, let's get to the bottom line now for Illinois. What's the ceiling for the Fighting Illini? What's the floor? What's the expectation you have for Illinois this year?
A lot of it depends on this offensive line, but there's a lot of games they can win here, right? You talk about, games against UAB, Southern Illinois, Purdue. I like him better than Michigan State. I probably still like him better than Maryland and the current version of Duke. There's some swing games here. Nebraska's interesting. At UCLA, I think is interesting. Iowa, there's a wide range, but I'll tell you what, Brett Bielema's built a really consistent program. They're going to be solid on defense. I think they have a pretty good quarterback and a natural replacement for Luke Altmaier. I'm not picking them to beat Ohio State or Oregon. So the absolute ceiling is 10-2 if they can win all of the kind of swing games here. And where would 10-2 get you on kind of a lighter Big Ten schedule aside from the games against the 2 big guns? Not sure, but it's in there. Otherwise, fully expect this team to make a bowl game. Probably looking at this schedule, 9 wins is honestly really attainable. Again, when you look at a lot of these games, because, they're, other than Ohio State, their next hardest road game is probably UCLA. The rivalry against Northwestern is always something, but I think when you look at a pretty favorable schedule here, they could win 8-9 games, and if they mess around, maybe even get to 10.
Yeah, I think 10-2 is a ceiling, and you're right. At 10-2 with that schedule, I think they'd have to play close with Ohio State and or Oregon in order to make a really good case to the committee to make the playoff. But a 10-2 Big Ten team is going to be right up there for the college football playoff talk. But I think more realistic is probably around 7, 8 wins next year. I would say maybe 9. But I mean, yeah, I think missing a bowl game would be a failure. I think with that schedule and that quality of a team, they should definitely make a bowl game. But I think anything more than 7 or 8 wins, that'd be a really successful year, I think, for Illinois. So yeah, a little less than 10-2. 10 is the absolute ceiling. Around 7 or 8 wins is probably the expectation I would have for Illinois this upcoming year. All right, Dalton, at number 6 for us now is the Penn State Nittany Lions. No way around it. As a lifelong Penn State fan, it was an absolute freaking disaster last year for Penn State. They entered the year as the number 2 team in the country, its highest preseason ranking since 1997. Started off 3-0, but then lost 6 straight games. Second longest losing streak in school history. Did end on kind of a high, though. 4 straight wins, including the Pinstripe Bowl over Clemson. Their head coach, James Franklin, was fired midway through the season after 12 years on the job, tied for the second most wins in school history with 104 of them. Very, very, very lengthy coaching search, and seemed to strike out on a few candidates like Kalani Sitake from BYU, Jeff Brom from Louisville is rumored as well. But still, even after what was a disaster of a coaching search, landed on a pretty good one. And Matt Campbell coming in from Iowa State, he was there for 10 years, led the program to some of his best years in school history. The only 2 times that Iowa State ever finished in the top 15 of the AP poll was under Matt Campbell, winning record in all but 2 of his years there. Got to remember, Iowa State has the 4th worst win percentage of any Power 4 program of all time. So really a bad program outside of the 10 years with Matt Campbell. Those 10 years are pretty good with Matt Campbell. Now goes from Iowa State, a program with not a lot of resources, to Penn State, was top 10 to 15 resources in college football. Completely remade this roster. 38 incoming transfers, 46 outgoing transfers. Brought in 23 guys from Iowa State with him. Brought over Taylor Mauser as the offensive coordinator from Iowa State. He was the OC there for the last 2 years. D'Anton Lynn is the new defensive coordinator. He was the USC defensive coordinator for the last 2 seasons. Also played corner at Penn State too. It's cool to see him come back home to Penn State. But yeah, Dalton, a school last year that you and I thought could win the national title, and they ended up playing in the Pinstripe Bowl. Is the way I could put it for Penn State.
Well, they did get to play Clemson in that Pinstripe
There you
Bowl,
go,
right, Max? There you go.
That was a possible national title game we thought last year too. Is Clemson Penn State? They ended up being a Pinstripe Bowl.
If the goal at the end of the year was to beat Clemson, they did get it done. Well done. Yeah. There you go. That if that was the goal, they did. No, but I mean, this is a very odd year. I think when you look at Matt Campbell, I mean, like you said, that was really the best stretch of Iowa State football in program history under Matt Campbell the last handful of years, especially NFL talent competing for Big 12 titles. And now to bring it to a program where you have a lot more resources and you have the name recognition of Penn State, you can be one of the premier programs, if not the premier program in the Northeast, right? I think when you look at the potential here, it can work, right? But it's always going to come down to, can you win the big games? Because that's the reason they fired James Franklin, other than, I mean, I fired him for a 3-game losing streak, but really they fired him because he couldn't win big games, right? Whether it was justified or not, we've had that argument many times over. Everyone's had that argument many times over, but we're here now, and Matt Campbell's got this veteran team, a lot of it coming with him from Iowa State, and a pretty favorable schedule where they could win a lot of games right off rip if they just get the chemistry right and certain parts of the team fill in properly. But certainly a lot of potential here, and Matt Campbell's going to be looking to take advantage right away. He is not laying off the gas in year one just because he's going to a program that was 7-6 last year.
Honestly, Dalton, I mean, you look at what Matt Campbell has done at Iowa State.
Oh, did we lose him? We're not going to find out what Matt Campbell's done. We're not going to find out what Matt Campbell's done at Iowa State. Wow. Oh, wow. Max was going on a real bit there. You see how he bails on us, Eli, right when we get to Penn State. Isn't that fun? I mean, to his point, Matt Campbell at Iowa State, 8 wins last year, 8-4. You good there? You good there, Max? Are we
Was it
figuring
me
it
or
out
you?
here?
I thought you got out there.
No, it's definitely you. Definitely you, sir.
Oh, my bad.
Right as we got to Penn State, you decided to bail
You know,
on us.
yeah, I didn't want to talk about how terrible of a season it was for Penn State last year as a Penn State
that what it
fan.
was?
So
Okay.
But
All right, you're
I
back
was just
as-
making I was making
yeah,
a point
go
to
ahead.
apparently nobody Dalton that am I gone again?
No, you're good. You're good. Go for it. Oh, we're losing Max. Oh no. We got to the last 6 out of 18 and we're losing him. But either way, all right, whatever Max's point was is probably pretty good, but we're going to go biggest strength right now for this Penn State team. It looks like the back seven of their defense, honestly. I think when you look at what they brought in the secondary, especially what they have coming back in the secondary, especially guys like Davion Collins, Zion Tracy, Darius Dixon, and that Iowa State team, their defense was really built from the back end forward as well. So you look at what they brought in as well, a guy like Marcus Neal at safety coming over from Iowa State. You know, you look at linebacker, you've got Cooper Abel, you've got Caleb Bacon, you've got Tony Rojas sticking around still there. The back seven of this Penn State defense should be really good, and they don't play a lot of elite passing offenses in the Big Ten. Where I would have my questions is up on the defensive line. When you look at Penn State losing all 5 defensive linemen that played at least 250 snaps last year, their top 6 leaders in pressures are all gone, and they've got really a bunch of guys coming in as transfers from all over the place, from Iowa State, from Oklahoma State, from UCLA, guys like Keanu Williams and Elijah Carnell and Alex McPherson from Colorado. Not really any proven pass rushers on this team right now. They lost Chaz Coleman in the portal, and now he's not playing anywhere. So I think when you look at this defense, it's built a lot like Iowa State's defense, where it was all secondary and back 7, back 8 driven. They don't have any proven pass rushers, and the only question is Deanton Lynn going to change that? Because even as the DC at USC this past season, USC's pass rush was, I would call it, below average. So it's great to have a great secondary, but if you can't rush the passer at all, then you're going to have an issue.
Don, am I back now? I think I'm back.
Sure. It sounds like you're back. You sound like you're back.
Man, this is what irony for me to cut out during the Penn State part of the show. Out of all 4 hours,
intentional.
Out of all 4 hours for me to get the Penn State. So I'm guessing you went over the strength and weakness for Penn State so far?
I did. We've got a really good back 7 and a lot of questions on this defensive line that I would be a little bit worried about, especially on the pass rush side.
Tell me more about the quarterback then. And Rocco Becht coming in from Iowa State right now. Obviously, played a lot of football at Iowa State. Last 3 years as a starter there at Iowa State. What should Penn State fans expect from him now coming over to Penn State?
You get a passer, a rhythm passer who has a quick, compact release. Obviously, the son of former NFL tight end, former New York Jet first-round pick Anthony Becht. Really, understands the offense, takes most of his deep shots down the middle of the field. It's just a matter of consistency and just occasionally just kind of some stupid decisions. It's like, especially closer to the line of scrimmage, it's a lot of turnover-worthy plays that can really frustrates you, right? He's undersized, he's got decent mobility, and it's just, when I talk about decision making and accuracy, those are 2 things that for a quarterback with his toolbox really need to be at an elite level, especially going into his 4th year as a starter. And at times they just haven't been. He's been outside the top 100 qualified quarterbacks in completion percentage 2 years in a row. The decision making is not great. Over the last 3 years, okay, Max, he's got 18 turnover worthy plays on throws under 10 yards. The most in the country. So, I mean, in the areas of the field where you think a quarterback like him would be really good, it's actually kind of inversed, where when he's got the big plays going and he's hot, things look great. And when he's running cold, it just kind of freezes up on him. So he is a good, solid veteran quarterback. He's every bit of reliable. You know what you're getting when he goes to post every week. But can he cut down in big spots on just the poor decision making? And can we find a little bit better accuracy to get this offense working a little more consistently?
Yeah, it definitely is sometimes a frustrating player to watch, but by no means was he a bad quarterback at Iowa State either, right? He had a really good last 3 years there at Iowa State. So I'm excited to see what he can do at Penn State this year. He's got a teammate coming over to him, Benjamin Bramer at tight end, the number 7 tight end in America for us going into the year, transferred in from Iowa State. Great true freshman year in 2023, all freshman team for us. He had 350 yards and 2 touchdowns, but only played in 8 games as a sophomore due to a really scary head and neck injury, but bounced back as a junior last year with over 440 yards, 6 touchdowns, 6th most touchdowns actually in the country. 6'7", 255 pounds, massive frame, pretty solid speed at that size too. Capable of making some highlight reel catches. Now he has really struggled as a run blocker in his career too. Doesn't really have the quickness to get to defenders and seal them off. And even though he is massive, doesn't really have great play strength either. He's got an issue with drops in his career too. Not really great after the catch, but Ben Bramer overall, Dawson, is a really good red zone weapon who can really good receiving tight end. He can round out his game even more if he can start playing to his size as a blocker and also as a pass catcher too, because he's not really great in contested situations either. But I like Ben Bramer a lot. I think he will be continuing the great and long tradition of really good tight ends to come out of Penn State.
I'll tell you, we look at this tight end room. We did kind of receiving cores as a whole. When you look at this tight end room between Bramer and Gabe Burkle, also coming over from Iowa State, and Andrew Rappleyea is actually staying at Penn State, even though Luke Reynolds left, but you keep Rappleyea. You got a monstrous tight end room to deal with here. I mean, you talk about Bramer and the threat he creates up the seam. Burkle, they get involved in the blocking schemes and play action. Rappleyea is really talented. This is going to be a heavy tight end offense once again. Iowa State went to a lot of 12 personnel, a lot of 2 tight end sets last year. Yeah, they're going to be able to do that again, and it might even fit even better in the Big Ten than it did in the Big 12.
I think it's probably the first time, Dalton, that you and I have done a preview where the quarterback, the offensive player, and defensive player are all incoming transfers, all from the same school as well. Because at Penn State here, another Iowa State transfer in Marcus Neal Jr. You're going to talk about here.
Yeah, I really like him. He plays in that, because they use 3 safeties so often in that Iowa State defense. So he played that like Caleb Downs role where he's kind of the extra linebacker sitting at about 10 yards in the hole right there. And he's an awesome, hard hitting run defender. We'll see if DeAnton Lynn really, creates this defense in that same light, or if he's going to be more of a nickel or like how that's going to work. But I'll tell you, Marcus Neal is really physical. He's the enforcer in this secondary. He's a very real asset as a blitzer. He's got good speed, not necessarily explosive speed that plays in the open field, can get attacked a little bit down the seam. But when you talk about one of those tweener guys who can really change your box count in the way that Caleb Downs used to for Ohio State, especially in the run game, Marcus Neal's a really good football player, and he's going to bring a level of physicality to this secondary that I think complements the rest of those athletes really, really well.
Definitely. All right, let's get to the bottom line now for Penn State in year 1 under Matt Campbell. This is really complicated, man, right? Because if you had like the great teams that James Franklin had in his last years and really over his whole career at Penn State, you look at the schedule and you're saying 11-1 or 12-0 is possible. But you really don't really know what you have this year in Penn State's roster with Matt Campbell. So what's the ceiling for this program? What's the floor for this program as well? And what are you expecting from Penn State in year 1 under Matt Campbell?
I mean, winnable games are only winnable if you win them, Max, but there's a lot of winnable games on this schedule. I mean, when you look at, the 3 really competitive games, not that maybe not competitive is the wrong word, but like you look at the 3 tough games to me on this schedule: USC at home, at Michigan, at Washington. Those are the 3 that stand out. Those you could debate favorites and underdogs and whatever in those 3 games. I think their other 9 games, they're favored in all of them. I mean, they're going to go 3-0 out of conference because they're playing all G6 teams. I like them better than Wisconsin. I like them better than Northwestern, Purdue, Rutgers. Minnesota's tougher than some of those, but you get them at home. So the schedule is going to be the weird bit. I think the question that I would pose, if they go 10-2 and their losses are to USC and Michigan, let's just say you give them let's say they go out to Washington and win. Let's just say if they're 10-2 with losses to USC and Michigan, are they a playoff team? I think that's a more relevant question to ask, because I mean, even with this team being ripped apart and put back together in one off season, they're still pretty darn good. They're going to win at least 8, at least. I think that's probably the floor of floors is probably 8-4. That would be if they go 11-1, regardless, winning 2 out of those 3, they're going to make the playoff. And that's a very realistic scenario with this schedule. I mean, they're the team. I think they pretty much win. They won the prize from the schedule gods this year. Is that what we're going with in the Big Ten? Because they don't play any of the big 3.
I'm sure James Franklin is looking at this schedule and goes, "You got to be fucking kidding me, man!" Like I can't. This is the year where they avoid Ohio State, they avoid Oregon, they avoid Indiana. He's like, man, if I just had this schedule, I would have rattled off 11 wins easy, and we would have made the college football playoff. Like, I'm sure he's probably looking at. I mean, he's very happy now at Virginia Tech, obviously, but he's probably looking at that schedule. Like, you got to be kidding me! Like, we couldn't get a schedule last year honestly. But yeah, I'm with you. I think
last year's team, even last year's team, for as disappointing as they were, they're making the playoff on this schedule.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, now some Penn State fans might say this, but to be fair, they did lose some games you should not be losing, like Northwestern, UCLA. So that's fair. But I mean, yeah, this schedule, man, is tough because if you just don't know. It's basically you're asking the question. It's not 1-to-1, but you're asking the question: how good will Iowa State be in the Big Ten? That's kind of what this roster looks like for Penn State this upcoming year. But I mean, you look at it, Dalton, like you said, there's 9 games here. Like they are significant favorites, if not, I mean, significant for almost all of them. Maybe the Minnesota game, and then USC at Michigan at Washington. Those are the 3 right there. I mean, there is. I'm not gonna say they're gonna go 12-0, but like, there is potential to go 10-2 or 11-1 with the schedule. Honestly, so yeah, I mean, you host USC as well, right? So it's tough. I mean, it really is tough because I don't think Penn State is a playoff caliber team in terms of quality of the roster right now. However, they could be in terms of their record at the end of the year, considering how easy the schedule is.
What a great way to put it. We got a chat from Love and Life in Alaska, who is a diehard Oregon fan, from what I can tell in the chat here. But he's saying, so Penn State's the college football equivalent of last year's Patriots. Is that what are they? Is it Matt the Schedule Campbell for this year? Is that what we're doing? Okay.
Or Rocco the Schedule Becht, because I know it's Drake May's nickname. Honestly, if you get me to the national title game, Patriots made the Super Bowl. If you get my Penn State and Nittany Lions to the national title game, I'm not complaining. I don't care what happens there. If we get blown out by the Seahawks, which is, I don't know who, Ohio State or whoever, I'm cool with that.
Oh no, it would be a good result for sure. But 11-1, they're going to get in. But they'd be a team that I question at 10-2, especially depending on which losses are sitting there.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's get to the top 5. By the way, before I get to the top 5, that was a really funny comment in the chat saying, heard the SEC preview, did not expect nearly 4 hours of content. These guys are so thorough. I think they're going to go through every player's blood type and mother's maiden name. Maybe in the Big 12 preview would do that.
You want a really fun fact? And this is going to sound awful because I'm almost 32 years old. I have no idea what my blood type is.
You know what? I don't know if I do either.
Oh, okay.
That's tough. I know my mom's maiden name. I know that. Palomo.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If you didn't know that, she'd probably hit you upside the head. But I mean, yeah.
I
cannot. What?
Your mom's maiden name.
I'm not telling you that on national television.
National television?
I was about to say, wait, guys, before you guys start doxing your family's maiden names, let's reel it back in.
Oh, you're not. By the way, chat, my social security number is no.
Yeah, I was about to say we're speed running Max's credit card information security questions. You're gonna have to go through and change every single one now, Max.
I actually totally forgot this is one of the questions they ask when you're trying to do some verification. Yep.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, dude, just giving out security question answers, you clown. My God.
I wish we had yeah, that's tough. Okay, tough. Don't listen to that,
Eli, you're head of security. You've been promoted.
That's brutal. Let's get to the top 5 now, Dalton. Let's move on from that. At number 5 for us is the USC Trojans, the team at Penn State is playing probably their hardest, or actually one of their hardest games next year. Slight step forward for USC last year, their second year in the Big Ten. Of course, 7-6 in 2024, 9-4 last year, but still 24-15 record for USC over the last 3 years. Lincoln Riley has failed to bring USC to the playoff in each of his 4 years there so far. The offense was elite as always, finishing 3rd in yards per play, 4th in EPA per play. They had a wide receiver, Mekhi Lemon, win the Biletnikoff Award last year, but the defense was pretty average, 70th in EPA per play. Mentioned before, D'Anton Lynn, the defensive coordinator, left the program for Penn State, brought in Gary Patterson as the new defensive coordinator, former TCU head coach, and I believe College Football Hall of Famer Gary Patterson as well. And then Luke Hayward entering his second season as offensive coordinator. And it's weird, Dalton, because USC is better with Lincoln Riley than they were, when they had those disaster years when they're going, 6-6 and stuff like that. But it still feels like it's not quite the level that the USC football program should be right now.
No, I mean, they have a very high standard for this program. They haven't really competed for national championships in a while. And it feels like since they've joined the Big Ten, we know they're good. And yet then we watch them and we go, okay, they're not great. Right. And it generally rides with Lincoln Riley and his style of team where their offense is great and they're going to put up all these points. And then when they have to get in a little bit more of a defensive battle, we have an issue. Is this the year they prove us wrong against that? I mean, maybe not. USC is so, to me, just like all right, get on the field and play the games, because you have to prove something to me, that kind of like Minnesota earlier. You got to prove something to me that you haven't before. I know what you are. They're as safe as bet as anybody to be good. What's the year they're going to be great? When is that coming?
Yeah. And Dalton's kind of like the antithesis of Iowa in a lot of ways, where, the offense is going to be great. Defense, not so much. So biggest strength for me, the offense should be really good again. Now, you did lose, 2 star receivers in Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane, but overall, still a really good unit. I mean, Jaden Maiava is back at quarterback, a top 10 quarterback for us in the country. Brought back both of your leading rushers in King Miller and Waymon Jordan. You added the NC State's number 1 receiver in Terrell Anderson coming in. Brought back your number 3 receiver in Tanuk Hines. Returned all 6 offensive linemen who had 300 or more snaps last year, although I will say the unit did struggle a little bit last year, though, is why I know a lot of USC fans were upset with us when we didn't have them in the top 10 offensive line episode. Even though they brought back a lot of guys with a lot of experience, it still was not a great unit overall last year. But still, Dalton, in the 4 years with Lincoln Riley as head coach, USC has had the number 2 offense in college football in terms of EPA per play, only behind Oregon, right? So I expect with Lincoln Riley, once again, this should once again be an elite offense for USC.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think there's any question about that, right? You've got an elite offensive play caller in Lincoln Riley. You've got a top 10 quarterback. You got a really good running back room with Waymon Jordan and King Miller. I think Tanuk Hines could be one of the breakout stars of college football. I think there's, if you're looking for the direct Mekhi Lemon replacement, you got him right behind there in Hines. So, you look at him and Anderson, the true freshman tight end, Mark Bowman could play a factor as well. They're going to be very good on offense. We can just say it pretty plainly. They're going to be, because that's Lincoln Riley and that's how it works. Can the defense step up when it actually matters? This team had 8 games last year where they gave up 21 or less. They went 8-0 in those games. More than 21 points. Actually, I should say not even more than 21. They had 5 games where they gave up 30 or more. Went 1-4 in those games. The run defense was the biggest thing for me. Absolutely atrocious up front. 95th in yards per carry allowed, 114th in yards before contact per carry allowed, and per PFF, 130th in the country, the 7th worst run defense grade in the nation. They got plenty of experience coming back. I don't know if that's good or bad, to be honest with you, especially in the front 7. You can have all the experience you want, but if you have experience being bad, well, then might still be bad. So especially in run defense in this conference, the question constantly is these West Coast teams, these 4 that joined a few years ago. Oregon, they've built up in the trenches. They've gotten there. They can play with the cold weather teams in the trenches. Can USC do that? Offensive and defensive lines, especially in their front 7 on defense. Can you play with the more physical teams consistently? The Ohio States, the Indianas, now the Oregons, obviously, because they've joined that class. Same old question. You've got Gary Patterson in here as your new defensive coordinator, another new defensive coordinator they're trying. Can he fix this team, especially up front?
Yeah, Gary Patterson, by the way, was inducted into the Hall of Fame just this past season in 2026, so congratulations to him. But yeah, 22 years as TCU's head coach. Right now he's the defensive coordinator, which he hasn't been since 2000, right? So it's exciting to see what he could do at USC this year as defensive coordinator. A Hall of Fame coach, though, as defensive coordinator, too, is a good start for the Trojans, absolutely. And a great point by you, Dalton, when you mentioned Mark Bowman. USC also brought in the number 1 recruiting class in the country as well. So we'll see how many of those guys can contribute as true freshmen. I believe Luke Wafel, the edge rusher, top 5 overall recruit, number 1 edge rusher coming out of high school as well. He could be a guy that sees a lot of playing time as a true freshman on that defense as well. Dalton, we know USC has an elite quarterback in Jaden Maiava, again, a top 10 quarterback in America. What should we know about him going into another year at USC?
Yeah, this is another guy who kind of falls in the playmaker category of quarterback. I would call him a good athlete, not an elite athlete necessarily, but certainly enough mobility to improvise. He's always been like that, even going back to his days at UNLV, that he's a big play hunter. But I think since he's gotten a full year, especially in Lincoln Riley's offense, much more capable Jaden Maiava is in the RPO game and running the simpler points of this offense, right? The really foundational concepts that allow him to set up the big plays down the field. Very natural deep ball thrower. The slot fades that are in this offense, you saw it so many times last year to Mekhi Lemon, and he's got enough mobility to be dangerous outside the pocket. 6 rushing touchdowns last year. So I think the one thing for Maiava to get better with is just certain moments, not slinging it out there too much. 21 turnover worthy plays last year. He's always been like that, even back to his days at UNLV. And there was moments last year where they get in these big shootouts and they're trying to keep up, where he's going to attack tight windows. Sometimes it works, sometimes he doesn't. When you talk about, Maiava as a playmaker and a high volume one at that, very, very good football player. I just think in big moments, in big games, you're talking about, okay, protect the football a little bit better. Don't take so many chances downfield, but he's one of those players you kind of take the positives with the negatives and let it rip because he makes so many big plays.
Yeah. I want to shout out King Miller, the running back at USC, who really might not even be the number one guy for them, considering Waymon Jordan's back from injury. But when King Miller came in, Dalton, last year as a redshirt freshman, he was so impressive and came out of absolute nowhere, too. He's a redshirt sophomore now, 6 feet tall, 215 pounds. Former walk-on, which is why he kind of came out of nowhere at USC. And he had to step up because Waymon Jordan and Eli Sanders both went down with season-ending injuries in the same game, actually, in Week 7. So from then on, basically the second half of the year, King Miller was the guy. He had the 7th most rushing yards in the Big Ten with over 960, 7th most yards after contact in the Big Ten, 5th most explosive runs in the Big Ten. Really good in a gap scheme, averaged 7 yards per carry in a gap scheme as well. Doesn't really break a lot of tackles, but he does generate a good amount of yards after contact. He's a very good athlete with good top end speed to run away from defenders, make sharp cuts, and change his direction really well. Only 111 receiving yards, not much of a receiving threat right now. And like I said before, he is currently battling Waymon Jordan for the lion's share of carries in that backfield, but this should be a committee backfield at USC between Jordan and King Miller this year, and one of the best duos at running back that we have in the Big Ten Conference.
Agreed. I mean, you talk about a committee, but they're both really good football players. It's not because they can't find a starter. It's because they've got two guys who are worthy of starting. And in this offense, I mean, any offense is better when you can run the football effectively, but when they run it at this tempo with this much spacing and the ability to create big plays. And look, Maiava, like I said, he's a good, maybe not a great athlete, but a good athlete who can handle some read option capabilities and really plays the RPO game well. Well, the run game factor in that is such an important one, right? When this team has balance, those are the days that you see him put up 40, 45, 50 points.
Definitely. Dalton, who is the star defensive player that you want to shout out here?
Boy, the one guy, Max, that you didn't get to go with you from Iowa State to Penn State might be the best one. It might be the best one out of all of them. You talk about getting an elite corner out here in Jontez Williams out to USC. This guy is a major asset. Now he's got to come back healthy. Tore his ACL last year, missed the second half of the season, but he has been one of the most lights out corners in college football over the last couple of years. Our number 4 cornerback in our top 10 position rankings this season, 0.44 yards per coverage snap allowed in his career. 3rd best in the nation over the last 3 years. 25.6 passer rating allowed, NFL passer rating allowed. Max, spiking the football into the ground is 39.6. He's 14 points better than that. Heady player, good speed, really good quickness, especially in zone coverage, just understanding where the ball is at and how to lock down his side of the field. And I'm really impressed all the time with his ability with the second reaction, right? When a quarterback does break out of the pocket and he's got to improvise with him. Jontez Williams is one of the best players in the country at that. So USC's just got to hope he comes back healthy. He's good off the ACL, and they picked up one of the best cornerbacks in the entire country in the portal from Iowa State.
Yeah, you're right. My Penn State Indy Lions, I was hoping to get, a lot of great Iowa State players, and they did. But Jontez Williams is my number 1 target, and USC, great job by them identifying him as a top target. They got him in there, so it's a great job by them of doing so. Dalton, what's the floor and ceiling for USC? And honestly, it's very narrow, in my opinion. There's like 3 games on the schedule they probably should not win, and then there's 7 games on their schedule they definitely should win. So it's like it's a very narrow floor and ceiling, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the floor doesn't so much matter as for this team when it comes to the expectation, right? Because we know this. We can pick out the teams on their schedule they're going to beat, right? We just know. I even think they're at home. They should probably beat Washington. So like they win 8 or 9 games every year. We know this. Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana. Those are the 3 big boys, right? If you want to make the playoff, this team, if they go 10-2, beating one of those 3 teams, will make the playoff. Can you do it? It's not saying you get 2 of them at home. You get Oregon and Ohio State at home. So, I mean, you get the environment. They're huge games. Obviously, we don't think Ohio State and Oregon, they're pretty darn good. No team this year is perfect. So can you just muster it up one time against one of these three teams? Because if USC goes 10-2, especially being that they're USC, they're going to make the playoff. That's going to happen. But they have to beat one of those three teams. That's all that matters to me. Like, to me, I could almost chalk up at Penn State's tough. That's a cross-country trip. It is what it is. But to me, their success is just going to be defined in big moments against those three teams. And if they can beat any of them. Yeah. Can they do it with their offense? Theoretically, yeah, but you have to get out there and do it. And they've just been dominated by the better teams in this conference lately.
Yeah, I think the expectation should be probably 8-4, right? I think 9-3 would be a solid year, considering you probably lose to those three teams and you beat Washington and Penn State and you win every other game too, which is not a guarantee either, but they are significant favorites, I think, in every other game. But you're right, Dalton. If they win one of those three and they can take care of business in the other games, yeah, it's a playoff team. That's just where it's like really like he's not on the hot seat. So he's got a big contract, and I think he's done a solid job at USC. And of course, he did a great job with the recruiting too, bringing in the number one class in the country. He's not on the hot seat yet. But if you go 8-4, 9-3 again, and then next year, whoever's at quarterback, it's like, okay, where are we going here? What are we doing with this program? Are we going to become a playoff contender? Are we always going to be a 7-5 or 8-4 team in the Big Ten? And I can tell you right now that USC fans are not going to be content with that. They want to be better than that. They want to be competing at the top of the Big Ten with Oregon and Ohio State and Indiana. They feel like, hey, we should be up there with those guys right now. And they're currently in that second tier right now, the Big Ten. They want to get up to the top tier. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a really big year for Lincoln Riley. Again, he's not going to get fired no matter what happens basically this year. But it is a big year of showing, hey, where's this program going?
I think it's funny. I wanted to pull something up because I had a number in my head like, oh, what does this team have? Like a 30% chance to make the playoff. And then I wanted to look at, I'm looking at ESPN's FPI right now. Okay. USC, they have them with a 27% chance of making the playoff, which is ironically enough in a 12-team playoff, 13th. They are the definition of knocking on the door.
Yeah.
And at some point you either kick it in or you don't, right? Like if you ask me to make a prediction right now, I'll tell you USC 9-3, miss the playoff, lose the three big games. Because that's just what we've seen lately, right? And I know there's always upsets and at Penn State and all that's not easy, maybe a whiteout, whatever it's going to be. But I mean, I think they're better than Penn State. It's why we're doing them a spot or two later in the rankings here. But that's all it comes down to me. And I think that's what Lincoln Riley's at, just like James Franklin was at Penn State. At a certain point, when are you kicking the door down? Now, the injustice with Franklin was, well, he made the Final Four. He kind of did. But, it's just that part for USC. We're going to judge them in big games. We're obviously going to cover them all year. But that's when they're going to get judged. First one, week 5, you get Oregon at home. Can you pull it off? Because if you do that, your season looks a whole lot different right away.
Yeah. Yeah, and someone in the chat made a good point. Like, they paid him so much that the buyout is enormous. It is. It is absolutely enormous. But USC's got a lot of money, too. But it's not going to happen this year. He's not going to fire this year. But this feels like a pivotal point for Lincoln Riley now. Can you, like you said, kick the door down, make the playoff, and stave off all the hot seat rumors? If not, going into next year, yeah, it's like, okay, what are we going to do now? Now it'll feel like James Franklin a lot more at USC. So we'll see for the Trojans this year. Dalton, at number 4 for us in our Big Ten ranking is the Michigan Wolverines. And a disappointing 8-5 year in 2024 for Sherrone Moore. Somewhat improved last year with a 9-3 record, but still missed the playoff. And then he got fired after the regular season was over for having an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. So then they fired him. They had a big coaching search. A lot of names were thrown out there. Kenny Dillingham was thrown out there mainly. Kalen DeBoer was thrown out there as well. Still made a big splash, even though they struck out on those two guys. Got Kyle Whittingham away from Utah to stabilize their program. He was Utah's head coach for 20 years and been with the program for over 30 years. I never thought Kyle Whittingham would ever leave that Utah program, but he did. Most wins in school history, won 2 Pac-12 titles with Utah as well. 9 of the 12 seasons all time where Utah finished in the top 25 of the AP poll was with Kyle Whittingham as head coach. So by all accounts, a great head coach that Michigan got in Kyle Whittingham. I would even argue, Dalton, better than Sherrone Moore was. So in a way, you improved a head coach. I know it didn't happen in a very ideal way, but I still think they improved a head coach going from Sherrone Moore to Kyle Whittingham. He brought over Jason Beck as his offensive coordinator. He was the OC last year at Utah and did a terrific job as the offensive coordinator last year at Utah. Jay Hill is the new defensive coordinator. He was BYU's defensive coordinator for the last 3 years as well. Bryce Underwood, looking for a big sophomore leap at quarterback, already saying he feels like he's the best player ever to come out of Michigan, too. So it feels like, Dalton, with Kyle Whittingham and with all the talent they have and all the talent coming in, it feels like a potential playoff season for Michigan if all goes right this year.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they have a brutal schedule. They play the big three in the Big Ten: Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State, plus an out-of-conference game this time at home against a playoff contender in Oklahoma. So this is another one of these teams. If they find a way to go 10-2 with those 4 games on their schedule, they're absolutely going to the playoff. They might even get a home game at that level of 10-2. I mean, you look at the talent on this team that Kyle Whittingham was able to retain and then also bring with him some of it with him in from Utah, another 10-win team last year. They've got the talent to do it. I think last year they were just very young. They were coming off a couple of years. They had so many veterans that won that national championship at the end of the 2023 season. Some of them stayed in 2024. And then they finally got fully pretty much out of that team. And last year they were very young with a true freshman quarterback, true freshman start receiver, and Andrew Marsh, right? So I think now with this team kind of aging a little bit, and after everything that's gone on, and honestly is still going on, considering everything that's been going on internally, and Ward Manuel supposedly leaving at the end of the year and all of this, they needed an adult in the room. And Kyle Whittingham is exactly that, right? He's the adult in the room. He's the type of coach that's like, hey, this week is this week. All right, we got to win a football game this week. We don't care who's in front of us. We're going to play our brand of football. It kind of does feel like Kyle Whittingham is what this team needed. Now he's got to get him to play good football on the field against a really, really tough schedule.
That's a terrific point, needing an adult in the room. That's exactly how I'd put it for Kyle Whittingham. And you needed a culture setter, right? And that is Kyle Whittingham as well. The culture he built at Utah was unbelievable, and Michigan's hoping for that same. And honestly, it's a very similar culture to the one they had with Jim Harbaugh as head coach as well. So it fits stylistically perfectly. Even though I never thought he'd leave Utah, fits for Kyle Whittingham as well. Speaking of, I mean, what really fits for Michigan and Kyle Whittingham too, the biggest strength for Michigan is the trenches, right? It feels like a Kyle Whittingham team, even though he just got there right now. Our number 7 offensive line in the country, with 2 guys in our top 10 in right tackle Andrew Sprague and center Jake Guarnera, a superstar on the defensive line transferring in, and John Henry Daly from Utah, who we'll talk about later on, our number 4 edge in America. Trey Pierce, really solid D tackle coming back. 5-star freshman edge rusher coming in, and Carter Meadows too. The trenches, Dalton, for offensive line and defensive line is the strength of Michigan this year.
That's Michigan football. That was Utah football when Kyle Whittingham was there. They're going to want to be physical. They're going to want to run the football. They're going to want to stop the run. I mean, just look at all the coaches they brought in. Kyle Whittingham's always been like that. Jason Beck wants to run the living hell out of the football. And Jay Hill, that BYU defense, they prided themselves on being the most physical team on the field every week. So that's going to be the theme. When you're playing Michigan, you're in for a fist fight for sure.
What is the biggest question mark that you have for the Wolverines right now?
So, I wrote down some passing game numbers, and I do question the depth of the receiving core beyond Andrew Marsh and J.J. Buchanan. And then Bryce Underwood obviously needs to make progress. But to me, the big question is the meshing of Jason Beck and Bryce Underwood. It's something I've talked about before, where Underwood came out of high school as this Trevor Lawrence, athletic pocket passer with the rifle of an arm. He wants to rip it downfield. And then starting in that Nebraska game last year, we started seeing him get a lot more involved with his legs, right? Which is really, that's the Jason Beck staple right now. In the last 2 years with Devin Dampier at New Mexico and at Utah, they ran the football like crazy last year. Utah was 123rd in the nation in their percentage of time they were throwing the ball, calling pass plays, right? So it's an offense designed for a dual threat QB, above average play action rate. They want to throw the ball vertically down the field when they get into all their play action and take deep shots down the field. What is the plan here for Bryce Underwood? Are we going to morph the offense a little more with a little more pocket passing than you had with Dampier? Is it going to stay the same where his legs are the biggest threat? It's maybe the most fascinating new OC quarterback pairing in the entire country. Because on the surface, it doesn't sound like it meshes together, but Underwood also showed us he's a good enough athlete to do a lot of the things that Beck might ask him to do.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think with Jason Beck is weird because he's also the New Mexico offensive coordinator as well for a year, right? So I think when you look at it, Jason Beck, he's a really good offensive coordinator, but you're right. It's going to be interesting to see how he fits this offense around Bryce Underwood because Bryce Underwood can run. Like, that's a big part of his game. But also, he came out of high school as the number one player in the country, one of the highest rated quarterbacks of all time coming out of high school. Most of it was due to him being as a passer, right? So you still want to build around his passing ability as well. And Dalton, let's lead right into it. Bryce Underwood, what did you make of his true freshman year? Did he kind of live up to the Trevor Lawrence hype that he had coming out of high school?
There were moments. There were a lot of good moments, right? When you look at, it was like you watch him and it's like 3 or 4 throws every week where you're like, whoa, like, all right, that's an NFL quarterback, right? I think he had better athleticism that I gave him credit for coming out of the high school tape, but he was so good with his arm in high school that it was just dominant, right? Cannon for an arm. I think he sees the field relatively well. I think he's a little bit better when the field's cut in half, but again, true freshman, you get into those things where it's like, all right, we're not making full field reads as an 18-year-old kid, right? And I think there's times where he actually kind of looked more comfortable throwing on the move, but the big thing for him is going to be keeping his composure when the bullets are flying and he's under pressure. Because I think there was a lot of his worst decisions came under pressure. When he's clean and he's comfortable, I thought you could argue the best game that he played all year was the Washington game, right? When Michigan beat them. When he's clean and comfortable, he looks every bit the part and he's got all of the tools, right? There's just times when it's a little bit frantic. Obviously he's young, so I'm going to give him like a half a pass on that, but the accuracy's got to get better. The footwork's got to get a little bit better. And again, I'm just curious to see how this all meshes with Jason Beck, the running ability, the deep shots and everything like that. And then mixing in, okay, is there going to be more pro style concepts for him in this offense?
Yeah, Love and Life in Alaska asking, Utah was very tight end centric in their passing game. Who's their tight end now with Klein gone? It's going to be Zach Marshall, who had about 200 yards last year for Michigan, pretty sure-handed too. So I would watch out for him in this offense. But you're right, 0 drops last year for him too. He could be a big part of that offense too, considering how tight end happy Utah was under Kyle Whittingham, and it could be a similar story this year too.
And not just tight end happy, Utah by far more than any other team. It was, I forget the crazy high percentage it was, used 6 offensive linemen more than any team in the country by far. Don't be shocked. You mentioned the O-line and the O-line depth that they have. I would bet money you'll see a 6 offensive linemen out there a good amount as well.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Babalola, their redshirt freshman left tackle, is projected to be a backup. He was I believe, a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. So he could definitely be a guy that gets a lot of playing time this year. I want to shout out, we could have gone with an offensive lineman here for the offensive player spotlight, but I think Jordan Marshall is a really fun player on this offense to shout out too. Redshirt sophomore, 5'11", 216 pounds, 9th in the Big Ten last year with over 900 rushing yards as a redshirt freshman, 6th in the Big Ten with over 6 yards a carry, almost averaged 4 yards after contact per carry, which is 5th most in the Big Ten, 7 yards per carry on zone runs, 0 fumbles in his career too. Really good lateral agility. He runs really hard, breaks a good amount of tackles, gets a lot of yards after contact, pretty good top speed, hit over 20 miles per hour. Not a lot of production as a pass catcher, but Dalton, this could be a huge year for him with Jason Beck calling plays and the amount of times they ran the ball last year at Utah. With him and the number 1 running back out of high school coming in Savion Hyder, plus Bryce Underwood and his legs too, plus that offensive line. I mean, that ground game for Michigan could be very, very dangerous this year.
Yeah, one of the signatures also for Jason Beck, for as many things as we've already talked about with the quarterback and the 6-0 lineman, one of the big goals is to get the football outside in the run game as much as possible. If they're rolling correctly and Jordan Marshall is going to have a big year, or Savion Hyder is going to have a big year, or maybe both or whatever, it's about getting off tackle and getting to the edges. They constantly stress you with formation and motion and just the power to get them to the edges of a defense. When they do that, they're going to be a very, very dangerous run game. And Marshall's got breakaway speed to be able to get out there as well.
Certainly. Dalton, Kyle Whittingham brought over a lot of transfers from his previous school in Utah, but none of them are better than John Henry Daly at edge rusher, one of the best pass rushers that we have in college football.
Oh, he sure is, and you just hope he's healthy from a torn Achilles he suffered toward the end of the year against Kansas State. Because if he is, he's one of the best pure pass rushers in the entire country. 51 pressures, 10 sacks, a 23% pass rush win rate last year. That was the 9th best in the country. He's got a spin move he absolutely loves. He's got a similar, I know the Michigan fans here are going to hate me saying this, but he's got a similar kind of just all-out hustle to him like Jack Sawyer used to for Ohio State. Maybe a little bit of even like George Karlaftis, Purdue star, Kansas City Chiefs now, right? Decent power when his leverage is proper, but he's more of a finesse sort of pass rusher. And then in the run game, he's looking to make splash plays, right? So I think overall what you get is an all-out hustling finesse player who can really speed up quarterbacks in the pocket. This can be the premier pass rusher this year for the Michigan Wolverines. They've lost a handful of them over the last couple of years. Talk about Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant inside. You had Derek Moore last year on the outside off the edge. He was really the premier guy. You're replacing that this year with John Henry Daly. As long as he's recovered fully from the torn Achilles, this guy is going to be extremely dangerous for opposing quarterbacks in the pocket.
Certainly. All right, Dalton, bottom line now for Kyle Whittingham in his first year as Michigan's head coach. What should be the ceiling? What's the floor? What's the expectation? I mean, you look at it, you said it before. It's a brutal freaking schedule, man. This is a really hard schedule for Michigan. So what should we expect for the Wolverines in their first year under Kyle Whittingham?
The ceiling really is making the playoff. I think if they go 10-2 with this schedule, barring anything kind of weird, I think if they go 10-2 with this schedule, they're making the playoff because 2 of those wins are likely going to be against those 4 teams I mentioned: Indiana, Ohio State, Oregon, Oklahoma, right? You look at a floor and you look at, okay, if the offense doesn't quite get adjusted, and the floor is mainly going to go with if Bryce Underwood doesn't develop the way he's supposed to. I'm going to leave that off for now because I do think he's going to be better in year 2 in a more functional offense with not as much noise and nonsense around him. Anyway, Andrew Marsh getting a year older, Jordan Marshall getting a year older, a good offensive line that's healthier than it was last year. So I think when you look at this team, I think the floor as a team is high, right? If that makes sense. The wins and losses are tough because it's the schedule and it is what it is. But if this team goes 10-2, they can make the playoff. And I think they have enough talent to do it. The X factor is going to be the coaching. And if you're right, if this is a significant upgrade at head coach and even offensive play caller, and then the defense is it was already good. The defense was already really good. But if it's even better under Jay Hill too, I think it's to me, it's why we kind of justify putting them here at number 4 as you go. A lot has to go right with their schedule, but with their team and their coaching staff, a lot can go right. And the X factor really is probably going to be Underwood.
Yeah, I mean, LFG in the chat was saying my favorite coach is Jay Hill on this coaching staff right now. He's outstanding coming in from BYU. Yeah, did a great job at BYU as their defensive coordinator too. And for anyone who doesn't know the schedule, I mean, you got at Oregon, Oklahoma, Penn State, Indiana, at Ohio State, of course, at the end of the year too, plus a game against Iowa as well. So I mean, yeah, I think 7-5 is like worst case scenario probably. I think 8-4 should be somewhat the expectation, but they could absolutely go 10-2. I think that's definitely a possibility for them. Maybe 9-3, but it's tough, man. When you play the 3 best teams that we're going to get to right now in the Big Ten, in Oregon, Indiana, and Ohio State, plus you got a game against Oklahoma, who is I believe our 5th best team in the SEC and a top 15 team in the country. It is at home though. Plus Penn State, too, is still probably a top 30 team in America. Plus Iowa, top 30 team in America. It's tough. That's a really hard schedule that Kyle Whittingham has in his first year as head coach. But we'll see, man. There's a lot of potential with this program right now with Bryce Underwood. If you can make that big leap as a sophomore, I could see them making the playoff.
And you know what you forget? Don't forget this, too. I know they got blown out, but they went into the Ohio State game last year 9-2. They find a way to win that game. Obviously, they got blown out eventually in the second half. They find a way to win that game. They'd have made the playoff last year. Yeah. And we feel like their team is even better this year. So I think really tough schedule, some really hard games in it. But again, if this team, I mean, let's just say, can they pull it off? Let's say you beat Oklahoma in week 2 at home, and you go down to Columbus and you beat Ohio State again. You feel pretty good about this team if they're capable of doing that.
Definitely. All right, wraps up Michigan. By the way, before we move on to the top 3, the obvious top 3, I feel like for everyone, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel right now. I know there's 40 of you watching right now. If you are watching afterwards too, really appreciate you. Really free and easy way to support the channel. Subscribe to the channel, like the video if you can too. And if you subscribe, you can get active in the chat as well. Dalton, we debated the 4 through whatever 18 in the Big Ten. The top 3 is the top 3. These are 3 of the top 4 or 5 best teams in college football. You could debate the order of the top 3, but these are the clear top 3 teams in the Big Ten right now. At number 3 for us is the Ohio State Buckeyes, and obviously entering last year after a national title, they had a lot of question marks. Right, 2 new coordinators, a redshirt freshman quarterback in Julian Sayin. 14 players were taken in the NFL draft, second most ever from one school in a single draft. Even with all those questions, still went 12-0 in the regular season, finally got the monkey off its back by beating Michigan after a 4-year drought of beating Michigan. They allowed fewer than 17 points in every game until that playoff loss to Miami. The offense was top 10 in the country in EPA per play. Julian Sayin, that redshirt freshman quarterback, was a Heisman finalist. The season did end on a sour note, though. The Buckeyes lost in the Big Ten title game and then lost to Indiana and then lost to Miami in the quarterfinals. Of course, both those teams played in the national title game. They did have 11 players taken in the draft, most of any school this past year. Brian Hartline left to become the head coach at USF after being the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. But still, Dalton, a lot of high expectations this year. Ryan Day has never won fewer than 11 games in any season as Ohio State's head coach, except for that COVID year. But Ohio State made the national title game that year. New offensive coordinator in Arthur Smith, who was the Steelers' offensive coordinator for the last 2 years, and has spent the last 7 years in the NFL, either as a head coach or as an offensive coordinator. Matt Patricia, one of the best defensive coordinators in the country, if not the best, entering his second season. Now, Dalton, both of their coordinators, actually, in Arthur Smith and Matt Patricia, are former NFL head coaches, too, which is pretty insane. And also, number 10 defense in the country for us going into the year, number 1 offense in the country going to the year for us. So, yeah, another elite team for Ohio State, to put it lightly.
Yeah, I mean, I love this because we've entered the natty or bust portion of the show with these last 3 teams. That's really what it is. I mean, they've obviously lost a lot of pieces to the draft, especially on the defensive side, but you return a quarterback who was 3rd in Heisman Trophy voting. You return a wide receiver who's the biggest freak we've seen in several years. You're still going to have a really good defense, especially in the secondary with Matt Patricia calling it. And, there's just a few tiny little X factors. Ohio State's one of these teams that they're going to get judged in their biggest games of the year. And in their 2 biggest games of last year against Indiana, against Miami, they went 0-2, right? And it's not like they got blown out or anything like that, but they fell short of a national championship. And they're always going to feel like, well, that's fallen short of expectations.
Definitely. Biggest strength for Ohio State, mentioned before, the best offense in college football for us right now, the number 1 offense in the country, number 1 quarterback in the country, and Julian Sayin. Number 1 offensive line in the country, 3 starters in the top 10 for us in Austin Sareveld, Luke Montgomery, and Carson Hinsman, plus Arthur Smith is a really good offensive line mind as well, so really help out that unit. Number 3 receiving core in the country, the best player in the country leading that receiving core in Jeremiah Smith, top 10 running back unit in the country, the top 10 running back in Bo Jackson, and then Arthur Smith Dalton as well, longtime NFL head coach and offensive coordinator too. So the best offense in college football, hands down. Not hands down, but best offense in college football for us going into the year.
Yeah, I mean, they've got so much talent up front. You've got our number 1 quarterback. Obviously, that's debatable, but I would not put him below top 3 in any argument. You got Bo Jackson in the run game. And I think the biggest actually variable in this offense is Arthur Smith himself and what the offense looks like when it comes to the play calling. You're going from a first-time offensive coordinator in Brian Hartline last year, who's gone on top of, Ryan Day. I don't think he came in with a great game plan against Miami. Now he can just give Arthur Smith the keys to the offense and see where it goes. But you have to love the talent. I mean, no question about it. At every position, they're just absolutely stacked.
Marty in the chat, I'm shocked Arthur Smith didn't find a way to bring Jonnu Smith with him to Ohio State, considering he does follow Arthur Smith, feels like everywhere else in the NFL. But yeah, unfortunately, Jonnu Smith cannot make it down to the college ranks with Ohio State, although he probably tried. I will say right there. Dalton, what's the biggest question mark you have for the Buckeyes right now, though?
I think it's just so much talent that they lost in this front 7, right? When you look at the 2 star linebackers who both went top 10 in the draft in Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese, right? The big nose tackle who was arguably the key to their entire defense in Caden McDonald, right? You lose Caden Curry, your best pass rusher. You lose Tywan Malone up front. I think what you're looking for with this team is how are they going to replace all of that talent in the front 7? You got some key guys returning, right? A guy like Kenyatta Jackson, a Bo Atkinson, Zion Great is a lot of depth on this defensive line. It's just a matter of who other than Jackson is going to step up as a pass rusher. You got several solid transfers coming in, especially on that D-line. Quay Russaw from Alabama, James Smith from Alabama, good run defenders. I don't know that they have a ton of proven pass rush ability yet, right? So that's going to be something where they have options. I do like John Walker at nose guard coming in from UCF as a dynamic run stopper. And then you look at linebacker, it's really going to be mostly internal, probably Peyton Pierce, and then Christian Alliegro coming in from Wisconsin. So there is a lot of talent for sure. It's just a matter of it's not a ton of proven talent on a Power 4 field, right? So they're looking for more pass rush. I think especially from this defensive line, that to me is going to be a big factor here. So the run defense should be good. Will they be able to put enough pressure on quarterbacks? And Eli, does it sound like did we lose Max again here? You want me to skip ahead to the Julian Sayin part?
I'm back. You got me?
Max is back, but I don't see him on my end right now, which is back, a new one.
He's back, but we don't see him. That's fine. I get to go on a
Max, I would say join back in, but Dalton, break us down the Ohio State quarterback, Julian Sayin.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime, Eli, I get to go on a Julian Sayin rant, it's a good day because I know there's so many people against me on this. And you know what? Feel free to do it. I'm sticking to my guns here. Julian Sayin, third in the Heisman voting last season as a redshirt freshman, most accurate quarterback in the country, bar none, 32 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, led the nation in completion percentage, extremely clean delivery, deep balls, shorter passes, bootlegs from the pocket, pretty much anything that he could do last year to have success on the field at Ohio State, he did, right? I love the way that he just cleanly runs the offense. It's such a clean operation. And I think he gets way, way too much hate for the way that he played against Indiana and against Miami. He wasn't awful. Was he good enough to win the game? No, because obviously they lost the games against the two best defenses in the country. And he's not going to be the dynamic player that a Lenora Sellers or, some of these other great athletes are, but he plays a clean game. He's got functional mobility. And again, you go back to decision-making and accuracy, only 6 turnover-worthy plays the entire season, and he's the most accurate quarterback in the country. I'm in on that. I think the delivery and the style of play is very Drew Brees-ish, and with a stacked receiving core and our number 1 O-line in the country and with Bo Jackson in the backfield, I think Julian Sayin's in for another huge year. I think we've got Max back here. I'm pretty sure we do. So, Max, if you want to throw in and add anything else to the Julian Sayin rant, feel free.
He's pretty awesome. That's all I'll say about that. Speaking of pretty awesome, how about the best player in the country, Dalton, at wide receiver, and Jeremiah Smith as well, who is just – it's hard to still talk about this guy considering how often we've talked about him already. But, I mean, again, the best player in America, our number 1 player last year in the country, our number 1 player this year in the country. He has over 2,500 receiving yards in his first 2 years of college football, most in the nation by over 400 yards. 27 touchdowns over the last 2 years, most in the nation by 4 touchdowns. Coming out of high school, he's the highest rated wide receiver to ever come out of high school. Number 1 player overall coming out of high school in 2024. 6'3", 223 pounds, probably runs in the 4.3s in the 40-yard dash. Ball tracking ability is unbelievable, some of the best I've ever seen. Unbelievably strong hands, too. Jaw-dropping catches on tape. Only 3 career drops for a 1.8% drop rate, actually all ironically coming in week 1 of his freshman year and his sophomore year. Not the most creative after the catch, but still has 30 broken tackles in 2 years with over almost 870 yards after the catch. But Dalton, he's a generational talent, man. Greatest wide receiver to ever come out of high school. One of the greatest receivers ever in college football history already as a true junior. And likely will be one of the greatest receivers ever as in the NFL draft, too. He's the best player in college football right now, and I would say the best player in next year's draft as well.
If you're any opponent or certainly any defensive coordinator, I mean, there's good players and then there's guys that make you lose sleep at night. Jeremiah is one of those guys that makes you lose sleep. And the only time we've seen him really held down at all was the 2 games against Texas. So that'll be a fun, obviously trilogy ender there against Texas that he's going to have in week 2 this season. But no, this is a freak. I mean, we've talked about it before. You compare him to the Julios and the AJ Greens and the Calvin Johnsons and the Andre Johnsons. And that's where you go. That's where the conversation starts with him. And we've had this discussion before, but I think he'd be a top 15, top 12 wide receiver if he walked into the NFL tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking tomorrow. I don't even need his junior year. We're just getting it because the rules say we have to watch it, which, for the sake of this show is fine with me.
Someone in the chat saying, the only guy who can maybe cover him is D'Angelo Pons. Ironically, both of them went to high school together, so they know each other very well. So that might be the only reason why D'Angelo Pons could, not because he's a great player too, but also D'Angelo Pons knows him very, very well from their high school days as well. So
let's get Jeremiah on the Jets instead and make him teammates again.
Sure, there you go.
Good with that. I'm in on that. Let's do that. I think I like that better. Instead of he'll end up with the Dolphins, then it'll be him against Pons twice a year, and I'll be just crapping my pants the whole time. Yeah, that'll feel good.
Dalton, a lot of losses from this defense. Obviously, 2 top 10 picks in Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles. But who's the star defensive player you want to shine here?
A lot of losses, and I think for all the big losses and top 10, 15, 20 draft picks that they had, I think the biggest loss in this defense is Caleb Downs, and you're looking at how to fill the void there. Now, they brought in a couple of really good transfers in Terry Moore and Earl Little, but I think the guy that has to be the leader of not just the secondary, but maybe the entire defense is the safety, Jalen McLean, our number 6 safety in the country, played more of a free safety type role with Caleb Downs down in the box, but I think McLean could be all over the place. He's got the speed to play anywhere. He can tackle. He's got just, versatility to play in the slot, fully willing to get down in the box and run support when he needs to. Hopefully this offseason that he added a little more to his frame. Would like to see that. If he could get a little bit bigger and keep the speed that he has, he could be a dynamic football player, maybe a guy taken within the first 2 rounds of next year's draft. But he's a terrific athlete. I'd like to see a little more weight on him and a little more ball production, but he's going to be relied on as the incumbent leader of this secondary. The secondary that I think right now is the best unit on this team.
Definitely. I want to answer this question in the chat, Dalton, before we get to the bottom line right now. Is from LFG saying, what do you guys think of the Arthur Smith hire for Ohio State and as the new offensive coordinator for the Buckeyes?
I think, Arthur Smith is a good play caller, right? You might not have loved him as a head coach in Atlanta, but I think what he's going to try to do with this offense is really get back to his principles, kind of like almost it was back when he was with the Tennessee Titans. You're going to get zone running. You need a better offensive line, and you just need a little more layering. There were times last year when their offense was just like, hey, we're better. We have Julian and Jeremiah and Carnell, and now we have Bo, and we're just better. And it wasn't, you had a first-time play caller, right, in Brian Hartline, so it wasn't as creative as it should have been. I think the layering that you can get in the play calling from Arthur Smith, and hopefully he can find a way to just unlock this offensive line a little more for all the talent that they have. I think it is a good hire. I mean, at the college level, I think when you can get an NFL coach of that echelon, right? A guy who's been an OC from multiple teams and a head coach calling plays and all of that, I think it's a great hire. I do. I think when it's really the same thing they did with Matt Patricia, and that worked like a charm last year already.
Yeah, no, some people might, I remember when Matt Patricia was hired, even us, Dalton, we were like, ugh. Remember the days when Patricia was a head coach for the Lions, didn't really go well. Then he turned into maybe the best DC in the country at Ohio State. I think some people need to understand, hey, Arthur Smith was a offensive play caller for the last 7 years in the NFL. Now he's going down to the college ranks at Ohio State. I'm not going to say he's going to be as good as Patricia was for Ohio State, but I would not be surprised if he emerges as one of the best OCs in college football. So I think it was a great hire. I really think it was a great hire by Ohio State. And also, he's a great for developing offensive lines, and I think Ohio State's offensive line could take a next step with Arthur Smith too.
That's what they need more than anything. Get this run game going and get to be more of a 50-50 team. And the one other thing I'd say is pick up the pace a little bit. This was one of the slowest tempo offenses in the league in the nation last year. Pick it up just a little bit. Get in the hurry up and let Julian run it sometimes.
Definitely. All right, Dalton, let's get to the bottom line now for the Ohio State Buckeyes. I feel like the ceiling is pretty simple. I mean, they can win the national title. They are certainly one of the teams that's capable of winning a national title, as is the next 2 teams that we're going to talk about here. What's the floor, and what are you expecting? Because it's a brutal schedule as well. I mean, you got at Texas, at Indiana, Oregon, Michigan, at USC, at Iowa. What are you expecting for the Buckeyes this year?
I mean, the floor of winning 8 or 9 games with a tough schedule and missing the playoff at say 9-3 would make them the most disappointing team in the country, arguably, right? Because I mean, you look at this talent, even with this schedule, there's no reason they should miss the playoff. And what that means is 2 years ago, 10-2 would get them in the playoff on this schedule.
Yes.
It would. I mean, and they would have the numbers, they would put up the requisite numbers and all of that. If the floor is missing the playoff, they would have a serious problem. They can win every game. They could win the whole thing. They have enough talent to do so. It'll just be a matter. Again, this is another team we're going to judge in big games, right? They're at Texas. They're at Indiana, Oregon, Michigan. I mean, they're playing as hard a schedule for a team of this caliber as you can play in the Big Ten, especially with the Texas game out of conference. So we're going to find out real early. If they win that game against Texas, kind of like it was last year, they find a way to win it, well, you're in a pretty darn good spot in the inside track there. If they lose that game, they go into Big Ten play with a little bit of pressure on them against some really good teams.
I mean, Dalton, they haven't, I'm looking at it right now, it's insane. They haven't had fewer than, again, outside the COVID year, even that COVID year, they made the national title game. They were 7-1 that year. So you can't even really include this. They haven't had fewer than 11 wins since 2011 when Luke Fickell was the head coach for 1 year. They went 6-7 that year. Ever since that year, they have won at least 11 games with either Urban Meyer or Ryan Day as the head coach. So I struggle saying 9-3 is the floor. I really think 10-2. I mean, this program has not shown me they're even capable of winning fewer than 10 games in the regular season until they show me it. So I'm going to say 10-2 is the floor. With this schedule, it's brutal. It is brutal. They're going to win. They're going to win. I mean, there's 4 swing games that we wrote down here. They're going to win at least 2 of them, I think, honestly. I'll say 10-2. I will not believe I will see an Ohio State Buckeyes team go 9-3 or worse until I see it. So I'm not going to say, I mean, 9-3, if really all goes wrong, maybe. But I really think 10-2 is like the minimum for this program.
They'll be battle tested. For sure. They'll be battle tested against some of the best teams in the country. It's going to be on top. I'll tell you what they might have. They might have the most entertaining schedule in the country with all the games that they have.
Yeah. I mean, dude, just like what? 14 straight years of just being 11 wins or better. It's insane. What an insane run for that program, honestly, right now. So, yeah, that's absurd. See, Ohio State ceiling national title, floor, maybe missing the playoff at 9-3. But again, this program has not lost, more than 2 games in a regular season since 2011. So, I mean, we'll see with them. All right, next up at number 2, Dalton, for us in the Big Ten, the reigning, defending national champions in the Indiana Hoosiers. And Dalton, listen, we thought 2025 was the dream season for Indiana, right? They made the playoff for the first time in school history, maybe the best year in school history. That was the appetizer for 2026. 16-0, first national title in program history. Fernando Mendoza won the first Heisman Trophy in school history, became the first number 1 pick at that school since 1938. Even with these last 2 years, Dalton, this school still has the second worst all-time win percentage in the Power 4. It is absurd what Coach Cignetti has done at this program, and it does not appear they're going anywhere either. Cignetti's back. He's our number 1 coach in the country. Go check out that episode if you haven't already. Both coordinators are back, and Mike Shanahan on offense and Brian Haynes on defense. Both of them among the best in the country, if not the best in the country, and look like future head coaches at the Power 4 level. The roster is stacked with talent. I believe a top 5 offense and defense for us in the country going into the year. So I really, really like this Indiana program right now, Dalton.
How could you not? I mean, they've got the best coach in the country. They're coming off a national title. They're pulling whatever they want in the portal. They're pulling 5-star prospects on the recruiting trail now. I mean, it's getting ridiculous, the momentum that Curt Cignetti's got going. He kept both of his coordinators. I mean, they've got it all. I mean, honestly, the question is going to be, I think, like it was the last 2 years, of just how good is our quarterback going to be? You got a very good out of Curtis Rourke, and you made the playoff. You got a Heisman season out of Mendoza. You're the best team in the country. What level is it with Josh Hoover? But I mean, there's so few questions about this team, and they have immediately, maybe quicker than any team we've ever seen, just because of Curt Cignetti and the coaching staff. You sit here and you go, yeah, they're going to be really good. I mean, they're just ridiculous. And I mean, they've gone from the worst team in the history of the Power 4 to, national title winner and contender all the time now. Okay, he's just one of him and Kirby are just the 2 Nick Saban Juniors out here. I mean, that's what we're looking at with this Hoosiers team. We've said it all offseason. They're not going anywhere.
The biggest strength is very simple. I can't find many holes on this roster right now. For us in our rankings, top 5 offense and a top 5 defense in the country. Only Oregon and Texas were also in the top 5 for both. Best coach in America in Cignetti. 2 of the best coordinators in America in Mike Shanahan and Brian Haynes. Top 10 position unit everywhere, but quarterback room, running back unit, and D-line. And the D-line was number 11. 6 players who were in the top 10 of our position rankings too. I mean, they lost a lot of talent to the NFL, namely Mendoza. This is still a star-studded team with very, very few holes right now, Dalton.
No, absolutely. Even when putting down the biggest question mark here, I'm really nitpicking. And it's, to me, they've just got multiple transfers on that defensive line. They lost some key guys, right? Mikael Kamara, Stephen Daly, Jose Wheeler. I think they'll be fine on the inside, especially with Tyree Tucker and Mario Landino. But off the edge, I'm just looking for, okay, who really replaces Kamara, especially as the premier pass rusher? You got Toby Osunsami and Chidi Obiizor from Kansas State, Josh Burnham coming in from Notre Dame. You've got a guy like Daniel Ndukwe who's sticking around off the edge. So I think that's something to watch just early in the season, of just which of these edge defenders, especially that came in the portal, are really going to provide that pass rush jolt. We know Bryant Haynes can call as many blitzes as he wants to anytime, and the simulated pressures and everything like that. So he's going to get the linebackers involved too. But so one thing I'm looking for is just the transfers on the defensive line. Which one of them, or if it's going to be all of them, cool, but which one of them is really going to produce, especially as a pass rusher?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Dalton, tell me more about Josh Hoover, who is trying to follow in the footsteps of not only Mendoza, but Curtis Rourke, finished in the top 10 of Heisman voting in his one season at Indiana. Of course, Mendoza won the Heisman last year. I mean, when watching Hoover's tape at TCU, we think he might be able to finish in the top 10 of the Heisman like those past two quarterbacks did.
Oh, absolutely. With this team and these weapons, he can. I mean, you talk about the last couple of years at TCU, he's just been really, really consistently solid. Now, he's a little bit of a gunslinger, third in the Big 12 in touchdowns last year with 28, most interceptions in the Big 12 with 13. And a lot of times that was really the variable. The turnovers were the variable in TCU winning and losing ball games. But what he is a quick rhythm pocket passer. The RPO game is going to work in this offense, especially. That's going to be great. Mike Shanahan's going to keep his footwork very tight, just like he did for Mendoza last year. Hoover's not as big as Mendoza, and I don't even think he's as mobile. He can throw on the move and improvise a little bit, but he's not quite as mobile. He won't make as many plays with his legs, but he's going to be able to run the RPO system. He's going to be able to throw the ball down the middle of the field and then create just enough when you need him to. And it's funny with Hoover's offseason because Sonny Dykes, he got a little bit of criticism, backhanded criticism from Sonny Dykes of, we turn the football over too much. And then what's funny is then Curt Cignetti turns around in the spring and he, somebody, I forget who it was, somebody asked him about Josh Hoover and he's like, well, he's got to protect the football, right? So it's a criticism, yes, but it's something they're aware of because good football teams don't turn the ball over, right? So I think you got a really good base to work here with Hoover, with the system, and as really simple as Mike Shanahan makes it for quarterbacks to run this system. We've seen it twice already, especially coming in as transfers. I think Hoover's going to have a solid year. Is he going to dictate their ceiling? Absolutely, right? I think he's just going to eventually be the one X factor. And you go, are they a playoff team? Are they a natty team? It's just going to be about what this coaching staff does with Hoover to clean up some of the mistakes.
Yeah, and what's really helping him out is he has the best offensive lineman in the country protecting him in Carter Smith at left tackle, top 10 player for us in the country, number one offensive tackle, number one offensive lineman in America, redshirt senior, 6'5", 313 pounds, number 8 tackle last year for us, entering his 4th season as Indiana's starting left tackle. So a guy that Cignetti inherited into this program, not even brought in to the program. Most valuable tackle in the country over the last 2 years, according to PFF's wins above average metric. First team All-American left tackle for us last year. Top 10 PFF grades as a run blocker and pass blocker. Only tackle returning who did so last year. Only 9 pressures allowed last year on over 450 pass blocking snaps. Really great play strength. You never really see bull rushes work on him. Competitive mentality. Always plays through the whistle. Great grip strength that latches onto defenders and stops them in their tracks. Great awareness. Great punch timing. Doesn't have great length. The position is lateral quickness is only okay too. Speed rushers can turn the corner on him, but a really rock solid player, and that's even selling him short, Dalton. He has been an elite player for Indiana 2 years in a row now. Might not have the best tools, but the tape is as clean as it gets, and he could be a first-round pick in the NFL draft because of it.
Oh, sure. I mean, Carter Smith is as reliable as any football player in the country. And I think when you talk about a new quarterback and even a new running back in Turbo Richard coming in, you talk about having guys up front that you can trust. There's so many teams that we talk about in these previews where I go, yeah, I don't know if I trust the offensive line. When you have Carter Smith and company, and it's a really good offensive line all the way around. Drew Evans, Joe Brunner coming in from Wisconsin, right? Bray Lynch at center. You talk about a reliable offensive line, and it starts with the blindside protector there and Carter Smith. You can't ask for any better than that going into his redshirt senior year.
Certainly. Dalton, who's the star defensive player you want to shout out here?
Man, Max, it was so hard to narrow it down because, I mean, there's still going to be such a good defense despite all of the guys that they lost. But I really like Amari Farrell at safety. When you talk about just a fundamentally sound player, our number 5 safety in the country going into 2026, their second highest graded returning starter, 4 interceptions, 7 pass breakups last year. A little bit thinner player who doesn't always love to be the most physical. But I'll tell you what, in coverage, especially in a defense as complex as this with so many rotations and zone coverages and sim pressures, and you want to talk about a guy who really directs traffic in the secondary, it's Amari Farrell, and he does it while also forcing turnovers at a pretty good rate. 8 interceptions over the last 2 years. So to me, he's the leader of this secondary now, especially that D'Angelo Pons is gone. You talk about a shot caller back there at free safety, Amari Farrell is absolutely it.
Yeah, really, really great player. I mean, Jamari Sharp could have been a pick here too, a top 10 corner in the country for us as well. But yeah, Farrell's outstanding and a great ball hawk in that defense, and really should complement Preston Zachman, the Wisconsin transfer, really well too. Dalton, bottom line now for the Indiana Hoosiers: can they repeat? Can they win the Big Ten again? Excuse me, and can they win the national title again? What are you expecting for Indiana this year?
Short answer, yes. Yes, they absolutely can repeat. So I think here's where I'm at with this team and their schedule. I think you can't always just guarantee teams in the playoff because that's not how it works. So like if you throw the floor at 9-3 and they miss the playoffs, you'd get a massive disappointment. But here's where we're at is Josh Hoover is essentially going to set the floor and the ceiling for this team. If he comes in and he's top 5 Heisman guy, they can win the whole thing. If he's kind of same old Josh Hoover, they're probably still a playoff team. And if for any reason somehow he's awful, then you have another conversation on your hands. But fully expect this team to make the playoff. I think the expectation for me is that they are no less than one of the last 8 teams standing. I think that's where I'm at with them, especially they don't play anybody out of conference, which obviously has gone around as a complaint lately, but there's enough wins for them. I think 11-1 is fully on the table. I think 10-2, they'd probably have enough wins and enough dominant numbers and statistics to still get in. I expect them to be one of the best 8 teams in the country, and I do think they're a national title contender pretty easily. If Hoover plays anywhere near what Mendoza played last year, yeah, good luck to you, especially with Nick Marsh in there and Charlie Becker going into in the second year of really emerging as a prime weapon. I mean, they got everything. They really do.
Yeah, I know we're not supposed to do this, but like I would be pretty surprised if they go 10-2 and say lose to Ohio State and Michigan. If they go 10-2, the committee will put them in. They're not going to leave out Cignetti at 10-2 after what he did last year.
He's also got the Saban thing where he goes and just runs up the score in all the other games. And I know we've been told by the committee themselves that they stopped that at, was it 24? They don't take it into account past 24. I think it was when they told us that last year.
So, yeah.
But I mean, you talk about just the dominant numbers. Like there's no let up. It's the same way Saban was at Alabama. And they've got a really good runway to get this team together because they got 3 out of conference games that they're not going to lose. They're going to win each of those by 50. And then they've got Northwestern, Rutgers, Nebraska. I like them to start 6-0 going into Ohio State. And at that point, you've had 6 games of good reps to get Hoover loose and get the rest of the transfers loose and get really the chemistry of this year's team going. You should have high expectations now for Indiana. This is not a joke. This is not Cinderella. This is Curt Cignetti running a really damn good program. And again, at minimum, I expect them to be one of the last 8 standing at the very least.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think minimum quarterfinals. I think 10-2 is the absolute floor. Even that though, I don't think they're going 10-2. I think with the schedule, they should go 11-1. Like maybe lose to Ohio State, but again, that game's in Bloomington, so who knows about that. The rest of the teams in their schedule, I'd be surprised if they lose to anyone else. Like even at Michigan, I know it's a tough game, but like they should beat Michigan too. I think 11-1 is probably what I'm expecting for at least 11-1 for Indiana this year. So we'll see for the Indiana Hoosiers. But yeah, they absolutely can repeat as national champs. And if Indiana repeats as national champions in football, that'd be pretty unbelievable. And establish Cignetti as one of the greatest of all time if he's not already there already. So number 2, Indiana. Number 1, Dalton. We got some Oregon fans in the chat that hate that we put Oregon number 1 because they think we jinx their team here. But at number 1 is the Oregon Ducks for us. And really, I know Cignetti is the best coach in the country, Dalton. I mean, Dan Lanning's a top 5 coach in the country for my money as well. An incredible first 4 years for him as head coach. He's won 86% of his games as a head coach, only behind Cignetti and Ryan Day in the nation. Won the Big Ten title in 2024. But a loss to the eventual national champion in Ohio State in the quarterfinals. Made the semifinals this past season, but again, lost to the eventual national champion in Indiana. So the two teams that beat Oregon in the playoff went on to win the national championship. They have finished at least in the top 6 of the AP poll in each of the last 3 years. It feels like this year, Dalton, is Oregon's best chance to capture their first national title in program history. Big question mark that we have off the field, at least right now, or at least on the sidelines, is how will they do with 2 new coordinators? Because, of course, Will Stein, the offensive coordinator, left to become the head coach at Kentucky. Tosh Lapoy, the defensive coordinator, left to become the head coach at California. Their tight ends coach and Drew Maringer is the new offensive coordinator. Safeties coach Chris Hampton is the new defensive coordinator, but of course Dan Lanning will still call plays on that side of the ball. But Dalton, this is a loaded Oregon team that we got this year.
I think what you talk about with Oregon and trying to win their first national title, when you look at this year's team, especially with Dante Moore coming back, you go, if not now, when? Right? I mean, we've talked all off season about how loaded this team is. You're elite at quarterback. You got 2 great young running backs. You're stacked at receiver and at tight end, right? Your defense is, it might be the best in the country this year. When you look at least the best defensive line in the country, I mean, they're just so stacked all over the place. I've got a little bit of a question on their offensive line we'll get to, but I think you just look at this team making the Final Four last year. They lost twice to a better team than them in Indiana. It's very simple. Indiana was the better football team, and they went 2-0 against Oregon. Now it's just, okay, finish the job. Yeah, we got to go through the journey again. We've got a lot of the same guys, but you know what? We've got all the talent in the world to do this. If not now, when, Max? Because this collection of talent, you get good teams, and Oregon gets good teams all the time. You don't get this collection of talent very often. And I think, it's kind of the same feeling we had with Oregon when they lost those couple of games to Washington. Remember losing the Pac-12 title to Washington, and it was like, man, feels like we missed a shot. This really feels like the chance now to win a national championship at Oregon. I would say the first time we've felt this good about them since those teams that we had, especially that last year with Bo Nix.
Yeah, honestly, I know we love the Dylan Gabriel team in 2024, but I still feel better about this team right now. It's a good point by you. The only 2 losses they had all year were to Indiana, who won the national title, right? So it's a great point there too. Dalton, you mentioned it, the number 3 offense in the country, number 2 defense in the country for us. Only school in America to be top 3 in both of those. Number 2 quarterback, number 10 running back unit, number 4 receiving core, top 15 offensive line, number 1 D line, number 3 secondary, 9 players who made the top 10 of our position rankings too. But you mentioned it. We had as a top 15 offensive line in the country, but there still is some question marks on that front 5 too.
It would be the one part of this team that I question is, do they have an elite offensive line, right? The offensive tackle last year, I think they were solid, but, I don't think it was with the best teams in the country. Now you bring back 2 big-time veterans on the interior, and Pancho Lalulu, one of the best centers in the country, and Dave Iuli at 1 guard spot. But I think especially at offensive tackle right now, we're talking about Fox Crater at left tackle, Michael Bennett transferring up from Yale. Could you get the true freshman Emmanuel Iheanacho involved in that mix? I think especially at offensive tackle, I'm a little bit worried about either a lack of experience we're going to get or just the fact that it might not be top notch, right? So when you talk about, playing the best teams in the country with the best pass rushes later on, let's just say you get to the very end and you got to face Colin Simmons, right, from Texas, or if Ohio State finds whatever pass rusher, if they have to play, say, Indiana in a Big Ten title game, the blitzes are coming, and you better be able to pick them up or you're going to have a serious problem. So the offensive line is the one unit, especially at tackle, that I'm watching with a little bit of side eye, especially early in the season going, this is the unit that I really, because Dante Moore can move, but he's not he's not a dynamic Jaden Daniels type of athlete. They need to just be not maybe the best O-line in the country, because I don't think they're going to get there, but they need to be able to compete with the big-time defensive lines in front of them.
Dalton, tell me more about Dante Moore, who some people in the chat are saying, I don't really believe in Dante Moore that much. Some people are saying, no, this guy's elite. We tend to fall in the latter category. We think he's the number 2 quarterback in America going into the year. What did you see from him in his first year as Oregon's starting quarterback last year?
I mean, aside from the 2 Indiana games, I saw a guy who should have been much more in Heisman consideration. And honestly, the Heisman voting was before the second one. So you go, the fact that Dante Moore didn't get in the top 10 of the Heisman is kind of ridiculous. When you talk about the best vertical passer in college football last year, you talk about slinging the deep ball when he had the opportunity to, absolutely had it 15 touchdowns on 20 plus yard throws. That's air yards there. So you're talking about slinging it down the field with all of the speed that Oregon has, gets rid of the football very quickly and started to process things even quicker later in the year. Talk about 19 sacks taken last year, but 10 of them were from Indiana, right? So you talk about in any other game, getting rid of the ball, decisively striking downfield. He attacks one-on-ones. I think his style of passing is very, very much like CJ Stroud, now for the Houston Texans. He rips the ball up the seam when it's too high. He attacks one-on-ones on the outside. He keeps safeties honest with his eyes. Dante Moore is an NFL quarterback. No question about it. He would have been a top 3 pick in this past year's draft. He might be the starting quarterback of the New York Jets right now if he actually came out, whether he likes it or not. Apparently not enough. But I think when you look at his ability to operate so cleanly from the pocket, yes, his season's going to be defined in big moments like it was last year. But for the most part, he played, especially after taking a year to sit down on the bench right behind Dylan Gabriel, like you mentioned, and then come back in and show you every bit of talent that he has. He makes throwing a football look easy, man. And I think he's in for another huge year.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right. Like, he would have been at worst the number 3 overall pick to the Cardinals and probably the number 2 overall pick to the Jets. Right. So, and he came back. So that just says how good of a quarterback he is. And he's back for another year. Definitely could be the number 1 overall pick in 2027 if all goes right for him at Oregon this year. I'm going to shout out maybe the number 1 tight end in the draft in Jamari Johnson, who's right now our number 2 tight end in college football. Redshirt junior, 6'5", 260 pounds, 510 yards last year with 3 touchdowns. 2.45 yards per route run, 4th best in the country, almost 300 yards after the catch, 9th most in the country. Keep in mind, he was basically the number 2 tight end behind a first-round pick in Kenny Sadiq the entire year, too, producing at that level. Tremendous route runner. He's constantly open, really good athlete, weapon with the ball in his hands. He's capable of moving defenders in the run game, but also prone to some misses as a run blocker due to improper technique. But Dalton, I think he's got the athletic potential to be even better than Kenny Sadiq was at Oregon last year. And Sadiq, like I said, was a first-round pick in the draft. Jamari Johnson could be a first-round pick in next year's draft, too.
Oh, no, absolutely. I think when you look at his ability, I was so impressed watching him on tape. I actually made him my number 1 tight end in the country. I know you won the argument there with Trey'Dez Green, but man, Johnson's got sky-high potential. And of all the freaks that they have, Decorian Moore and Jeremiah McClellan, Iverson Hooks coming, Jamari Johnson might be the biggest freak out of anybody on this offense. And that's saying a lot considering the amount of talent they have.
So talking more about the defensive line, headlined by Amari Washington, another guy who could have been a top 50 pick in the draft. And best D-line in the country because they have 4 guys who made the top 10 of our position rankings at D tackle and edge rusher. So you had a lot of guys to choose from here, but you went with Amari Washington, the D tackle.
Yeah, I think when you really talk about their run defense and really freeing up the rest of this unit to do what they want to do, I think Amari Washington is the key to it, right? He can line up all over the place. He's one of the best run defenders in the Big Ten and in the country for that matter. 22 pressures, a couple of sacks, 8 batted passes led the entire nation last year too. So he's got a knack for getting his hands up and knocking down the football, but he's powerful. He's got active hands. He moves well laterally. He's got a really good understanding of when he's shedding, of how to keep one half of his body free, right? You see a lot of those kind of one-arm run stops that frustrate you because the back thinks he's got a hole, and then you get this big 330-pound monster who can tackle you with one arm, but he's 330 and he's somehow a penetrator with quickness also. It's kind of ridiculous the way that he can move at his size. I mean, they've got so many freaks out here in this front 7, especially on this defensive line. We believe it's the best D-line in the country, but I really think a lot like Caden McDonald was for Ohio State last year, I think Amari Washington really is the key to this whole defense. It starts between the tackles with him, and then everything else just gets funneled either back into him or you're running into some really good players on the outside as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get to the bottom line for the Oregon Ducks now, Dalton. I think we know what the ceiling is. The ceiling is capturing the first national title in program history, but Dalton, this floor is so high because this schedule is very manageable, I think, for Oregon too. What are you expecting for the Oregon Ducks this year?
I mean, we're expecting a huge year, a national title type of year, right? And now they've got tough games on this schedule at USC, at Stillwater, and Oklahoma State. Week 2 is actually interesting to us. Obviously, Dante versus Drew Mestemaker will be fun, but I'd still fully expect Oregon to win that game. And then you go at Ohio State is the headliner. Now that the question is going to be, are they going to get back to 2 years ago, winning the big run in the table and winning the Big Ten? Or could it be, some weird tiebreakers and they end up at 11-1, but not going to the Big Ten title game or anything like that? But it would be a borderline monstrosity if this Oregon team ever missed the playoff or pulled a Penn State or a Clemson like last year, right? There's just way too much talent. Even if something were to happen to Dante Moore for 2 or 3 games, you got maybe the best backup in the country in Dylan Raiola, right? And he could probably run things with this offense reasonably well. So feel really good about this roster and feel good about him being, at the very least, once again, one of the last 4 teams standing and possibly winning the whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, 10-2, it seems like a failure almost for this team. When you look at the roster right now, which is crazy. I mean, they're at Ohio State. They got Michigan, at USC, mentioned the Oklahoma State game. They play Boise State week 1. That's actually one of the top group of 6 playoff contenders, but Oregon should take care of business in that game too. So I think 10-2 would be surprising, and they probably still will make the playoff at 10-2. So I think 9-3 would be almost disgraceful with this roster, honestly.
And some really good points being made in the chat here. Takorian Moore was not right the second half of last year. Evan Stewart coming back, he didn't play at all last year. I mean, you're getting veterans, you're getting young kids on this offense. I mean, really, the only question for me in certain matchups, very, very few certain matchups, is just, can this team block elite defensive lines? Now, they're I'm sure they're damn well glad they don't have to play their own defensive line any given Saturday. They get to do that during the week. But, when we get to the very end of the year and they're playing Indiana and Ohio State and Texas and who knows, Georgia or whoever else they may have to play in the playoff, that's the matchup I'm going to be looking for. Are they good enough on the offensive line? Good enough. I don't need them to be number 1 in the country. They're not going to be, right? Are they good enough on the offensive line to hold firm against those teams long enough for Dante? Because that was really the problem in the 2 Indiana games. They couldn't do it last year. Indiana, between coaching, playing, everything about it, Oregon got mashed in the trenches in those 2 games. That's the difference between them winning a natty or not.
Yeah. And people are mentioning the offensive coordinator, Drew Maringer, too. I'm not that worried about it. I mean, obviously, Will Stein's a huge loss. But, I mean, Dan Lanning has done an amazing job hiring offensive coordinator. His first OC was Kenny Dillingham, who's one of the best coaches in America right now at Arizona State. His second one was Will Stein, who ended up being the head coach at Kentucky, right? So if he trusts Drew Maringer, if he saw him in his own coaching staff, it's not like Will Stein was hired away from UTSA, so he didn't really know Will Stein that much when he hired him. Still, obviously, aced that hire. He knows Drew Maringer really well because he's a part of his coaching staff. If he says, hey, I trust you to be the guy for my offense, I trust Dan Lanning. He's proven enough now in terms of picking offensive coordinators for me to give him the benefit of the doubt, even though we don't really know much. By the way, Drew Maringer did an unbelievable job coaching tight ends at Oregon, too. Let's put it that way. Unbelievable job coaching tight ends. So I am optimistic about him as the offensive coordinator this year. But I'll say right now, I mean, we'll get to our playoff predictions next month. And obviously, I'm trying to get back on track. I went back-to-back getting the national champion right and then missed it pretty badly last year by picking Clemson. I am considering Oregon. I think there's like 2 or 3 teams I'm considering right now, and Oregon is absolutely one of them. So, yeah, national title upside, absolutely. I damn near even say the floor is 11-1. Honestly, if they go 10-2, I'd be pretty surprised. 9-3, I'd be really, really surprised. So, Oregon should absolutely make the playoff. I almost think quarterfinals is bare minimum. Maybe semifinals is minimum, honestly, with this roster too. So I'm a huge fan of Oregon, our number 1 team in the Big Ten. For our audio-only listeners, to recap the rankings in the Big Ten, number 18, Purdue, 17, Michigan State, 16, Rutgers, 15, Wisconsin, 14, Maryland, 13, UCLA, 12, Northwestern, 11, Minnesota, 10, Nebraska, 9, Washington, 8, Iowa, 7, Illinois, 6, Penn State, 5, USC, 4, Michigan, 3, Ohio State, 2, Indiana, and number 1, Oregon. Wraps up another 4-hour stream previewing these conferences. Really appreciate you guys for watching along. I know a lot of you were in here the whole time, which I really, really appreciate. Again, please, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. That really helps us out. Click the like button too. and follow along to our social media accounts linked below. And if you can, check out the audio version of the show, rated 5 stars, and leave a review if you can as well. Next episode will be on Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, our preseason all Big Ten team going into next year, and then our Big Ten predictions on Friday at 4 p.m. as well. See you guys on Thursday at 4 p.m. for our preseason all Big Ten team. For Dalton Wasserman, for producer Eli, I'm Max Chadwick again. See you guys Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, live here with our all Big Ten team.